19. The News. Andrew looked at the drugstore's cash register and sighed. The clerk had turned away, absent-mindedly leaving the cash drawer ajar. It would be so easy to take advantage. Just one quick forward flick of his wrist, and he'd have enough for a few days' travel. His skin was almost crawling with the desire to reach out, to casually turn and walk away with bills stuffed in his pocket. Except, well, if he kept on stealing, then how was he ever going to make a decent life for Luce, once she was finally human again? And say Kathleen emailed him one day and told him that she'd decided to get a divorce. If that happened, how was he supposed to be good enough for her? He was almost positive that Luce and Kathleen would be crazy about each other. Luce would read every last one of Kathleen's books, she'd help out in the garden, she'd grow up and go to college and not waste her potential the way he had. Because there had to be some way to turn Luce back. He refused even to consider the possibility that there wasn't. He balled his hands into fists and swung his body out the door. Didn't even snag a goddamn candy bar. It was such unaccustomed behavior that he found it almost disquieting, and he shuffled his feet aggressively to make the feeling go away. On the opposite side of the drab street, a small crowd had gathered in front of an appliance store. It was weird to see people bunched together like that in this drowsy little town. That store must be having a hell of a sale. Not having anything in particular to do, he wandered over to see what was going on. The crowd seemed to be standing in shocked stillness, watching a scene playing out on a dozen televisions at once. Andrew's first thought was that it had to be some kind of big-budget Hollywood movie, the kind with incredible special effects, because, well, those screens all showed what appeared to be a huge, glassy wave standing upright under the Golden Gate Bridge. That couldn't be real, simply. But if this was a movie, it was awfully slow-paced. The wave fluttered and swayed near its summit, but other than that it didn't seem to move much. A crowd of people pressed against the bridge's railings, staring down, backed by rows of cars that weren't going anywhere either. There was no sound through the window, but a news ticker scrolled relentlessly along the bottom of the screen. San Francisco's standing tsunami, now at hour 6. The wave appeared at 3:28 this morning, accompanied by unexplained music. Police have been attempting to evacuate the bridge, but they are meeting with resistance from the crowd. We are awaiting further reports.
"Is that some kind of joke?"
Andrew asked. For some reason, the lingering music that always throbbed on in his head seemed to be getting a little louder. The mermaid's songs he'd heard that time had made him pass out. It was something about the unbearable way that Luce's voice had dueled with the strange mermaids. But didn't this look a bit like something he remembered from the moment before he'd lost consciousness? "It's real," a big, gray-haired woman said sadly. She didn't turn her eyes from the screen as she spoke. "It's real, but nobody knows what's going on. There was some talk about a lot of people spotted down there in the water, but that doesn't stand to reason either."
"Sure doesn't,"
he told her, unless whoever was in the water weren't people, or anyway not people in the strict sense of the word. He had only a few dollars left, and he wasn't about to shame himself by calling Kathleen collect, but he absolutely had to talk to her about this right away. He had to know what she thought, and as he walked briskly away to hunt for a payphone, an imaginary conversation was already playing in his mind.
"You're seeing this, Kath? You think that's them? It's got to be. I've got to get down there."
And then the words he knew he couldn't say.
"You should come with me. Please come with me. I know I ain't done right so far with my life, but now,
he murmured to himself. It had gotten pretty hard to find payphones since everybody had a cell these days, but there was one behind the plate glass of that laundromat down the way. He broke into a run, praying that the lousy thing wasn't busted and scrounging through all his pockets for quarters. It wasn't Kathleen who finally answered, though.
"It's you,"
Nick said with rough hostility.
You'll be proud to hear how meeting you has worked out for Kathleen. A 39-year-old woman with everything to live for doesn't drown herself that way out of nowhere."
Andrew couldn't understand what Nick was talking about. Who had drowned? Ben Ellison spent the night trying to pack up his office as calmly as possible. After 23 years of devoted service to the FBI, it was hard to accept that he deserved to be fired so abruptly. Heaps of papers slid from the desk and cascaded onto the floor in terrible confusion. Only the images streaming live from his laptop provided any real satisfaction. The government's efforts to keep Operation Odysseus secret, to keep the very existence of the mermaids secret, had evidently come to a dramatic end. The media was going to be bombarding the White House with impossible questions now. Reporters would strike out and investigate on their own, too. There was no way Moreland would get through this debacle unscathed. Ellison had been kept in the dark about the maneuvers of the previous night, but it seemed clear from the helicopter gunships wheeling in disorder above the bridge that there had been a major assault on the mermaids. It was also apparent that the attack had failed in spectacular fashion. Looking at that wall of water gleaming in the morning light, Ellison knew he didn't owe Dorian the promised phone call. Lucette Korchak was alive and free and wreaking havoc. Ellison observed with relief that these mermaids obviously weren't trying to kill anyone. A vast crowd of easy victims lined the bridge, mouths agape and eyes staring. This Luce seemed to be too media-savvy, or possibly she was actually too good-hearted to allow the mermaids with her to sing all those odd, defenseless humans to their doom. And that was precisely the kind of move on her part that Moreland would have no idea how to handle. It was utterly unpredictable, bold and daring and brilliant. Bone-tired as he was, Ellison couldn't keep a hard, brutal grin off his face. Whose side was he on, anyway? Dorian woke up to Theo shaking his shoulder.
"Sorry to bother you before noon, good sir, but the world is ending."
Theo's tone was ironic enough that Dorian didn't immediately feel worried.
"Yeah? Somebody release a herd of stampeding dinosaurs or something? Tsunami. Epic scale, if you can call it a tsunami when it just stands there, in San Francisco."
That made Dorian sit up abruptly, his heart quickening with hope. In the next moment, he realized how absurd his idea was. Luce's ability to control water with her voice was impressive, but he was fairly sure she couldn't do that.
"How big is it?" "That's what you want to know?" Theo laughed. "Not something reasonable, like, oh, how the fuck is that possible? It's big enough to block off everything under the Golden Gate Bridge is how big it is."
Dorian was halfway out of bed, hauling on the jeans he'd dropped on the floor the night before.
"It's on the news?"
Dorian was groping for a t-shirt. There was one around somewhere.
"I know it's crazy, but the media does seem to be finding the event rather noteworthy, yeah. My mom can't even talk straight, she's so shocked."
Dorian was dressed and on his feet, stumbling after Theo down to the den, where Amanda Margulies sat on the green leather sofa in her yoga clothes. She was clutching a cup of coffee with a veil of cold scum on its surface, and drying tears streaked her face. Theo sat down next to his mother and hugged her warmly. Dorian stared at the huge TV screen. On it there appeared a wall of bright water with fluted, faintly pulsating sides. The delicate rust-red curves of the Golden Gate Bridge swanned above the unmoving wave, and in the background he could see the open ocean. Cordons of police boats were keeping a good distance from the bridge, shooing back the various sailboats and kayaks that jostled forward, trying to get closer to the action. And, above the clatter of gathered helicopters and the excited babble of the newscasters, there was a distinct musical thrum, sweet and immense and enthralling. Dorian realized that the music was very much like something he'd heard before, except this sound was incomparably vaster and more complex, a rich, nuanced swell that could only be hundreds of magical voices thrilling together.
"What are those people doing?"
Dorian suddenly asked. At the edge of the crowded bridge, a news crew was engaging in some kind of fussy activity involving ropes and pulleys. Whatever they were up to, it looked like a bad idea.
"Looks like they're lowering that camera guy over the side, trying to get some kind of close-up, but it's just going to look like more water."
The camera person was strapped into a harness, and his unwieldy camera was secured to his front with various cables. He clambered up onto the side of the bridge and then dropped slowly, twitching and kicking 20 feet below the line of spectators. They watched as he adjusted himself and trained his camera on the shimmering wall of water. For a few minutes, nothing else happened. There was only the crowd standing bone still, enraptured by that unearthly music, the swaying figure of the camera person, the fractured diamonds of sunlight all over the water wall. But nothing new was happening, Dorian told himself. The situation might drag on for hours without any change, so why couldn't they look away? Then something did happen. A small figure appeared at the wave's base, arms raised as if it were diving. But the figure was inside the water, bending into strange refractions. Then it twisted, leaped upward. And the figure wasn't human. Even at this distance, that was obvious. The chattering commentators abruptly fell silent, while next to Dorian, Theo let out a kind of shrill, astonished moan. Of course, they'd all watched the video of Luce, but this was different. No one could even pretend to believe that what they were seeing now was faked. The leaping body on the screen rippled away into a long, lashing tail. The tailed figure vaulted smoothly up through the wave's core and came to an unsteady stop just in front of the dangling camera person. He reeled against his straps, legs flailing helplessly. Then he stopped kicking, seeming to lapse into mesmerized calm. The newscasters had started babbling again, but they weren't making a whole lot of sense.
"In just a minute, waiting for the feed to come in. Truly an incredible... More in just a... bringing you a closer look at..."
The mermaid in the wave had something white in her right hand, and she fluttered it as a gesture of reassurance. Her tail looked more or less the right color, a light, silvery jade green.
"Trying to communicate, but does that mean the same thing it would for us? Peaceful intentions?"
The mermaid leaned forward, parting the water in front of her face as if it were a curtain. Dorian's heart was pulsing so quickly that it felt like some small, sick bird spasming in his chest. Then the image shifted abruptly as the close-up came on. She was wearing a tattered black bikini top. Dorian had never seen her wear human clothes before, only kelp leaves. Her arms and body were cross-hatched with razor-fine wounds. There was a scar on her shoulder and a notch missing from her right ear. And she was smiling so sweetly and vividly that Dorian choked. Luce. 20. Saying hello. Luce sang through the night, holding herself just below the surface with slight rotations of her fins and only pausing when she surfaced for quick inhalations. She was singing as the military helicopters jarring above them were joined by more and more helicopters with the logos of television networks on their sides. She was singing when the immense wave supported by the mermaids' voices turned into a furling sail of molten gold with the dawn light. Her voice webbed into the enchantment of those hundreds of gathered voices. Sometimes the music came to her like clouds of exalted laughter, sometimes as grief for the dead. But one thing was clear. For tonight at least they had won an astonishing victory, and as she had promised, they had won it without resorting to murder. Luce knew it was strange, but she felt a sense of profound triumph at the thought that the dead of that night were all her own followers, not more random humans. Even the human soldiers, with the possible exception of that submarine pilot, hadn't died. Pharaoh's army would see that the mermaids weren't just mindless killers, and they'd see as well that the mermaids weren't about to wait around passively to get slaughtered. She'd turned her enemies into witnesses, and that was a victory. It was well into the morning when Luce was shaken from her entrancement. Yuan's golden face was shining and determined, and her hand was on Luce's shoulder. "General Luce, you're off duty." Luce didn't want to stop singing. The brilliance of her voice surging into everyone else's voices was too great, too astonishing. She kept the song going, her tone like liquefied sunlight. Yuan looked a touch annoyed, but she was grinning at the same time. "Give it a rest, General, okay? You can come back soon. Anyway, you're already late for a strategy meeting with all your lieutenants. Except Kala. I'm leaving her in charge for a little bit." Yuan's words reminded Luce that they weren't just playing at war. But the song was so overpowering that Luce had to struggle with her voice for a few moments before she could force it into silence. The music stopped and started in quick staccato outbursts before she finally mastered it, and Yuan laughed. "Okay," Luce managed. "Yeah? You're all better now?" Without the song thrilling through her, Luce was suddenly much too aware of the horror of the previous night. "Yuan, do we know how many of us?" Yuan reached out and hugged her. "We were at 583 before the attack. Only about 300 made it to the bridge at first, but a bunch more girls drifted back here during the night. We're at 422 now. But the problem is, with everyone missing, we can't tell who died and who just panicked and swam off." Luce recoiled a little. I only saw a few of us get shot, Bex and maybe 3 girls I didn't know. I thought we were almost all okay. Yuan hugged her tighter, her arms strong and comforting. "Most of them are probably okay. I mean, they got really scared, but they'll come back once they calm down. And you have to remember, Luce, almost everybody would have died last night if you hadn't guessed. I seriously have no idea how you knew those submarines were coming, but I do know for sure that you're the reason so many of us are still alive. Okay?" "I didn't know anything," Luce murmured. "It just felt like something was wrong." "You can be sad later, okay?" Yuan said, but her voice was very gentle. "This is war. We need you to keep it together." "Okay," Luce said breathlessly. "Okay." All at once, she was struck by a realization that should have been obvious. Now that the humans knew about them, that immense wave was the only protection they had. Now that the wave was standing there, it had to stay standing. If there was any lull in the mermaids' singing, Luce knew they would be massacred almost instantly. Yuan took her hand and guided her, keeping well below the water, toward a cluster of brick buildings with low docks on the shore of Sausalito. 20 of her lieutenants were already waiting in a circle beneath a broad, half-collapsing platform set on pilings. Katerina was there, her blazing hair fanning out across the water, and her face blazing even brighter with a kind of exhilarated fury. Imani was beaming, her white lace kerchief tied over her short afro. And there was Graciela, looking almost crazed with joy, next to a freckled strawberry blonde Luce didn't recognize. There was a brief pause while they stared at her, and Luce felt a familiar tightening in her stomach. Were they looking at her as if she was a stranger? In the next instant, there was a wild swirl of dozens of fins, and Luce found herself embraced on all sides. "Luce, you figured it out! We stopped them! They would have wiped us out if you hadn't. I was so worried when you told us your plan. I can't believe it's working. It's not just your singing, it's how you think, too. You're like a real general. Hey, I haven't met you yet, Luce, but I'm ex-Queen Eileen, and that was just awesome." Luce did her best to hug everyone back, trying not to cry. It was hard not to suspect that they were crazy to trust her this much, especially when she hadn't even been honest with them, really. She hadn't been lying, but she knew she'd been keeping too many secrets about Seb, about the video, and especially about what Seb had told her, that if she had anything to say, the humans might be ready to listen to her. Even now that everything about mermaid life was changing, their whole world upended and the Timok hopelessly shattered, Luce couldn't quite shake the sense that there were some things a mermaid just shouldn't admit to doing. Talking to humans and saving them from the consequences of their own stupid behavior were both right at the top of the list. But Luce had never completely forgiven herself for lying to Dana about Dorian. She couldn't make that mistake a second time. "I've got some things I need to tell you," Luce gasped out. Everyone fell silent almost instantly. Did they really think that what she had to say was so important? Luce told them the whole story, collapsing under that dock and swimming out the next day without caring that she might be seen, then her surprise at noticing a camera pointed at her, rescuing Seb and everything he'd told her afterward. There were a few shocked exclamations, a few sharply indrawn breaths, but at least no one told her off for behaving so dishonorably. Luce gazed around at them, wondering what they'd all say to her when the silence finally broke, and found that she could look at everyone except for Katerina. Kat was glaring at her with such obvious disappointment that Luce found it hard to meet her former queen's eyes. "Well, everything is different now," Yuan said at last. "It actually makes sense strategically to try to get some humans on our side, right?" She sounded like she was arguing, though it wasn't clear whom she was trying to convince.
"If Luce had saved someone who counted, I might have to agree with you," Katerina announced. She spoke in a silky, disdainful tone that Luce hadn't heard since the days when Kat was queen. "But saving a dirty vagrant like that, only because she felt sorry for him? What possible use is that to us? No, Luce is too impulsive, too thoughtless."
"He made me think about submarines," Luce pointed out, a little brusquely. "And talking with him gave me the idea about the bridge. You really think he's supposed to do more than that? And he's why we know about the video, too. If a lot of humans are already interested in Luce, then maybe they won't like it that the government is trying to kill her. Kat, I have this feeling that we're going to need all the help we can get if any of us are going to survive." Yuan had seemed so calm through all the craziness and violence that Luce was startled to hear the raw emotion surging in her voice. "Look," it was the mermaid who'd introduced herself as Eileen, pointing her freckled hand back in the direction of the bridge. "It looks like those humans are sending some guy over the side. What a weird thing to do." They all crowded together at the edge of the shadowed zone under the platform, watching while the camera person dropped in his harness. Luce realized that the camera would capture a beautiful image. The top of the standing wave leaped and fluttered, delicate wisps of foam spilling from its crest, while sheets of sunlight wavered on its flank. "This is our chance," Luce said, so suddenly that it took her a moment to realize what she'd meant.
"Our chance to do what, Luce?"
Imani said softly, just beside her, and Luce reached out and squeezed her shoulder. "Our chance to talk to all of them," Luce explained. All her joy rushed back at once. Maybe there was loss and terror and trouble all around them, but she suddenly felt absolutely certain that the twice-lost army was doing better than anyone could have dreamed possible.
"Talking to more humans? Luce, can't you control yourself?"
Katerina snapped. "Talking to them is the whole point, Kat." Luce's tail gave an abrupt swirl of excitement, and she grinned around at everyone, almost quaking with the force of her inspiration. Now that she knew exactly what she needed to do, she wasn't about to let Kat talk her out of it. "Hey, Imani, do you think I could borrow your scarf for a few minutes?"
"Are you serious, Luce?"
Imani asked, but her black eyes were gleaming with delight. "One thing I know about Luce," Yuan laughed. If she says something that crazy, you better believe she means it." Almost everyone was giggling now, half nervous and half delirious. It was all just so different from anything mermaids had ever done before. It was strange to feel such happiness in the middle of a war, but Luce couldn't stop herself from laughing along with the others in sheer astonishment at her own daring. "Of course I'm serious," Luce managed through her laughter. "I'm going to go up there and say hello to every single human who's watching this." Extraordinary as that night and morning had been, Luce thought that what came next was the most wondrous thing of all, and yet it was so simple. Just the glow on Imani's face as she reached back and untied her headscarf. "Tell Pharaoh's army I said hello too, okay?" "If you want to, Imani," Luce told her, "you can come up and tell them yourself." Luce launched herself into the heart of the rising wave. She rose above San Francisco Bay, her view of it wrinkled and disturbed by the glassy curves passing in front of her eyes. Skyscrapers warped and shimmered to her right, glass panes glittering like fish scales. The power of the mermaid's singing propelled her upward, and she had to use her tail only for balance. Tiny currents torqued and jarred around her, and she had to concentrate to keep herself from being flipped through complicated somersaults. She didn't want the humans to get the impression that she was out of control in any way. So much depended on the coming moments, and she had to be strong and graceful and persuasive. After all, she was there to represent the twice-lost army. Luce twisted to a halt 10 feet in front of the camera person, jouncing a little with the water's irregular impulses. The man yelped and thrashed against his ropes as he caught sight of her. Luce couldn't help grinning to herself at his eyes rounded into astonished O's, his legs kicking as he tried to run through empty air. Funny as his panic seemed, she felt enough compassion to wave the white scarf. She didn't actually want him to be afraid of her. In the widening sky behind him, a dozen helicopters stuttered, but none of them appeared to be the heavy military helicopters that had attacked the night before. Luce looked again and saw that they were all pointing cameras of their own. The camera person had stopped kicking and instead flopped weakly in his harness. But he wasn't looking at the white scarf. His eyes were locked on her face. The hungry adoration in his gaze almost sent Luce diving back to her friends, but then she remembered why she was there. She tipped her upper body forward until the water wall sliced open around her face. It felt sleek and cool, like bubbling silk against her cheeks. Her fins flicked continuously to hold her in place. "Hi!" Luce called, raising her voice to be heard over the mingling rush of water and song. At the sound of her voice, his eyes bulged and he twitched again, his lips moving around the shapes of silent words. Then he seemed to find his own voice and screamed. Luce jarred back in shock before she understood what he was shrieking. "A mic! A mic! Get me a microphone down here! Get a mic! Carol! Sam!" "This is our chance," Luce reminded herself. "This might be the best chance we'll ever have. If there's ever going to be peace." Was peace enough, though? Now that the opportunity was in front of her, shouldn't she try to save more than just her fellow mermaids? The mermaids weren't the only thing in danger, after all. She thought again of that field of death she'd seen on the seabed. Above her, there were confused shouts, a clatter of equipment, and then a jointed metal stalk leaned out into the air. It crooked halfway down like an insect's leg, and at its tip, there was a large black microphone coming straight toward her face. If she chose this moment to let her voice spiral into her death song, Luce realized, it could easily have an effect equal to a nuclear bomb going off. What was happening now was so extraordinary that countless humans must be watching her. If she sang that particular lethal melody, literally millions of people would probably drown themselves. The human governments would agree to whatever she asked out of sheer terror. Mermaids all over the world would expect nothing less of her. It would be terrible, but wasn't it possible that more lives would ultimately be saved if the war ended now? The microphone lurched awkwardly forward, brushing right against her lips. "Hi," Luce said again, her voice clear and definite, and completely free of any music. "We're not here to hurt anyone." Something swished through the corner of her vision, and Luce noticed that she wasn't alone in the wave anymore. Imani was pirouetting in slow, elegant spirals on her right, and incredibly enough, Katerina had swum up too and was hovering a few yards to her left. Luce was looking to the camera person for a response, so she was surprised when the reply came from above her head. "Who are you?" a woman's voice boomed, and Luce gazed up to see a carefully coiffed woman in a cobalt blue suit bent over the railing clutching a megaphone. She looked both terrified and fascinated. Luce suddenly felt sorry for the woman, and a little heartsick that she'd even contemplated killing people like her. "I'm General Luce. We're the twice-lost army. And these are two of our lieutenants, Katerina and Imani. We don't want to hurt anyone, and you don't need to be scared." "Are you mermaids?" the woman bellowed back. This was such an absurd question that Luce couldn't bring herself to answer. Instead, she let her long body catch the movement of the water. She swam in suspended, curling loops for a few moments, then pulled herself through the wave's flank to face the microphone again. Then she realized that the question was actually important. It was another chance to make the humans understand. "We're mermaids now," Luce explained, "but we haven't always been. All of us used to be human." That seemed to cause a minor uproar. Luce couldn't quite make out what the people above her head were saying. Without the megaphone, their voices blended with the babble of the water and the rich swell of music, but it sounded like there was some kind of debate going on. "Why are you doing this?" the woman finally called. "You say you don't want to hurt anyone, but this wave is threatening San Francisco. How can you claim that's not an act of war?" Luce thought about that for a moment and decided that her best choice was to be honest. "It is war," Luce agreed. The microphone swayed in front of her face, dark and somehow disquieting. "The human government has been killing mermaids all over the West Coast, maybe in other places too. They attacked us last night with submarines and helicopters, and some of us were machine-gunned. We had to do something big to defend ourselves, to make them stop shooting at us." For the first time since she'd faced the camera, Luce remembered the mesh of fine wounds covering her skin. "If we lower the wave now, they'll kill us all. We don't have any choice." Again there was consternation above her. The camera person squirmed, wide blue space crossed by bridges and hills glowing behind him. He looked stunned by what she'd said, maybe even appalled. Would other humans feel upset about the mermaids being gunned down too? "So you aren't going to send this wave at San Francisco?" the woman yelled. Her hair was so stiff with gel that the wind only made it fidget a little. "Not on purpose," Luce explained. "But if they attack us again, we probably won't be able to stop it. We have to keep singing all the time to hold the water up." She spotted one of the military helicopters hanging far back against milky smears of cloud and nodded at it. "It looks like they already figured that out, right?" More mermaids had joined Luce in the wave now. Delicate fins brushed Luce's shoulder as Yuan swept in a high arc above her head. Now that they weren't keeping themselves secret anymore, the twice lost were obviously enjoying showing off for all the flabbergasted humans. Luce found herself grinning at the idea too. How the amazing beauty and power of the mermaids with her must be affecting their human viewers. Magic had ruptured the surface of their everyday world, and that magic was quick and alive and talking back to them. The next moment, though, Luce was just as surprised as the humans must be. "Do you know someone named Andrew Korchak?" the newscaster shouted. Luce lost her balance in the wave and dropped a dozen feet. A writhing current caught her off guard and flipped her before she was able to recover herself and swim up to the microphone again. Her father just wasn't the kind of person most people knew about. Hearing his name from someone like this overly polished woman, that didn't make any sense. "He's my dad," Luce finally managed, and then she glanced over at Katerina's outraged face, suddenly acutely aware that she'd never told Kat the story of how she'd found her father alive. "Is he okay?" The woman ignored Luce's question. "Andrew Korchak issued a statement claiming that mermaids drown people. Is he telling the truth?" Luce reeled in the wave's core, though this time she somehow kept herself from tumbling. Her father had said that? Her adored father was going out of his way to persuade everyone to hate mermaids, including his own daughter, just when the mermaids most desperately needed his help? The pain in Luce's chest and head was so wrenching, so physical, that her vision blurred for a moment. She wasn't sure what she was going to do next, scream out against his betrayal or crumple into heartbroken silence.
"There's no reason not to speak of the truth," Nausicaa's remembered voice murmured in Luce's mind. And wasn't that all her father had done? Speak the truth? "But now, Nausicaa?" Luce answered in her thoughts. "How could he do that to us now?" "Speak of the truth, Luce," Nausicaa told her. "If you want to save us, speak of the truth."
"General Luce," the woman bellowed, "our viewers are waiting for your answer." Luce pulled herself straight and looked into the camera. How could she make herself say this? "It's true. Most mermaids do drown people." Luce hesitated, then made a wild leap of faith. "If my dad says something, you can believe him. But we don't kill. The mermaids of the twice-lost army all promise never to kill humans except in self-defense. If we can change, that proves other mermaids can change too." "So you admit that mermaids are murderers? Why should we believe that you and your followers are any different?" Luce glowered at the woman. "You can believe it because you're alive to believe it." She almost pointed out how easily the twice-lost could destroy every human within earshot, then decided not to say anything about that. The impulse seemed less than diplomatic. There were tears on her face, Luce noticed. That was all wrong. She shouldn't let the humans see her crying. Maybe they'd think her tears were just droplets from the wave. Voices buzzed chaotically above her. All she wanted now was to get away from the cameras, away from the thought that her father might hate her, away from Katerina's glare, and from the possibility that she'd let her army down by saying too much. "General Luce," the woman called again. "Obviously emotions are running very high at this historic moment." "We have demands," Luce snapped. She felt half sick from grief. The interview was getting to be more than she could bear. "We're keeping the blockade up until our demands are met. Until then, everyone had better keep away from our camps. And," she felt another stab of inspiration, "if any other mermaids out there hear about this, we could use your help. Join us." "What are your demands? General Luce?" Luce looked up at the woman with her rigid hair and shell-shocked expression. At this moment, humans seemed pitiful to Luce, but they were also pretty infuriating. "We have to think about it," Luce announced. "We'll send you a letter." "But—" Luce plunged. Her serpentine body flashed through what felt like a rising waterfall. "Hey," Imani called brightly into the mic. "I just wanted to say hi to everyone, too." 21. Voices Carry. Secretary of Defense Moreland was standing slack-jawed beside the President, a dozen generals, and half the members of the Strategic Affairs Council. He felt a shiver of icy anticipation as the microphone curved through blue air toward Lucette Korchak's face. He was sure she would sing. She would kill them all, and his heart felt both frozen and boiling at the prospect. He told himself that it was too late to do anything about it. Sweat sleeked his palms, and his mouth seemed to be crowded with brittle leaves. His jaw fell even farther when Lucette opened her lips and started speaking instead of singing. She sounded remarkably sweet, almost innocent, and not nearly as stupid as she should be. Moreland was blindsided by the force of his disappointment, and for one split second of lucidity he recognized how insane his reaction was. He'd genuinely wanted her to kill everyone. Then he forgot all about his own madness. There was another mermaid in the wave, a redhead, and Lucette Korchak had said the name Katerina. Another of the singers he'd heard on the recording then, an irresistible prize, a flame-colored coin minted from fresh desire.
When I saw that wave standing there, I knew it was a game-changer, President Leopold grumbled. But if everything this cute little general is saying is true, I think we're going to need a whole new board.
Andrew Korchak wasn't watching his daughter. Instead, he was sitting on a park bench, sobbing so violently that the world pitched and swam in his eyes. He knew beyond all doubt that Kathleen would be alive now if she'd never glimpsed Luce. Kathleen had been trying to help the mermaids, and they had killed her. He was positive of that, even if he couldn't begin to guess how they had done it. It was worse than any treachery he could have imagined, and maybe it was his fault, too. Somehow those videos had brought Kathleen to the mermaid's attention. He should have told Kathleen he loved her, while there was still time. Seb, perched on a folding chair in the community center housed in a church basement, other homeless and luckless people crowded around him. When Luce got to the part about mermaids changing their ways, Seb burst out laughing and cheering so loudly that the volunteers ordered him to leave. Gigi Garcia Chang knelt with her cheek pressed to her TV screen. With one finger she followed the ever-shifting curves of Yuan's pinkish gold tail. She'd recognized her rescuer immediately, even after so many years. Until this moment, Gigi thought, she hadn't understood how terribly she'd been missing the mermaid who had saved her. She was taking 2 summer classes, and then there was her part-time job in a cafe. Her responsibilities were a real impediment to just catching the next flight west. But maybe she would anyway.
Damn, how many guys do you want to bet are ordering sushi right now? Like, hey, can you deliver this to the bottom of the Golden Gate Bridge? And, tell that mermaid I sent it?
Theo was laughing uproariously, though from something dark in his eyes, Dorian thought his friend was trying to conceal wilder emotions behind this display of silliness. Dorian slumped on the green leather sofa, biting his lower lip and hoping that Theo wouldn't notice his burning cheeks. His distress was partly provoked by bitter longing at the sight of Luce looking so proud and free and beautiful, and acting so brave. But that wasn't all he was feeling. He was also queasy with shame. He'd watched Andrew Korchak's appeal over and over, and he'd kept an obsessive watch on all the video testimonies that followed from it, but he hadn't quite worked up the nerve to post a video of his own. And now it was way too late to do anything like that. Within hours, thousands of people, and mostly, Dorian thought hatefully, they would be young guys, and some of them would be way better looking than he was, would be posting videos claiming they had been personally saved from drowning by General Luce. There would be declarations of love, offers of adoption, the works. Damaged and defiant as Luce was now, she was simply that enchanting. Adding his own video to that ruckus would just make him look like a total moron. At best, it would be an exercise in pointless humiliation. There had to be something else he could do, Dorian thought. Something to show her.
But I'm the one who's going to get the date with her, because I know the secret. Mermaids can eat fish anytime they want, right? So the way to get their attention is obviously with pizza.
Something to show her I deserve to get her back, Dorian thought grimly. Something to prove to her. "We could use your help," Luce exclaimed passionately from the television. "Join us." Her pale olive face gave off a subtle greenish shine. The glow shone brighter in the streaks of her tears. When they were breaking up, Dorian had told Luce her problems weren't real. He'd told her she wanted to stay a kid forever so that she could avoid responsibility. He'd even blamed her for letting herself turn into a mermaid in the first place. And now here she was, injured and scared, but still leading an army into this weirdly peaceful battle, doing what no mermaid had ever done before, while he sat on his ass.
Or, maybe that black mermaid is even hotter. Yeah, check out that blue tail. Theo, Dorian snapped, could you possibly shut up? I see no call for such an uncouth remark, good sir. I was merely expressing my sincere desire to send those exquisite mermaids a hot, cheesy pizza. It's a war, Dorian growled. Luce is wounded, okay? Her friends just got shot. She doesn't need your fucking pizza.
What Luce needs, Dorian realized, are allies. And he was ready to join her war. A hazy pink glow filmed the water, slivered with turquoise by the ripples flowing smoothly toward the shore. Bell-shaped scarlet flowers cascaded down the cliff, lush mosses dripped, and a tiny waterfall raised a perpetual shimmering froth where it splashed into the cove. But for all the fantastical beauty around her, the emerald-tailed mermaid leaning on the shore looked somber and a little bored. Coils of black hair snaked thickly around her dark bronze shoulders, and her greenish-black eyes were glazed with sadness. She'd already seen every possible permutation of beauty the world had to offer far too many times. If the friend she was missing had been there with her, then she could have experienced this sunset as if for the first time, seeing the world with borrowed freshness and enthusiasm. But the odds that that particular friend was still alive were admittedly poor. The waterfall's sleepy percussion changed its tone. The mermaid looked, without much interest, at a sudden fervor of bubbling, a slippery confusion of cross-currents that beat and rose and gathered form. This, too, was something she'd seen plenty of times before. The mermaid waited with morose patience for what she knew was coming. A new mermaid was about to appear, a Metaskaza, stunned by the transformation and the devastation that had provoked it. New fins flashed into existence under the water's disordered surface, and with them there appeared a girl with a long tail that swung erratically. Her scales were a lovely color, somewhere between dove-gray and lilac, gleaming with pearly iridescence. The tail went well with the Metaskaza's coloring. She was a very pale blonde with deep gray eyes, and she sat up with her hands scrambling wildly into empty air. Her breath was heaving with terror and shock, and a single, impossibly sweet note tore from her lips and ended in a sudden gasp. The dark observer thought she might as well do the helpful thing, stay and talk this newly transfigured mermaid through her inevitable reaction to the change. The girl would be overwhelmed by denial, hysteria, grief. She was genuinely surprised when the Metaskaza displayed none of those emotions. Instead, the blonde gaped wide-eyed at her own tail, hefting it uncertainly and letting it fall back again once, twice, 3 times. She looked amazed, yes, but not devastated or incredulous. That was unusual, to say the least. Of course, if this girl was Psyche, someone born cold and void of true emotions, then she might not be capable of the usual responses. The dark mermaid twisted her head to check up on that possibility, peering from the corners of her eyes into the dark shimmering that winked around the blonde girl's head. With a normal mermaid, you could see the terrible incident that had chilled her heart to the point where she let go of her humanity. With a Psyche, cold from the beginning, there would be nothing to see. The blonde wasn't Psyche. She'd been altered by one of those horrors that her observer regarded as simply wearisome routine.
"Oh my God!"
the new mermaid exclaimed shrilly.
"It's just like on TV!"
Then she noticed that there was another mermaid watching her.
"It is, right?" she asked. "This is just like on TV. And that video, I knew it was real."
This situation wasn't just unusual, the green-tailed mermaid realized. It was utterly unprecedented, and she adored anything unprecedented no matter what it involved.
"I don't know this video you speak of, but certainly all of this is real."
"You have to know," the Metaskaza squealed. "And, oh, wait, can we swim that far? We have to get to San Francisco. How fast can we swim there?"
"To San Francisco? I can help you do this, yes, but why?"
"Like on TV yesterday. Didn't you see it?"
"I don't watch a great deal of television,"
the dark mermaid observed dryly. She watched as realization, then embarrassment, flickered over the blonde's face.
Oh. Wait, so are you saying you don't know what's happening? You haven't heard about the twice-lost army?"
Things were only getting more interesting.
"I've heard nothing of this, no. What is this army?"
"And you don't know about General Luce? We have to go help her."
For the first time in several centuries, the green-tailed mermaid was briefly rendered speechless from astonishment. Her jaw dropped and her eyes widened. Within moments, though, she had recovered most of her poise.
"General Luce?"
Her look of surprise was rapidly mutating into one of absolute delight.
"General Luce? So she still refuses to be called Queen?"
"She's leading this mermaid army to stop the government from killing them, and there's this wave, and they're holding it up by singing, and she said on TV that they need other mermaids to come and help. Please."
"Of course you are right. Of course we must rush to aid General Luce. With the next ship, I will show you how we can ride across unseen."
"Can't we just swim?"
"Not so far. We would drown. The first thing you must learn is that you still need to breathe, and to breathe while you sleep. You must be careful of how deep or far you swim. Many new mermaids die of their ignorance. How are you called?"
"Oh, I'm Opal Curtis."
The green-tailed mermaid smiled at her warmly.
"Welcome, Opal."
She already liked Opal quite a bit for her impassioned, spontaneous loyalty to Luce.
"My name is Nausicaa."
22. Reaching Out. For the next 24 hours, the mermaids were preoccupied with figuring out the details of their new struggle. Luce was more grateful than ever for Yuan's help. Under Yuan's direction, the mermaids were organized into 2 groups. Each group would sing for 2 6-hour shifts every day in order to keep the wave up non-stop. It wasn't far to the clock tower at the Embarcadero, and a small mermaid was dispatched to keep track of the time. Once they divided the army in half that way, it became clear that they didn't have quite enough mermaids to sustain the wave at its full force, but they didn't want to risk a disastrous collapse. Yuan was the one who got the idea of removing the singers one by one, letting the water adjust for a few moments before she beckoned the next mermaid out of the line. She posted guards, choosing those mermaids whose voices weren't as strong to keep watch. Half of their force proved to be enough to keep the wave going, though not quite at its previous height. It wasn't ideal, but they had to hope that it would be enough. And as Yuan had predicted, many of the twice-lost mermaids who had scattered in terror were starting to drift back, drawn by the faint resonance of the music stroking through the water. The waves swelled higher as they poured their fresh voices into the effort. Then, in the early evening, a new tribe of refugees showed up, and Imani immediately set to work on training them to join in. Above them, police wearing what were probably noise-canceling headphones had begun physically carrying people off the bridge. But for every one they removed, it seemed like some other human would manage to sneak on and take their place. The crowd hadn't thinned at all, and now the shores were packed with listeners as well. The base of the Golden Gate Bridge began to resemble a jostling auditorium. Luce sang through her shift from late afternoon until midnight, then swam back to their hidden encampment to get a few hours' sleep. She was bleary with exhaustion, and with Yuan handling so much of the work, and so much happier than Luce had ever seen her before, Luce felt more like just another weary soldier than like a general. At least she felt that way until she looked up and saw 3 younger mermaids watching her with a kind of disbelieving admiration. Luce smiled at them, but she still felt a little shy under the pressure of their eyes. She knew she might fail them horribly, and she almost wished they understood that. They should be more skeptical, Luce thought as she fell asleep, and not so innocently ready to entrust their lives to her. Before she knew it, a gentle hand came and shook her awake for her next shift. It was lucky, Luce realized, that their new way of singing together was so thrilling, or the effort of continuing it for so many hours at a time would have proved overwhelming very quickly. Even with the exaltation of that music coursing through them, how long would the Twice Lost be able to keep going with such intensity? There were more helicopters today, and a lot of them weren't from the TV news. Then it was noon, and she had 6 hours to rest and eat. But there was something else that she needed to do, Luce realized, before she let herself collapse into her hammock again. A soft arm wrapped around her shoulders. Imani was there beside her, and in a moment Kala joined them too. "Luce, how are you holding up?" "I'm doing okay," Luce murmured. The truth was that the longer she floated in the bay gazing up at that sparkling, translucent barricade under the bridge, the more anxious she became. She couldn't escape the feeling that she was asking too much from the Twice Lost mermaids. Something had to change, and soon, and she'd promised the humans that there would be a letter stating the mermaids' demands. "I think I have to go see Seb. If you want to, you could come with me." Imani shrugged. "I'll come meet him, sure. What did you want to see him about?" "There's something I need to ask him to do for us," Luce said. "He might be a little, I don't know, unreliable, but we don't know anyone else." 20 minutes later, they set off for the collapsing pier where Seb passed so much of his time. A day or two before, of course, Luce would have made a visit like this in the strictest secrecy, and she still had a sense that going to see a human friend was slightly disgraceful. There was a tinge of the forbidden to it, even now that she wasn't going alone. She was going with a whole mermaid delegation. Imani and Kala were with her, but also Graciela, Jo, and 2 other mermaids Luce had just met. It only seemed right that she include some of the others. After all, this was official business. Luce had asked the other mermaids to keep out of sight, at least at first. When they reached the pier, she surfaced alone, the others waiting below the water. Luce hadn't been there in broad daylight before, and the shattered holes in the factory windows formed constellations of black vacancy against the shining glass. Seb was there, sitting bolt upright and obviously expecting her.
"Hiya, General."
He grinned as she appeared.
"Hey, didn't know my little fishy friend was so danged important. You've sure thrown a whole bunch of big shots for one hell of a loop. Little Lucy just goosed the president, was what I said."
Luce winced a little at the thought that the other mermaids were listening to this. She hadn't considered the possibility that Seb would embarrass her, but apparently she should have. Was he drunk again?
"Seb,"
Luce tried.
"this is serious."
"Serious is right, girl. For right now, you've got them in such a knot that they don't know what to do. But you'd better expect that pretty soon they're going to hit you back. Hard. Kablooey."
"Seb, listen. I'm here to offer you a job."
That helped. Seb was startled out of his giddiness.
"A job, Miss Luce?"
"I mean,"
Luce said, suddenly shy,
"we couldn't pay you or anything, but—"
"With all the sunken treasure and rubies and pearls you all are hoarding, you say you can't pay me? You'll pay me, girl, and plenty."
Luce reeled back, her face flushing hot and her stomach tight. This was obviously a huge mistake, and it was humiliating that her friends were hearing a human speak to her with such impudence. But the fact was that they still needed help from someone on land.
I guess if we ever find anything like that, you could have it. We wouldn't need it.
Suddenly, Seb's manner changed completely.
I was just joking with you, General Luce. Don't look at me like that.
But, Luce started.
I'd do anything you asked me, General. Tout de suite. I thought you knew that. Sure didn't mean to hurt your feelings.
We could offer you a title, Seb.
Seb's eyes widened as he gazed at the water just behind Luce, and he jerked back a little. Luce glanced over her shoulder and saw that the rest of the mermaid delegation had broken through the surface, and, with their crossed arms and annoyed expressions, they looked more than a little intimidating. Luce was especially surprised to notice Imani's severe glare. After a few moments, Seb partly recovered.
What's my title? I mean, General, I hope you understand I didn't intend any kind of disrespect.
Twice lost ambassador, Luce informed him.
A flurry of expressions passed over Seb's worn face. First shock, then wonder, and then tears came into his eyes.
Ambassador, Miss Luce? I got to say, I'm really honored.
After a moment, though, his customary impish smirk twisted his mouth again.
But I do feel obliged to inform you of something. I've been lost a whole lot more than just twice.
Luce considered that. She recalled events that hadn't occurred to her much during all the recent upheaval, watching her mother die when she was 4, then her father's disappearance, the awful loss of Nausicaa, Dana's fury at her, Dorian's shocking cruelty, and the massacre of her former tribe.
So have I. That doesn't change anything. I'm still the twice-lost general.
Seb was nodding now, but he kept glancing nervously at the other mermaids.
So, what's my first assignment?
Luce meant to smile at him, but she couldn't. Their situation was already overwhelming, even desperate, and Luce knew that what she was planning to do was going to make it even harder for the mermaids to eke out any kind of victory.
We'll come back late tonight. Can you get me a pen and paper by then?
There was a brief pause.
Sure, Miss Luce,
Seb said gravely.
I can do that for you.
When Luce flopped heavily into the hammock under the old factory, Katerina was already there. Luce flinched. She felt too drained to deal with a confrontation, but those moon-gray eyes were watching her, steady and assessing. There didn't seem to be much choice.
Kat,
Luce started.
I'm sorry. I know I should have already told you that I found my dad alive, and I know I owe you an apology for thinking you probably killed him.
Kat was still staring at her, and her expression didn't change at all. Luce sighed.
I am really sorry. I know I wasn't fair. I was completely sure he'd drowned, and since his boat vanished somewhere near your territory, it seemed like you must—
Oh, Luce, Katerina interrupted. That doesn't matter much, does it? I certainly would have killed him with great pleasure if I'd come across his boat. He was lucky. Kat gave an odd grin. If it weren't that I've accepted, for now, your perverse insistence on sparing human lives, I might still. Not if I knew it was your father, I suppose. Luce decided not to let Katerina provoke her.
Then are you mad at me about something else? I keep feeling like you are. I don't know, it's the way you look at me.
You've certainly been full of surprises, Lucette. I'm frightened by what you're doing. I've told you that, and I'm extremely worried about you. Luce felt an unexpected flash of pride.
Do you still think everybody is going to turn against me?
The mermaid seemed so strong now, and in her heart Luce knew that strength resulted from the decisions she'd made. Even Yuan seemed to have let go of her obsession with the past, caught up as she was in the elation of their new challenges. Katerina only shrugged dismissively.
Oh, for now, of course, you're the hero. The great mermaid general, upsetting all the rules, bringing them the gift of a new way of singing, making everyone believe that they have a magnificent cause to live for.
Luce flared up at this. They do. We're finally doing something better than just thinking all the time about what humans did to us and killing.
They'll follow you, and they'll trust absolutely in anything you decide, Lucette. Until you fail, that is. Until you disappoint them. Then, of course, they'll go back to their old ways with a vengeance, and their hero will become to them the lunatic who led them into hell.
What makes you think I'll fail? Luce wanted to ask, but she couldn't. She couldn't ask that because she knew with painful clarity how horribly unlikely it was that she would succeed. The Twice Lost were holding the human military at bay for now, and they were making what Luce believed was a truly valiant effort. But in the long run, she had to admit that their prospects were still grim.
This is why you need me, Luce, because I don't see you as a hero, and I don't even believe in your cause. If we're going to fight, we should fight the way we always have, and the way they do, with death. You must have noticed when you were trapped in that horrible net that the humans hardly share your qualms about murder.
They will, though. They'll see. Luce trailed off, unable to completely believe in her own assertion. Would they even care that the mermaids wanted peace?
Your followers trust your judgment, Lucette. Foolishly, I think, but I don't trust you at all. And that makes me more valuable to you than any of them.
Luce tipped her head, wondering what Katerina was trying to tell her.
I don't trust you, Luce, Katerina repeated. I love you. As the naive mermaid I once rescued from drowning, and as my true sister. I've tried to see you as my queen, but I can't. Not when you violate every rule a queen should uphold. No, to me you are not our great leader, but only my strange little Lucette. And that means, unlike everyone else here, I can never lose faith in you.
Luce looked at Katerina's gray eyes, but they were gazing away into the blue rim of daylight beyond the pilings. Fiery hair sleeked around her pearl-colored shoulders. Luce wasn't happy with everything Katerina was saying to her, but as she looked into her former queen's face, she felt the almost infinite sadness there, as if it were welling in her own heart. And, Luce had to admit, it was a relief to think that there was somebody who didn't see her as a leader. Luce hesitated, then reached out and hugged Kat tight. I love you too, Kat. Even though we don't agree about a lot of stuff, and I'm going to keep doing things you think are totally crazy.
That doesn't matter, Katerina said again. What matters is that I stay near you and keep you as safe as I can.
I don't actually need to be safe, Kat. If I can stop the war, then I don't really care what happens to me. Katerina ignored that. Her attention had turned toward a mermaid Luce didn't recognize, a too-skinny Asian girl, perhaps 12 or 13 at most. Luce saw at once that this young mermaid was one of the hopelessly deranged ones. She kept writhing with a kind of exaggerated seductiveness, thrusting out her childish chest and licking one finger. Her behavior was sad and repulsive and almost impossible not to watch. It was a tic, Luce thought, like the way Jo was always gnawing on her own hands.
Like me,
Katerina said. Her voice was oddly flat. But Luce didn't want to say that the girl was clearly insane.
She was sold, like me.
Luce understood, and at the same time she struggled not to understand. Could a girl that young really have been sold to be used in that way? When Luce stole a quick glance at the young girl from the corners of her eyes, what she saw in the haze of dark shimmer around that sleek head was too sickening to be borne. No wonder Katerina thought that Luce's decision to protect humans was so indefensible.
Luce,
Katerina's voice had turned thin and strange.
Try to sleep. I'll wake you when it's time.
Luce obediently closed her eyes. Then, through the dark fringe of her lashes, she watched Katerina approach the young mermaid. Katerina whispered to the girl, her voice a steady, half-musical lull, and cradled her softly until her awful wriggling calmed. 23. The Letter. Just after midnight, the little girl mermaid who'd been appointed timekeeper came rushing up excitedly, saluting everyone she met as she told them their shift was over. One by one, the mermaids under the bridge were replaced by fresh singers just returned from sleeping in odd corners of the bay. Then a few of the smaller girls returned from the South Bay with their nets bulging with shellfish, and promptly got into a squabble over whose turn it was to have the honor of giving the off-duty lieutenants their dinner. The little mermaids looked abashed and stopped bickering as soon as Luce smiled at them.
"So," Yuan said, "got plans tonight? I heard about the new ambassador, Luce. I know we don't have a ton of options, but the dude does sound like kind of a joke."
Luce felt an unexpected impulse to defend Seb.
"I think he'll do fine, actually. At least you should give him a chance before you go around calling him, 'Hey, General, I wasn't trying to piss you off.' Okay, he sounds outstanding. Better?"
"We do have plans," Luce said shortly. "I need as many of the lieutenants as you think we can spare, Yuan, because we have to write the humans a letter, and I want to make sure that everybody basically agrees on what we should ask for."
"I thought that was the easy part," Yuan observed sardonically. "Like, oh, we'd be ever so obliged if you gracious humans might consider perhaps refraining from making lethal holes in us with pointy objects. Thank you quite a lot, the mermaids."
"I think it shouldn't be just about us. I mean, the war."
Luce looked off at the skyline. Slices of their giant wave were reflected on the glassy sides of skyscrapers, creating the illusion that there were waterfalls frothing brightly in the center of downtown. Yuan looked befuddled. "What else is it about?"
"I think that's why I need the lieutenants to come with us tonight, because it's a really big decision."
Yuan flashed Luce a strange, skeptical smile.
"You're about to do something totally crazy and reckless, aren't you?"
She grinned, pausing for one long beat.
"Well, you can count on me to help."
Luce laughed gratefully. She was amazed to realize how much Yuan truly meant it.
"Hey, Yuan, I'm sorry I snapped at you about Seb."
"Oh, it's okay. I know you identify with rejects like that, even though you're so totally not that yourself."
Luce opened her mouth and found she couldn't answer. She wasn't sure which part of Yuan's observation surprised her most.
"Hey," Yuan continued, "do you want me to ask Katerina to come with us? It would be easy not to, like I could just make a big thing about leaving her in charge here, if you'd rather not deal with her."
Luce was startled all over again.
"Of course she should come with us. I mean, why wouldn't I want her to?"
"I don't know, because she seems like she's always arguing with you. Like, first she was so intense about you being in charge, but now it seems like she's not 100% on your team."
Yuan hesitated.
"I hope I'm not making you mad again, Luce."
"It's okay."
Luce thought about it.
"She does argue with me, Yuan, but I trust her a lot."
Katerina's the one who doesn't trust me, Luce thought, but she decided not to say that. Yuan was staring at Luce with strange expectancy, her delicate mouth tensed as if it was crowded with words that she couldn't quite bring herself to say. Her tail came up behind her in a single nervous flip.
Luce, I've been thinking a lot about that thing you said."
Luce tilted her head in perplexity. Had she offended Yuan somehow?
"What thing?" "That thing you said to me about the girl, the one I saved. Like, maybe you're right that I don't need to hate myself so much because I did that, and I've been thinking about the person you saved, too."
Even as she spoke, Yuan was turning away from Luce.
Only one golden cheek was still visible, and it was blushing.
Catch you soon, General Girl.
At first, Luce felt relieved that Yuan was too embarrassed to continue the conversation, and then she felt a trace of something else, a tiny squirm of disappointment. What would happen if she did tell Yuan about her disastrous romance with Dorian? And had she really helped Yuan feel better about her violation of the Timok, her fall from mermaid society? The clock at the Embarcadero glowed, and Luce passed a peculiar sculpture that appeared to be a giant's bow firing an arrow into the ground. Above the surface there was the brilliant city. Below it the wings of rays, the fins of sharks, carved sensuous swoops from the darkness. Luce reached Seb's pier with her thoughts still flowing around Yuan and the uncharacteristic vulnerability that had moved in her voice. Soon 20 heads were floating just above the surface, the water webbed with spreading hair. Pools of milk-pale blonde, caramel brown, and inky black were punctuated by Katerina's shocking, fiery amber. Seb was there, wearing a reasonably presentable navy suit jacket and a much less presentable tie with a pattern of scarlet elephants on it. Luce was touched at the thought that he was making an effort to dress up for his new role. He seemed to have trouble looking at the assembled mermaids for long and kept staring down at the rotten planks.
So, General Luce?
It was Lieutenant Eileen, freckled and much less assertive than she'd seemed earlier.
Yuan filled us in a little bit, but I'm confused. I thought the whole idea of the wave was to just get the humans to back off, and it's working great for that. But Yuan said, maybe you had some kind of bigger idea?
I do, Luce said, but I feel like we're all in this together, and what I want to do is going to make it a lot harder for us to win, so I think it wouldn't be fair for me to insist on doing things my way. I wanted to ask you all, maybe you'll agree. Luce broke off, suddenly shy. Everyone was already struggling so hard and accepting such enormous risks because of her. How could she ask them for more than that?
You said you thought it shouldn't be just about us,
Yuan said. She was floating very close to Luce, and her gaze was oddly searching.
Like, of course you want the humans to stop killing us, but...
I do want them to stop killing mermaids, Luce said, but I also want them to stop killing the ocean. A stunned silence followed her words, so Luce tried to explain. I think the way humans treated us before we changed, and the way they're treating the world, they're really not that different. When I was swimming down here, I passed through this dead area where almost all the animals were just suffocated and rotting. Luce heard that her voice was getting higher, sharp and fervent.
And that's why you don't want to kill humans, Luce? Katerina purred sardonically. Because you've seen firsthand how much they destroy?
That is why, Luce snapped. She saw the way everyone was staring at her. Of course, it sounded like she was contradicting herself. Luce struggled to clarify. If we kill them, then they'll never get a chance to change.
So you're saying you want them to stop global warming and stuff? Ice melting at the North Pole and the sea levels rising?
Yuan laughed.
I thought that was a problem when I was human, all right? Then after I hit the water, I just thought, oh, hells yeah, more for us.
It's worse than that, Luce said seriously. She remembered everything she'd read and talked about with Dorian back when he'd been researching the ocean's problems. The ocean's warming up a lot faster than the animals can adapt, and it's getting way more acidic, too, from absorbing all the carbon. That has to stop or it'll kill all the coral and plankton and... Luce strained to recall the details. I think a lot of the shellfish, and then everything that needs those things to live. It's completely horrible.
And you don't think saving the mermaids is a big enough problem?
Eileen asked.
I'm not saying you're wrong, but it really sounds like a lot for us to try to do, you know? Like maybe we have enough to deal with.
We do, Luce agreed. It's already incredibly hard, just trying to stop the war.
I mean, I know, realistically, there's already a good chance we'll lose, and then the humans will do whatever it takes to wipe us out.
It was the first time she'd admitted this out loud, and she saw the shocked looks on her lieutenants' faces. They had more faith in the mermaid's ultimate victory than she did, Luce realized.
But I think we might die anyway. And mermaids have always been kind of stuck. Like all we've cared about is what the humans did to us, and how hurt we all are, and how much they deserve to die. But if everything's going to be different now, well, shouldn't we start caring about more than that?
There was another strained silence. Luce looked from face to face, trying to see the thoughts shifting inside their expressions. Seb looked oddly downcast, his mouth pinched and his eyes lowered. Yuan was biting her lip, but a half-smile was very gradually lifting the corners of her mouth, and there was a distinct spark in her eyes. Imani was watching Luce, but as if she was observing something far behind her. Eileen looked flummoxed and possibly angry, and Kala had started laughing with what seemed to be wicked delight. Katerina wore a contorted smirk. Luce couldn't guess how it would all turn out. Yuan went first.
I don't care if she's crazy. I'm with Luce.
She saw Luce's flash of surprise and grinned at her, though there was something a little ragged in it.
What's up with that look, Luce? I told you that.
Luce couldn't smile back. The choice they were facing weighed on her too much for that.
Imani?
Honestly, I think we'll die if we push the humans that far,
Imani whispered. She still had that faraway look. The glow of street lamps turned the droplets in her dark hair into clinging pearls.
But Luce, I think we should do it anyway. We need to go beyond ourselves. It's like we've been living in a sea that's too small for our hearts.
Kat?
You know how I feel, Lucette. We've had this discussion.
Luce felt vaguely annoyed.
Does that mean yes?
It means I don't care. Not...
Katerina shrugged.
Not about this. Really, Luce, plankton, write whatever you like.
Kala?
Yes. It's seriously about time we changed everything up. I'm into it. They went around the circle. There were some half-hearted objections and some answers that weren't exactly agreement, but most of the mermaids there seemed ready to share in Luce's goal of protecting the ocean. And while a handful of girls seemed uncertain, nobody actually told her no. Nobody except,
"Don't do it, Miss Luce."
Seb had been so quiet that she'd almost forgotten he was standing there. Luce turned on him with a look that made him twitch back a little.
Why not?
Well, because...
Seb hesitated, his gaze flicking to Luce's face and then down again.
If you're just telling the power out there that they've gotta stop blasting your kind, it's not going to cost them much more than their pride if they back down. And their pride, whatever kind of front they put up, their pride ain't actually worth more than...
Seb brushed his fingers across the air, batting away invisible gnats.
But what you're talking about now, General Luce, that'll cost them money. Money to change the way they do things. And as soon as you go messing with their finances, well, they won't rest until they've made sure that you're the one who pays for that.
Seb fell into a nervous silence as Katerina suddenly laughed, shrill and harsh.
I can vouch for the truth of what this human is saying, Lucette. Money is what drives those human creatures to distraction, dearer to them than...
Luce understood horribly what Katerina had stopped herself from saying. Dearer to them than their own daughters, dearer to them than I was. Impulsively, Luce caught Kat's hand and squeezed it. Seb flicked his eyes very briefly toward Katerina, and then broke out nodding.
So that's all I'm trying to say, General. I want to see you live through this, and I'll do whatever I can to help make sure that happens.
What does that matter?
Luce asked. The words burst out of her almost before she knew what she was saying.
If I can do what I have to do, who cares if I live through it? I mean, you were watching us on TV. You heard what that reporter said. Even my dad is out there telling people mermaids are just killers, making everyone hate us, when we're right in the middle of a war."
Luce's voice was suddenly veering out of control, spiking into odd, sharp notes of song as she spoke. Luce's lieutenants looked stunned, and there were a few random cries of concern. Imani swirled rapidly over and flung her arms around Luce, holding her tight and humming softly into her ear, soothing the dreadful, violent music out of Luce's voice. For an instant, Luce was angry. In the next heartbeat, she was grateful. Her voice had almost ripped away from her. In another moment, it might have leaped into the death song, and then she could have killed Seb without even wanting to. Luce quickly hugged Imani back. Her voice was still fighting a little inside her, and a mournful thickness gathered in her throat where she held it suppressed.
"Oh, Miss Luce," Seb said after a moment. "It's not like you've had a chance to check up on what that woman said, right? Maybe your dad didn't mean anything as bad as she made it out."
Luce tensed. "I don't want to hear about it, Seb." At least the song inside her had quieted. She could speak again without risking its release.
"Maybe if you heard the whole context of what he said, it would seem a little different than—"
"It doesn't matter." Luce felt taut, focused, and still a little angry, although she wasn't sure at what. "We've got work to do. Can I please have that paper now?" They spread it out in a spot where the planks were relatively level. Luce was surprised to see that it was heavy, obviously expensive ivory stationery emblazoned with the logo of what must be a fancy downtown hotel. "How'd you get this, Seb?" Luce's emotions were still running high, but now she felt close to laughter.
"Oh, you know," Seb said almost demurely. "I was fast. I figured, writing to the president or whoever, you should have something nice."
Luce thought about that. There'd been an election coming up when she'd transformed, and it suddenly occurred to her that she had no idea who'd won. Who is the president now? The mermaids around Luce looked blank.
"Leopold,"
Seb said. Luce shook the droplets off her hand. Her fingers still left wet prints on the paper. She took up one of Seb's pens and started writing in her best script, reading aloud as she went. "Dear President Leopold."
"He's not our president,"
Katerina snarled. Luce looked at her and nodded. "You're right. Okay, Dear President Leopold of the United States, humans, and all humans of the world. The mermaids of the twice-lost army don't want to be at war. We want peace with humans as soon as possible, but there are some things we need you to do first." Luce glanced around at the faces pressing in around her. No one said anything, so she kept going. All right. We already promised not to kill humans unless you force us to defend ourselves. If you agree to our demands, we'll lower the wave blockading the Golden Gate, and we'll do it very carefully so we don't damage anything. We'll also send messengers out to any mermaid tribes that still attack humans and do our best to persuade them to stop. In exchange, we want you to completely stop attacking mermaids, and we want you to stop killing the ocean. Global warming and the water becoming acidic and all the sea animals getting killed off are going to cause terrible problems for humans too. So what we're asking is really for your own good. Luce looked around again. Seb was grimacing, and Katerina had her head tipped back and an aloof, sarcastic look on her face. But Yuan nodded carefully. I think that sounds pretty good. Just something to finish up. Like they taught me in school, you want to end with something that sticks in the reader's mind. Luce thought again, then continued the letter. We're all kids. The oldest mermaids I know were only 17 or 18 years old when they changed form. I was in 8th grade. Why do we have to be the adults here? Will they take us seriously? Eileen asked, if we tell them that. Yuan grinned. How are we giving them the option of not taking us seriously?
Like, guys, hey, you've noticed there's this little issue with your ships getting out to sea these days, right?
Luce shook herself a little.
Does everybody agree? We should sign this?
Another brief silence followed.
Go ahead, Eileen said at last. We're in it. We might as well be really in.
Luce lifted the pen again, ready to sign General Luce. But shouldn't she remind everyone, her father especially, who she really was? The pen whipped into motion, and Luce's heart surged with some strange mixture of pride and bitterness. Sincerely, General Lucette Gray Korchak, the twice-lost army. That brought on a wave of agitated murmurs.
Your human name, Luce? Imani whispered.
It's not my human name, Luce said a little stiffly. It's just my name.
Katerina's tail swung up above the surface and slapped back down hard, spattering salt water across everyone and leaving tiny rounds of blurred ink on the letter.
Luce, you must remember. When you first changed, you must remember how I told you.
I remember that you told me I didn't need my whole name anymore, Kat, Luce announced. I also remember that you never asked me how I felt about that.
Katerina's mouth went round with a mixture of surprise and anger. She seemed to be on the verge of some outburst. Then, after a moment, she closed it again.
Luce, Imani said gently, can I see that pen?
Luce gave it to her. Imani slid over in front of the letter and stared for just an instant. Then she wrote, Lieutenant Imani Michaela Portman.
Oh my God.
Yuan exhaled the words.
I can't do that, Luce. I mean, my old last name, that was my father's name. I was so glad to ditch that, and
it's okay, Luce said. Everybody should sign with whatever name they feel is right. Soon the bottom of the paper was covered in a dark lace of signatures. Most of the mermaids stuck to their first names, but there were a few who followed Luce's and Imani's example.
It's so weird to even think of my old name again,
a slender blonde murmured as she inscribed the name Lieutenant Natasha Elizabeth Lindberger.
Like one of those dogs you read about that finds their owner 3,000 miles away.
Natasha was the last mermaid to sign. Seb sighed.
Should I scribble that up too?
Luce looked at him. Will you? Seb knelt on the planks. His coarse hand lifted the pen from Natasha's dimly luminous fingers. Twice lost ambassador, Sebastian Grassley. Okay, Luce said. Even more than meeting Dorian, than becoming general, than raising a standing tsunami under the Golden Gate Bridge, this moment felt new, volatile, radiating unpredictable consequences. 1,000 possible hideous endings and as many astonishing beginnings might unravel from this moment at this broken-down pier under the dark-eyed night.
Seb, you have a new job to do.
He nodded, then folded the letter and tucked it carefully in a pocket inside his jacket.
Get this out there, right? Copies got to go to TV networks, newspapers, the White House.
Send it out, Luce agreed. She felt breathless.
Send it everywhere you can. Soon everyone is going to know what we're fighting for.
Seb nodded and walked off abruptly. Luce watched him go, his hunched figure illuminated at intervals by the pooled glow of the street lamps, sorry at the thought that she hadn't really thanked him. Kala was farther out at the end of the pier, watching something that Luce couldn't see because of the pilings in the way.
Hey,
Kala called a bit suspiciously.
I don't know you. Are you at the Twice Lost?
Not yet, a voice replied. Luce felt something opening deep inside her, a longing so profound that it felt like an incurable wound.
I would ask to join with you. I have heard reports of your great general, the one whose voice the water answers and who shares her skill with all unstintingly, the one who will not be called queen, who leads us in defiance of humans and gods alike, and who will change from the very meaning of being a mermaid."
Luce let out a half-sung shriek. The water followed her voice in an explosive fountain, and foam spattered down like heavy snow. She tried to speak and failed. Instead, she screamed again, her voice carrying all the love and joy and frantic gratitude that she could not yet make herself shape into a name. A dark bronze figure with massy coils of black hair swam into view and smiled at her. Nausicaa. 24. Reunion. Nausicaa had never been particularly inclined to show affection through hugging or touch, but that didn't stop Luce. She leaped from the water, her tail breaching and thrashing in midair, and knocked Nausicaa several feet backwards as she crashed down and embraced her. They spoke fast but softly, their voices rushing over and through each other. "Nausicaa! Nausicaa, I didn't know if you would ever—"
"Dearest Luce, I promised I would find you again."
"I wanted to keep looking for you so much, but then I needed to try to change things here, and—"
"You have done exactly as you ought to, Luce, exactly as I always dreamed you would. I knew what I saw in you, and I was not mistaken."
"But if it hadn't been for you, I never could have done any of it. There were so many times, while you were away from me, Nausicaa, you—"
"Yes, Luce?"
"While you were away, you saved me so many times."
Luce was suddenly, giddily aware that that might sound like another contradiction. How could she explain that Nausicaa's remembered voice had come for her again and again, always just when she needed it most? Nausicaa was beaming, her green-black eyes starry with tears.
"You should allow yourself more credit, Luce. But I'm thankful if I've helped you."
"No, you don't know how much, Nausicaa. There was this ice floe, and I would have let go and drowned if I hadn't been thinking of you. And I would have killed Dorian, except I remembered what you said to me, and—"
Luce broke off, appalled by the bitter tang of Dorian's name on her lips, and just as abruptly realized that all her lieutenants were listening. Katerina's face looked greenish, her eyes narrowed and her mouth misshapen. Even Yuan was scowling. Luce realized with a jolt that not everyone there would be delighted by the arrival of this darkly powerful newcomer.
"Everybody, this is Nausicaa. She came to Alaska after you left, Kat. We got to be friends. She's a really great singer and she'll be a big help."
Nausicaa tilted her head and smiled politely at Katerina's glowering face.
"Hello, Katerina. Luce spoke of you often." "We've already met, Nausicaa,"
Katerina snarled. Nausicaa stared. For a moment her face went completely blank and confused. Then she looked up at the buildings, almost as if her lost memory might reappear in one of those broken windows. She shook her head.
"I apologize. Where have we met? I can't recall."
"You can't recall." Katerina simpered the words mockingly.
"I suppose you can't recall Queen Marina, either?"
"Marina, yes, of course. I have not traveled through her territory for some time, however. Do you have news of her?" Nausicaa looked at Katerina again. "You were in Marina's tribe once? Oh, perhaps I do remember something of you."
"Marina's been dead for 25 years.
"I'm sorry."
"And she never should have trusted you."
There was a swing and a clap of Katerina's bronze-gold fins, and she was gone. The silence that followed lasted much too long, and Luce found herself wondering if Katerina's words had really been as spontaneous and emotional as they seemed. Maybe she'd been calculating the best way to make everyone suspicious of Nausicaa before they even got to know her. Yuan was the one who rose to the occasion. Her jealous look was gone, and she grinned at Nausicaa with distinctly forced lightness. "Hey, sorry about that, Nausicaa. Kat's just being like that. She's not completely down with all the big changes around here, and she's kind of been getting moody a lot." Nausicaa shook her head.
"I should speak with her. I'm not entirely sure if I deserve her anger. But thank you for your welcome. You are?
Yuan. A quick shiver of hesitation followed, almost too brief to be noticeable. And if you're Luce's friend, then we're all really happy to have you. Luce looked at Yuan, unsure if she'd heard a tiny hint of emphasis on the word if. She decided to ignore it. Yuan's in charge of organizing the twice-lost army, Nausicaa, and she's brilliant at it. And she's one of my best friends, too. It was true, Luce realized, but that wasn't why she'd chosen this particular moment to come out and say it. Yuan flashed Luce a look, warm but also a little sardonic. Then she flurried into action, introducing everyone to Nausicaa, reminding some mermaids that they should return to the bridge for the rest of their shift, and others that they should go and get some sleep. When almost everyone had gone, Yuan cocked her head at Nausicaa. So, Nausicaa, did Luce already teach you how to sing to the water? 'Cause if you're with us, that's the first order of business.
Of course, but I have yet to learn this skill, Yuan.
Yuan was nodding. You'll be studying with the best. Well, I'll leave you guys to it, and Luce, you're excused from your next shift. I won't expect you at the bridge until 6 in the evening, okay? Luce gazed at Yuan for a moment, then splashed over to hug her. She knew Yuan was still fighting a twinge of jealousy, and it was incredibly generous of her to offer Luce extra time with Nausicaa this way. I'd be setting a really bad example if I did that, though, Yuan. I'll be there at 6 in the morning. Yuan shrugged, but she looked pleased. See you soon, then. God, I'm only going to get like 3 hours of sleep. Then Luce was alone with Nausicaa in a night filled with hovering lights, the breathing sounds of cars on distant highways, the dark scrolls of indigo clouds. A light rain was just starting to fall. They stared at each other. Those were really the same blackish eyes with their look of ironic wisdom, really the same smile turned a bit grim with the weight of centuries, and the same wonderfully unpredictable intelligence sparking behind those features. Luce realized she'd always assumed that Nausicaa had simply seen too much and grown too jaded to feel the same depth of love that Luce felt for her. She was thinking of that when Nausicaa let out a short, astonished laugh and threw her arms around Luce's shoulders, squeezing her tight.
My dearest, bravest Queen Luce, with all the languages I know added together, I don't seem to find enough words.
Luce buried her face against Nausicaa's cool shoulder. I wish you wouldn't call me that, Nausicaa. You know I'm never going to be queen anything.
But Luce, Nausicaa murmured, it has taken me these 3,000 years to find the mermaid whom I wish to call my queen. How can you deny me that joy?
No matter how many times she'd been lost, Luce thought, she was suddenly even more found. As long as Nausicaa was with her, she was bound. They settled on the shore under the pier, rain seeping in slow trickles between the planks and pocking the drowsy water. Luce poured out the story of all the events that occurred after Nausicaa had left Alaska. Somehow, Luce didn't mind talking about Dorian with Nausicaa, and she told her everything, how she'd been driven away from him by the encroaching ice, how she'd been swept out to sea in a storm and then found her father miraculously alive but enthralled by spirits on a remote island. She told Nausicaa how the long effort to free her father from that enchantment had made her late in returning to Dorian, and how he'd betrayed her for a human girlfriend rather than wait. How very close she'd come to killing him in her heartbreak, how she'd tried to warn her old tribe away from the area, only to find that they'd returned to their cave after Anais murdered a mermaid from Sedna's tribe. Then how, as she was still stunned by Dorian's betrayal, she'd found her former tribe slaughtered, their cave dripping with fresh blood. Nausicaa had asked very few questions while Luce spoke, only held her and sometimes nodded. After all, nothing about the story surprised her. She'd even predicted Dorian's treachery before it happened. But at Luce's account of finding the torn and partly dismembered bodies of the mermaids she'd once lived with, Nausicaa was suddenly sharply alert.
That Psyche? Nausicaa growled. Was she among the dead?
Anais? She must have been. Nausicaa, there were bodies all over the place. I saw faces split in half. I saw...
But did you see Anais? See her there, clearly dead, her body reverted to human form? If you did not notice her distinctly enough for her name to arise in your mind...
Luce didn't want to search her memories of what she'd found in that cave.
What does that matter? Nausicaa, they killed everyone. I couldn't think about names.
A Psyche will always find a way to save herself, Luce. If you did not remark her face among the dead, we must believe she lives.
Luce stared. It took her a moment to process Nausicaa's words. I guess it could be possible, but even if she did escape, it's hard to see why that matters now. With the tribe dead, she can't really hurt them anymore.
It might matter very much, Luce. It depends on the price that Anais paid for her life. It was likely bought at a cost no decent mermaid would consider.
You mean...
Luce, what happened next?
Luce was suddenly finding it hard to concentrate. It took a huge effort to focus her mind and keep up the story. How the silent black boat appeared and the divers fired on her before she knew what was happening. How, in the impulse of her rage and terror, she'd called the wave and flung the boat furiously against the cliff, then fled in a daze to warn as many mermaids as she could. Her hallucinations and the encounter with the school of huge squids, her collapse, those humans holding a camera. Jem's cave, the massacre there. Then what Luce overheard about the divers' search for one mermaid in particular, her, and how they seemed to know far too much about her. How she'd concluded that Dorian must have informed on her, and thereby placed other mermaids in the line of fire. Nausicaa was already shaking her head, her fins flicking with impatience.
It was Anais who told them of you. Luce, this only proves to me that she still lives, perhaps as a captive. How has your pride kept you from seeing something so obvious as this?
What makes you think it wasn't Dorian? Nausicaa, I didn't want to believe he could do something like that either, but...
He could not. If he spoke more than he should, he did so naively, with no intent to harm you. Luce, I know him.
I thought I knew him too.
You know him still. Your pride and your hurt prevent you from seeing what you know. You make blind your own thoughts, and they wander in the darkness.
If it had been anyone but Nausicaa who had said that to her, Luce would have felt nothing but resentment. As it was, her tail was beating the water into a froth, and she twisted out of Nausicaa's embrace.
You'd rather make up some crazy story about Anais than admit you were wrong about someone, some human. You know why I'm glad I didn't drown Dorian, Nausicaa, because he didn't even deserve the honor of being killed by me, after how shallow he turned out to be.
Nausicaa burst out laughing uncontrollably, and Luce fell into an annoyed silence. Then, as Nausicaa kept on giggling, Luce found herself breaking into a responsive grin. Maybe she was being a little overdramatic.
Oh, such pride you have now, Queen Luce. I cannot begrudge you. You've earned this new arrogance, I admit that. But...
Nausicaa couldn't keep talking. She was laughing too hard again. And, to Luce's surprise, she felt grateful to Nausicaa for laughing at her. Okay, maybe you're right about Anais, Nausicaa. Maybe. But that doesn't mean Dorian hasn't been trying to hurt me, to get some kind of revenge. They could both...
Oh, Luce.
Nausicaa had finally mastered her laughter.
Dawn will be with us soon. You must teach me your way of singing so that the water will understand me and answer my voice, and I must learn your methods of teaching as well. Clearly, the next great task falls to me, much as it will pain me to leave you again.
Luce couldn't believe what she was hearing.
You can't leave. Nausicaa, Are you just trying to upset me? You can't actually mean that.
Nausicaa gazed at her strangely, almost speculatively.
We need each other, Luce. I am more aware of this than ever.
Then how can you even talk about...
But, as truly as you need me beside you, your struggle needs me more. Think of what I can do for the twice lost. At present, you and your followers here are alone in this battle, isolated in this bay without support. The humans have only this one group to overcome, and then everything you strive for will be destroyed. But I am accustomed to traveling great distances. I speak so many languages that their words tangle like brambles in my mind, and I am known well to hundreds of mermaid queens throughout the world. Luce was beginning to understand Nausicaa's reasoning. She just didn't want to understand it.
So you're saying you'll go teach what we can do to other tribes? Of course, mermaids in other countries probably needed a way to defend themselves just as desperately as the Twice Lost did, or else they would very soon.
More than that, dearest Luce. I will carry your skill to distant tribes, yes, so that they are not entirely helpless against these helmeted soldiers. But more than that, I will spread your movement and your goals. The humans will soon have more than just the dock mermaids of San Francisco to contend with.
Nausicaa laughed again, a little harshly. Dock mermaids? Luce wasn't entirely happy with Nausicaa's tone. There'd been an audible breath of disdain in it.
Strange enough, but this is true the world over, Luce. Those mermaids outcast by their own kind gather at the margins of great human cities. They hide themselves between the two worlds, in the shadows there, under the docks or factories or in half-sunk ships. Breakers of the Tiamat most often become dock mermaids, just like these, you know.
You know you broke the Tiamat too, Luce pointed out. Nausicaa had spoken with Dorian at least twice, and those were just the violations Luce knew about. In 3,000 years, there might have been others. Nausicaa hesitated.
I did?
And so did I. I am a dock mermaid too. Nausicaa smiled at Luce, her expression wry and thoughtful, and reached to stroke her hair. For several seconds, neither of them spoke.
Then I will travel to the dock mermaids first, Queen Luce. The outcast mermaids of this world will be your vanguard. The Twice Lost will be the ones who create the mermaid's future.
Luce looked at her. And after the war, if there is any after, Nausicaa, if we live, then... Nausicaa smiled, but there a shadow seemed to flit behind her eyes.
Then we may still have Proteus to contend with, Queen Luce. I cannot imagine that the god who gave the mermaids their form and their destiny will take kindly to your defiance of the Tiamat. The first mermaids, the unnamed twins, know me as an old friend, but even they might refuse to listen to me speak in your defense. You have not merely broken our law for yourself, after all.
Luce barely registered the words. But I need to know what you'll do after the war, Nausicaa. I don't care what Proteus does.
I will not part from you again.
It all made sense. Nausicaa was obviously making the right decision for everyone. Luce could almost accept that. At least she could accept it until she pictured Nausicaa swimming away from her again. Then her emotions all roiled in rebellion, wild with unreasonable urges to somehow force Nausicaa to stay with her, no matter the cost. Water dripped from the rotting planks, and dull gray light suffused the morning sky. Nausicaa's singing lessons would have to wait. It was almost time to report to the bridge. Soon she and Nausicaa swam close enough to the bridge to feel the water trembling against their skin from that overwhelming song. There were the usual animals, clouds of weaving blackish fish and scarf-winged rays, and up above, something Luce didn't recognize. She felt a quick impulse of fear. Maybe whatever was floating on the surface was some new weapon or a trap. There were dangling lines at its base that might be the wires of some strange bomb. She surfaced at a cautious distance to take a look at it. Roses. It was a messy bouquet of pale pink roses, balloons tied among them to make them float. Those trailing things Luce had taken for wires were actually curled white ribbons. Some human, Luce decided, must have dropped them in the water by accident. Beside her, Nausicaa gazed quizzically at the flowers. Kala appeared at her elbow and prodded the bouquet. "They've started throwing us presents." She sounded somewhere between exasperated and wearily amused. "The humans on shore, I mean. And they keep calling out, trying to get us to come talk to them, General Luce. Nobody knows what to do, and that's not even the worst thing." Suddenly, her tone veered close to hysteria. "What is this worst thing?" Nausicaa asked. Kala started. "I guess I should just show you. We're all staying under the surface as much as we can because every time they notice one of us, they freak, and no one knows how to react." On the San Francisco side, the bridge's base was joined by a large parking lot. As usual these days, it was packed with people. Some of them had started bringing folding chairs with them, or else simply sat on the pavement with their eyes closed and their heads thrown back, wrapped in the shimmering music of hundreds of mermaid voices joined together. But there were others who pressed purposely forward, some with mouths wide open but soundless, their expressions eager or ravenous or crazed. Luce, Nausicaa, and Kala had surfaced some 20 yards from shore, and at the sight of them, the watchers squeezed together at the water's edge, began shouting desperately, waving their arms to beckon the mermaids closer. Dozens of police wearing headphones stood stiffly among the listeners. Luce didn't understand why they were there until a tall young woman with a mohawk leaped into the water, only to be promptly hauled out and dragged away in handcuffs. And, Luce realized, some of the humans on shore were carrying signs. At first glance, they might have been mistaken for the kind of signs people carry at a political demonstration. But at the second... "That's what I was talking about," Kala groaned. "It's so... I never knew I could feel so sorry for humans, but this is just horrible." Faces. The signs had blown-up photographs on them, sometimes blurry or grainy from how much they'd been enlarged. And they were all photographs of girls, grayish in the overcast dawn light. In those poster-sized images, tiny girls in ruffles blew out the candles on their birthday cakes, smiling teenagers draped insouciantly over leaning bicycles, and nervous-looking 10-year-olds held up just unwrapped Christmas sweaters. And scrawled above or below or across those images were the names, printed in huge letters: Melinda Crawford, Caridad Rosario, Precious Taylor Hawkins. Luce heard a low, keening cry, and then realized it had come from her own throat, noise squeezed up by the painful tightness in her stomach. "Oh my God," Luce finally managed. "They're the parents? Of girls who vanished, or—" "I know," Kala murmured. "I know. It's the worst thing I've ever seen. Maybe some of those girls are mermaids now, but the others?" Kala didn't need to finish the thought. A lot of those girls probably weren't on land anymore, but their families wouldn't find them in the water either. A lot of them would never be found alive. The desperate parents screamed and pumped their signs into the air, trying to get the mermaids' attention. Luce felt the hot, salt stripes of tears crossing her cheeks. She couldn't bring herself to look away from those signs. She didn't think she recognized any of those faces, but maybe if she just looked long enough she'd notice a familiar smile or a name she knew. Kala noticed the intensity of Luce's gaze and nervously twirled an auburn lock around one finger. "I know. I keep staring like that, too. I mean, I guess people whose daughters actually turned into mermaids wouldn't care enough to come and look for them, but..." Luce thought of her father. Before what that reporter had told her, she definitely would have expected him to be standing there, too. Now everything was different. "I wish we could do something for them," Luce sighed. "I just don't know what, unless we recognize one of those faces." Nausicaa was oddly silent, looking back at the row of humans watching her. "So, General?" Kala asked after a moment. "We need to know the rules. I know you said the TMOC has to be different now, but, well, are we allowed to talk to them?
I know you talked to that reporter and everything, and Seb, but that was all official stuff, and I wasn't sure if everybody—" Luce thought about that. It seemed a little risky, and, ready as she was to overturn the old Timok, the idea of unrestricted socializing with humans still made her uncomfortable. On the other hand, it would be way too hypocritical to say that it was okay for her to talk to humans, but not okay for the rest of the twice-lost army. After all, her relationship with Dorian had hardly counted as official business. "The mermaids can talk to anyone they want," Luce announced. "Let all the lieutenants know that. They can tell the girls in their divisions." Kala's hazel eyes went wide. "Really?" "Really. Just ask everybody to please remember that we all represent the twice-lost army, and we shouldn't say anything that's not true or that could make humans hate us any worse. Okay?"
"Luce," Nausicaa interrupted sharply, "this is a dangerous decision. Many of those humans are not to be trusted."
"We need to start trusting them, though," Luce told her, "because we need them to trust us."
"You as well as anyone, Queen Luce. You know the grief that comes of this. Allow them to draw close to humans, and soon enough a great number of your followers will be disordered by love for human males. It cannot end well."
"I don't see why that shouldn't work out," Kala interjected. "Just because we're in the water."
Nausicaa flashed her a dark look. "We'll have to risk it," Luce decided. Kala's comment made it all too clear that Nausicaa was right, but I just don't think we can avoid talking to humans anymore, no matter what happens. Just ask everybody to be really careful, Kala, okay? Kala leaped impulsively, her dark turquoise tail breaching and flashing in the somber gray light, provoking a flurry of shouts from the onlookers. Then she darted away to tell everyone the news. Nausicaa looked worried. Behind her, the mermaids of the morning shift were streaking below the surface to take their places in the line, while those who had been singing through the night began to break away, one by one, and head home to rest. "Do you want to go with them, Nausicaa? You could probably use some sleep."
"I prefer to remain with you, Luce. Today I will listen and learn what I can of your singing in that way."
Luce didn't want to admit it, but she was relieved to have Nausicaa's company. The frantic cries of the people on the shore clanged through her mind, and she had to force herself to look away. Not all the off-duty mermaids were heading back to their encampments, Luce realized. Word of the new rules had already spread, and a few mermaids were swimming directly under Luce's tail, heading straight for the human crowds. 25. Facing the water. She was too far away for him to be completely sure, but as he squeezed through the mob near the water's edge, Andrew Korchak caught a distant glimpse of a mermaid with short dark hair turning away and then vanishing.
"Luce!"
"Yeah!" a teenage boy standing near him called, and burst into shrill, ecstatic laughter.
"Go, General Luce!"
Andrew glared at him, but the boy had his eyes closed, his voice humming faintly in a drowsy counterpoint to the piercingly sweet thrum of hundreds of mermaid voices. Those voices washed through Andrew's mind, they curled around each thought and shocked him with a kind of electrical tenderness. It was impossible to stay entirely clear-headed. Instead, he seemed to sweep through a heart as large as the sea, and everyone else in the crowd drifted with him. It was glorious, intoxicating. No wonder all these people couldn't stay away. He'd spent a couple of days curled up in the tool shed of an empty, rickety house with a faded for sale sign listing in the front lawn, dreaming of Kathleen and crying. Then he'd come to the decision that, even if he hated the mermaid who had killed Kathleen, and even if he wasn't so sure now that the rest of them weren't worth hating too, still, he couldn't blame Luce for that. Luce hadn't personally murdered Kathleen, that much was almost certain. And if he did have a few lingering doubts, well, the only way to deal with them was to talk to Luce face to face. He'd staggered out of his tool shed,
only to find Luce's picture splashed across every newspaper he saw. General Luce. He couldn't get used to the idea that anyone actually called her that. His bookish, gentle, painfully shy little girl had become a mermaid general leading a naval blockade and giving defiant speeches on television? Did he even know who she was anymore? His confusion only lasted until he sat down with a crumpled newspaper he'd found lying in the street and read what Luce had actually said. Those words did sound like they belonged to his Lucette, just to the side of her that she'd usually been too shy to show to anyone but him. She was still honest and deep-hearted and strong, still doing the best she could in terrible circumstances. And then, what that reporter had said to her, that woman almost made it sound like he'd started some kind of anti-mermaid campaign, when in reality he and Kathleen had been doing the only thing they could think of to help. And Luce went and stood up for him anyway, and told the world to believe whatever he said. Yeah, he still knew exactly who Luce was. That was his girl, all right, and he never should have let himself doubt her. And he urgently needed to find her, no matter what it took, and explain how that reporter had distorted what he'd said in his video. He'd hitchhiked the rest of the way to San Francisco, and now, well, he still had a little bit farther to go. Hey! The teenage boy's eyes had flown open, carried on some tremulous gust in the music. Hey, aren't you from that video? The guy who came out and told everyone about them? General Luce's father? You are. Great. Somehow this wasn't a possibility that had occurred to him, and attracting attention was hardly going to help him get past the line of scowling cops he could make out now between the close, pressed bodies ahead. His first irritated impulse to deny his identity, though, almost instantly shifted into the idea that he might be able to turn it to his advantage. Shh, Andrew hissed. He made his tone confiding, conspiratorial. I've got to get to her. As he'd hoped, the boy nodded, but then he kept on nodding as if he were too entranced to stop. That won't be easy. They're stopping everyone. Boats, anyone who tries to swim. I've seen like 5 people get arrested since midnight. I don't know how you can. How about you distract the cops so I can get a head start? There are police boats patrolling too, though. And then I think the mermaids have their own guards, and they might think you were trying to attack them or something. If I can just make it as far as the mermaid guards, they'll bring me to Luce, Andrew whispered, with far more assurance than he actually felt. They're not about to piss their general off by drowning her dad. Well, maybe they wouldn't, but he'd worry about that once he got to them. Okay, the boy said dreamily. Okay, but hey, will you tell her I helped you? So there it was. The kid would do a better job if he was feeling really motivated. Yeah, I absolutely will. What's your name? Josh Bird. Tell her I really believe in what she's doing. I know people are complaining that it's bad for the economy, but I think she's right to try to protect the mermaids. Tell her. There was a sudden clamor of jabbering voices, moaning, half-musical cries, and screams from the edge of the water. Andrew tipped his head, and he and Josh elbowed their way through bodies that were now so compressed that they seemed more like some squirming, inhuman substance than like actual people. Once they fought their way through to the front, they saw what was causing this fresh disturbance. 5 mermaids were floating only 20 feet away, looking at the crowd with what appeared to be a kind of stage fright. They were so beautiful that the sight of their faces seemed to burn Andrew's eyes. Hi? One of the mermaids ventured, her shyness contrasting strangely with her ferocious loveliness. General Luce says it's okay for us to talk to you. The crowd yowled. Several people who were carrying signs swung them recklessly, and the mermaid glanced around at her friends and started backing away. Don't scare them, Josh yelled. Everybody act calm. Don't scare them. One brown-skinned mermaid flicked her way just a little closer, gazing with obvious pity at someone Andrew couldn't see, someone on the shore to his left, probably standing right at the front of the crowd. God, there's something I have to tell you about Melinda. We were friends, and she—" The mermaid broke off in alarm, but this time what had spooked her wasn't the crowd's uproar, but an even more abrupt and disturbing silence. She visibly gathered her courage and kept speaking. "I'm sorry I have to tell you this. Melinda's dead. I saw her get killed by those divers with the helmets. They got her in the throat with a spear. I saw it, and I couldn't do anything to help her. I barely got away. But Melinda—" Horror pitched sharply through the mermaid's voice, and Andrew suddenly noticed the long, imperfectly healed, crimson slash that began at her left shoulder and disappeared where the water covered her chest. It must have been the distracting power of her beauty that had stopped him from seeing sooner that she was hurt. He had the funny feeling that everyone watching the mermaid had noticed her wound at the same moment he did. People around him gasped, sobbed. And then a woman pitched headlong into the water, bobbing limply face down as if she'd fainted. Beside her floated the sign she'd been carrying, emblazoned with the name Melinda Crawford above an enormous photo of a beaming, honey-haired teenager. Water sloshed across the girl's smiling face, dragging it under. Police were in the water, grappling with that unconscious body. Around Andrew, people screamed and tried to surge toward the spot. Someone else dived and was instantly caught and flung back toward the shore. In the corner of his eye, he saw Josh leap forward, shouting, crashing into 3 of the cops and toppling one of them. As distractions went, it was all pretty prime. And then those mermaids were so close. What with how crazy everyone was acting, they'd probably never come this close again. The only thing still separating him from the water was a low embankment of heaped rocks. Andrew stepped up onto it, seeing Melinda Crawford's face half erased by green darkness, seeing the single police officer who turned to stare at him with a look of furious realization, and hurled himself over the edge. Gray and salt and cold. The violent rhythmic thrashing of his arms as he propelled himself forward, beating the low waves. Up ahead, he caught a glimpse of blue, frightened eyes as a mermaid turned to gape at him. He spat out salt water and called, "Luce! General Luce! I need to talk to her!" The rush and whirl of mermaid song was much louder inside the water than it had been on shore. His brain seemed to tremble and melt into strange new shapes, rippling waveforms. His vision was divided between the gray of the sky above and the slopping green confusion of the water. He lurched high enough to peer across the water's surface, trying to catch sight of those brilliant blue eyes, of the flash of fins. They didn't seem to be there anymore. Maybe just a little farther ahead? He kicked harder, his jeans and sneakers dragging at the water. Then he felt a pair of hands closing on his calf, hard, and shoved his heel back in the direction where he guessed the face must be. He didn't have much time left. "Hey, mermaids! I'm General Luce's dad. I need to see her." A black boat zoomed in, almost colliding with Andrew's head. He tried to dive under it, but those hands were still jerking him backwards, and now someone else was leaning in from above and twisting his right arm sharply up behind his back. His body rocked crazily from side to side as he tried to pull free. But more hands kept closing on him, and the mermaids were singing indifferently in the distance. Had they even heard him? He was already hauled halfway out of the water, the boat's edge digging into his stomach, when he felt a horrible, staticky buzzing at his temple. He heard his own sharp scream as his limbs spasmed, and for a while the world was smeared black and senseless. He came to, face down on the boat's curved bottom, his wrists shackled behind him and his legs somehow immobilized. Water sloshed against his cheek, and his sodden clothes encased him in stiffness and cold. Someone was rummaging through his pockets. "No ID on this guy, then?" a man asked behind him. The voice was all wrong, prickly and distorted, like it was coming through some kind of speaker. Someone else laughed, a little nastily. Somehow, laughter sounded even worse than speech did through that veil of electrical noise.
"Didn't you hear? We don't need ID. Guy already said who he is, and he wasn't talking to us either. I heard him shouting something about General Luce. He isn't the first of these berserkers he said he's her dad, and I'd say he looks right, too."
There was a stunned pause, and then the first man whooped.
"We got Andrew Korchak? About time. God, we've been hearing enough about it. I figured he'd turn up here eventually. What do you think they'll charge him with? You think aiding and abetting the enemy will stick?"
Great job there, pal, Andrew thought. Great job on the getting to Luce. Great job explaining everything. The curved shell of the boat vibrated as the motor roared. Air rushed across Andrew's back. With an effort, he just managed to crane his head far enough to catch a last glimpse of the Golden Gate Bridge falling into a wild gray sky. The last velvety resonance of the mermaid's song faded away. It was mid-afternoon the next day when Moreland went to visit Anais, an even odder smile than usual on his face.
"Hello there, tadpole."
Anais hesitated for only a second before swimming over, but she didn't look up at him. Moreland stood with his hands spread on the glass, enjoying her lowered eyes and cowed expression.
"What do you want me to do now?"
Moreland couldn't resist pushing his luck a little.
"Aren't you happy to see me, tadpole? All alone in this tank all day, nothing to do? But you know I always bring the fun, don't I?"
"It's not the same,"
Anais barely muttered. She looked very pale, her golden hair matted in places. Maybe her sky-blue tail was losing a bit of its iridescence as well.
"What's not the same, dear?"
"Singing to people. It's not as fun anymore, with you always telling me what to do, and I can't even see them. And I just did the last one, like yesterday."
"Perhaps I can address your concerns this time. I don't see any reason why you shouldn't be allowed to watch the effects of your singing on our newest subject."
"What are you talking about?"
Anais was looking up at him now, her eyes wide and her lids dark and puffy.
"Tell me something. I'm very curious to know what would happen to someone who is obliged to listen to your death song for an extended period of time. That is, if there was no water available to relieve the pressure. What do you think the results would be?"
Anais gave her habitual bewildered glare while she tried to understand what he'd just said. Then she released a kind of astonished squeal.
"You mean if I sang to somebody and they couldn't drown themselves? They'd go crazy."
Moreland nodded. Mermaids' voices slopped heavily in his brain, a wave made of cold, ringing metal.
"Indeed, they'd go crazy. Permanently, do you suppose?"
He'd listened to that recording of Mermaid Song for precisely 28 seconds before he'd tried to drown himself, and each one of those seconds seemed to carry more weight than the entire rest of his life. He didn't actually doubt that someone forced to listen to Anaïs's death song for several minutes would sustain irreversible damage. He didn't expect Anaïs to give him any information that he didn't already know from personal experience. He asked instead for the peculiar pleasure of watching Anaïs try to think, of hearing how she'd reply. Her face contorted as she mulled the question.
"I don't know. How am I supposed to know that? It's not like I ever let anybody live, when I was still with the tribe. Why do you always have to ask me these questions?"
For the first time, Moreland wondered if she genuinely missed her slaughtered friends, if perhaps she even regretted surviving.
"Let's assume permanently, then. The victim would be left permanently, utterly insane, a gibbering idiot. It would be apparent to anyone who observed him afterward that he was mad, and that nothing he'd ever said should be believed. For example, his outlandish claims that mermaids are lost little girls who've been terribly hurt somehow."
Anais tipped her head. The strain of following his reasoning showed vividly on her face.
Mermaids, but girls do change because they get hurt. Except for, me.
Oh, I know that. Tadpole, of course we know things. You and I do, I mean, that we'd prefer the American public didn't know. And if someone goes around telling them those things, we'd much prefer if they didn't take him seriously.
But who are you talking about? I don't know what—
Ah, Tadpole, quite a prize. A prize and a surprise for you. I hope you'll be pleased.
I don't get it.
Whom in all the wide world would you most enjoy hurting, Anais?
You mean Luce? Did you catch her? But me singing wouldn't make another mermaid go crazy.
I'd like to propose that you can wound Luce most effectively by destroying someone she loves.
Moreland grinned.
Now are you happy to see me? I have Lucette Korchak's father in shackles just down the hall, and when you're ready, I'll bring him to you.
Anais didn't look happy at the news. Moreland was genuinely surprised. She blanched and hunched her shoulders.
You see, dear, you don't have to try to track down his phone number anymore because we've conveniently brought him straight to you. And given what an unholy nuisance he's turned out to be, I'd have to surmise that his bitch of a daughter must take after him.
Anaïs's expression didn't change. Moreland felt the first twinge of worry that she might actually refuse to do what he wanted.
Anais, you will collaborate with me on this little project, won't you? You wouldn't want me to think that you've outlived your usefulness, of course not.
You wouldn't do anything to hurt me. Not after I've helped you so much. You wouldn't.
Moreland glowered at her sternly until her voice trailed away. She was much too precious to him to be killed, but there was no reason to let her know that.
Just follow my instructions, Tadpole. That way there won't be any need for us to find out what I would do if I were ever forced to deal with your disobedience.
Okay,
Anais muttered.
Okay? You'll do a nice, thorough job of destroying Andrew Korchak's mind? Not one speck of sanity left?
I said okay already.
She was hunched in the water, her sky-blue tail coiled tightly, and her arms wrapped around her chest. Moreland regarded her for a sustained moment, one hand lazily tracing the outline of her head and shoulders on the glass.
I'll have him brought in, then. You'll be able to enjoy yourself for as long as necessary, though I think you should be able to accomplish the job fairly quickly, don't you?
Anais didn't answer, didn't look up at him. After a moment he gave up waiting for a reaction and left the pale, soundproof room. When Moreland returned, there were 2 guards with him leading a man in shackles and a black hood. They plopped him on a plain wooden chair and fastened him to it with a few deft adjustments.
So,
Moreland said. He positioned himself directly behind the captive.
So, Anais, you were complaining that you don't get to see them properly? We can fix that for you.
Moreland tugged off the hood and dropped it to the floor, letting Andrew Korchak stare straight at Anais. Her azure eyes suddenly lifted to meet his.
Better? The shock system in your tank will be switched off in precisely 2 minutes.
Then Moreland and the guards stalked out of the room. He could observe the proceedings through live video for once, even if he couldn't listen. He could witness on Andrew's face the same expression that had floated on his own on the hateful day when he'd put those earphones on, when he'd heard her, and his mind had given itself to new configurations, the dark, intestinal corkscrewing of relentless song. This was the happiest he'd been in months. Then Anais was left alone, facing the shabby, helpless man strapped to the chair. He had short-cropped, grayish-brown hair, stubble, and a look somewhere between bleak and oddly whimsical as he regarded her. One cheek was swollen by a large greenish bruise.
Hey, that guy said your name's Anais?
Anais couldn't help noticing that he didn't seem even slightly surprised to see a mermaid in a tank.
What if it is?
She asked sullenly.
Do you know my Lucette? Sweet girl, short dark hair, light green tail. I was trying to swim out to see her when they busted me.
Anais hesitated for a moment, but it was a relief to have someone speak to her so simply, after all Moreland's sadistic verbal contortions.
I knew her,
she pouted.
So, it's not like Luce is going to get me out of here.
She watched while the man in the chair nodded thoughtfully.
They're holding you against your will? Yeah, well, Luce doesn't even know we're in here. Doesn't look like there's much she can do for either of us, but maybe we could help each other out.
There was a shocked pause while Anais took this in. Her tightly coiled tail started to loosen and trail deeper in her tank.
Like, how?
Well, maybe if I ever get out of here, I could let people know you're trapped. Does anybody even know about this? How they've got you stuck in here?
Anais gave a small yelp of surprise. This guy really was dumb enough to be Luce's dad.
They're never going to let you out. Are you stupid? They won't let you out unless...
What have they got in mind for me, Anais? They must have a pretty big reason for leaving me here with you like this.
Anais looked at him, watching his wry cinnamon eyes and scruffy intensity. He should have seemed utterly contemptible, a bum and a lowlife, but Anais found that she didn't quite see him that way.
You don't actually look much like Luce.
Lucky for her, right?
The man asked. He grinned back at her. It was strange how relaxed he seemed in spite of his immobilized legs, his arms bound behind his back.
Yeah, Luce always looked like her mom, Alyssa, about as beautiful a girl as I ever saw. Before she went mermaid, Luce looked a little more like a quieter kind of pretty than her mom was. How about you?
Anais jerked back a little.
What do you mean?
Who do you take after more? I mean, you had human parents and everything, right?
He'd asked in the same casual, warm tone he'd used ever since they'd dragged him in here, but Anais couldn't escape the feeling that the question was some kind of trick.
I don't know.
Her voice came out in a thin squeal.
You don't know?
He considered that gravely.
You don't know what your parents looked like then?
Anais didn't answer. It wasn't like she normally disliked thinking about her parents. They'd been rich and adoring after all. But somehow now it bothered her to be reminded of them. Was her own father's skeleton still clanking along the blue carpet of his office in their long submerged yacht?
How about Kathleen Lambert?
The man asked. His voice suddenly sounded flatter, as if he was suppressing his emotions. Anais felt an almost physical discomfort, as if the water of her tank was charged by a cold, jagged energy.
Did you come across her somehow? Like...
He stared at Anais, then glanced searchingly around her tank.
Say, did you ever sing her any songs, maybe?
Anais decided not to look at him anymore, and her mouth twitched up into an awkward smirk. Those 2 minutes were definitely up by now. Even with her eyes averted, she could feel the man regarding her somberly.
That's how it went down then, he asked. They made you kill Kathleen, and now you're supposed to do me too? Not that I can get to an ocean too easy, tied up like this.
He doesn't want you to drown.
Anais was surprised to hear herself mutter the words.
He wants you to go crazy.
Crazy, you say? So just don't do it, Anais. You don't really want to, do you? Look, I promise you I can fake crazy just fine. Then once I'm out, I'll tell everyone you're in here. I'll get you help. How about that?
I have to do what he says,
Anais whispered.
If I don't do it, he'll kill me. Like he'll drain my tank, or they'll electrocute me, or...
You don't have to. We can trick him.
Anais was astounded by the words that had formed in her head. She didn't want to say them, but they kept repeating in her thoughts, aching and clamorous.
But you won't be able to tell Luce anything. You'll just be a vegetable, like too retarded to even talk.
I loved Kathleen. I want you to remember that forever, all right? I loved her.
Anais couldn't keep those insistent words quiet anymore, and they wouldn't make any difference anyway. No one would ever know she'd said them.
Tell Luce I'm sorry about this.
Anais sang. 26. Lost Humans. Luce was secretly dismayed to see how quickly Nausicaa mastered singing to the water. Nausicaa was an amazing singer, but Luce had hoped that she might have trouble picking up this particular skill. Within 3 days, Nausicaa was lifting waves big enough to curl over her head, and she'd already started training Opal, the blonde Metaskaza who'd traveled with her from Hawaii. Luce tried to focus on her work, on helping to train new arrivals and keeping up morale, but she couldn't completely fight off a sneaking depression as she realized how soon Nausicaa would be leaving her. On the 4th day after Nausicaa's arrival, Luce woke in the late afternoon to find Imani next to her, looking concerned.
Hey, Luce, I'm afraid you're going to be upset about this.
Luce jerked upright and gazed helplessly through the azure-streaked shadows, searching for Nausicaa's dark silhouette.
Is she gone?
She said to tell you goodbye. She said it would be easier for both of you if she left while you were asleep, but she'll come back as soon as she can.
Why didn't you wake me? What if something happens to her out there and I never... Imani!
Imani was stroking Luce's arm, trying to calm her down, but it wasn't working.
I thought she might be right, and I thought it might be better for everybody else here, too. I understand that Nausicaa is incredibly important to you, more than any of us, but that hurts some of the girls. And if they saw you get too upset about her leaving, I don't know, it might be pretty bad.
Luce groaned, thinking of Katerina. Kat had taken to sleeping in one of the other encampments ever since Nausicaa had showed up, singing on the shifts opposite Luce's and conspicuously avoiding her. A few of the other lieutenants had been acting a bit edgy, too. It was as if they thought Luce was committing a crime by loving Nausicaa as much as she did.
I know it's not fair,
Imani went on gently, almost as if she could hear Luce's thoughts.
But it can't just be about what you want, Luce. It has to be about what's best for the twice-lost army, about keeping everyone together, okay? You have to at least act like you're fine.
Luce stared off, unable to reply. She knew Imani was right, but she still couldn't help resenting what she was saying. Now that she was general, she wasn't allowed to cry or break down just because of how other mermaids might feel about that. Since when did she not have a right to her own emotions?
It's going to be time pretty soon for our shift,
Imani pursued, still stroking Luce's arm.
You look tired. You need to eat, and you need to be strong for us. When the war is over, you can scream at me for this, or cry, or do whatever you need to, and I promise I won't complain.
Luce turned to look at Imani, with her midnight face and searching eyes. Blue light curled like feathers on her dark cheeks.
I'm sorry, Imani.
Why?
If I'm acting so wrong that you think I'd ever want to scream at you, I must be...
really selfish, Luce thought, but instead of saying the words aloud, she shook herself.
We need to get to the bridge early anyway. We should see if there's any news about the letter.
Ever since Seb had wandered off with her missive, Luce had been waiting for a report, for any sign of how the humans might be reacting to her proposal. Some of the Twice Lost had started to make friends with certain humans on the shore, and there were already a handful of budding romances. If Luce's letter was discussed on the news, the mermaids would be sure to hear something. Imani leaned in and hugged her silently. All Luce's grief and weariness and worry surged in that embrace, only to be met by the strong, sweet containment of Imani's arms. As they were rounding the Embarcadero, a young mermaid came dashing toward them through the deep green water.
General Luce, Lieutenants Yuan and Kala sent me to find you. They're talking about us on the news.
The humans got the letter? Luce asked breathlessly. How did you find out? The little mermaid saluted in a messy, embarrassed way.
They got it. They keep talking about it, and we can go watch the whole thing on TV.
Luce was perplexed. TV? How do you mean?
Two of those humans, the really nice ones, the woman with the brown hat who came looking for their daughter, except they say they know she's gone, they brought a way for us to watch. Come see. General.
Imani was smiling indulgently, but Luce was struck by the deep sadness of her expression. I guess we'll have to look for ourselves, Luce. She touched the little mermaid on the cheek. Would you go ahead and tell everyone we'll be right there, please? Then Imani's face tightened in a way Luce had never seen before. She looked sharply away as the younger mermaid raced off. Imani? What's wrong? Imani just shook her head, still turned away from Luce even as they swam. Wings of light brushed across the surface 10 feet above Imani's head, and a school of tiny silvery fish parted around her slim dark body like a strange cloud-shaped ball gown. Her storm blue tail cleft the water, flicking strokes of neon brilliance through the dimness. Imani, Luce reached out and touched her softly. Is there anything? No one's ever going to come looking for me is all. Seeing all those humans who actually care, Luce, when it's hard for me. I wish they wouldn't come here. No one ever loved me but my grandpa, and he died. Luce wasn't sure what to say. It seemed clear from the images she could see in the shimmering indication around Imani's head that she'd already lost her immediate family by the time of her transformation, just as Luce had. And then the fact that Luce's own father still hadn't come to join the human crowds seemed to prove that he must not care about her at all anymore. But Imani definitely didn't need to be reminded of how many mermaids were in the same situation she was. Your grandfather's not the only one who ever loved you, Imani. Luce hesitated, but only for a moment. I mean, you know I love you, right? Imani glanced over at her and managed half a smile. When they came up for a breath, the water wall gleamed ahead of them, foam sliding from its crest in a cascade of pearls. Pale mist wrapped the red bridge in bands of suspended glow. A tangle of mermaids with arms around one another's shoulders clustered near the shore not far from the bridge's base, facing a tightly compressed crowd of humans some 15 feet away. Police officers stood among them, tense and bristling in the headphones that protected them from the silky wash of enchantment endlessly throbbing from the singers under the bridge. An older human couple sat cross-legged at the front, pressing affectionately together. The woman wore a floppy brown hat and tweed coat and had a large laptop propped open on her knees, its screen turned toward the water. As Luce surfaced with Imani beside her, several humans cried out softly, and the mermaids parted to make room. Isn't that her? Someone on shore murmured. Shh, yes, don't scare them again. Luce's tail fidgeted as she approached that mass of staring faces. Could it really be safe to come this close to a human mob? But there was the screen in front of her, with a newscaster introducing a man Luce had never seen before, his stiff white hair like frosting above a heavily jowled reddish face. The woman supporting the laptop looked kind and thoughtful, and she considered Luce with a mixture of warmth and open curiosity. General Luce, I'm honored you could join us. I'm Helene Vogel. A bit nervously, Luce swam close enough to shake the woman's outstretched hand. A few people gasped, and Luce abruptly swirled back to the waiting mermaids. Hello, Ms. Vogel. Thank you for letting us watch the news with you. My pleasure. I'm sorry the volume doesn't go up any louder than this. Luce didn't see any reason to explain that mermaids had much better hearing than most humans. Her attention was caught by the faces chattering on the screen in front of her. There was something unpleasantly fascinating about the man being interviewed, with his emotionless ice-gray eyes and twitching half-smirk. A banner at the bottom of the screen read, Secretary of Defense Fergus Morland.
"It's plainly impossible," Morland was saying indignantly, "that these vicious entities were ever human beings. Those claims are pure propaganda."
But the facial resemblance? The newscaster objected in a weak voice. There are records of a Lucette Gray Korchak, a troubled 8th grader who was presumed to have committed suicide in Pitley, Alaska in April of last year. So are you suggesting that General Lucette Gray Korchak is actually someone else? The image was suddenly replaced by two very close-up faces juxtaposed side by side. On the right was Luce, wounded and exhilarated and fierce as she'd leaned from the wave's flank during her conversation with reporters. On the left was what Luce recognized with a jolt as her 7th grade portrait from school, her gaze scared and full of longing. Together, those two faces created an unsettling stirring, a sense of something irreconcilable and rasping and wrong, because they were so much the same, but also not the same at all. Objectively, there was no real alteration in Luce's features between the two portraits, apart from the notch missing from her right ear, her fine crisscrossing wounds, and the strange internal luminance that gave the mermaid version of her face the feeling of a beacon floating in infinite darkness. It was precisely the sameness of the two faces that created such a disturbing sense of impossibility. How could the commonplace, childish prettiness of her human face translate into the volatile, raking beauty of the face on the right? Luce heard murmurs around her and realized that both Yuan and Imani were squeezed against her sides as if they needed to protect her from something. The screen switched back to the interview.
"Our research suggests that these creatures can assume a resemblance to their victims,"
Morland intoned heavily, then paused for effect.
"The real Lucette Korchak, an innocent, although seriously disturbed child, was almost certainly murdered by this monster who has hijacked her identity."
Around Luce, mermaids cried out in indignation and disbelief. But didn't some of the humans facing them look troubled, uncertain? Luce couldn't completely blame them. It had been hard even for her to stand the dissonance between those two faces. Even as she remembered the cold metal stool where she'd sat for that school portrait, the bleak room and glaring flash, she could still feel a kind of shudder of persuasion in Morland's words. Morland kept going.
"We also need to remember what happened to Kathleen Lambert of Grayshore, Washington, when she made the mistake of getting involved with these unnatural beings. It's certainly a striking coincidence that Ms. Lambert turned up drowned so soon after videotaping this self-styled General Luce. Anyone out there who's considering aiding mermaids or trying to contact them," Morland's voice became a bleak growl, "would be well advised to keep Ms. Lambert's fate in mind."
Yuan stared. "What is he talking about? You said somebody filmed you, Luce, but—" Luce felt nauseous. "I don't know. I only saw those people with the camera for a few seconds." Had the strange woman Luce had glimpsed that day somehow died because of her? But that made no sense at all. "The woman who put out the first tape of you was found drowned," Helene Vogel confirmed softly, her hat sliding over her eyes. "People have been talking about it. I'm not accusing you, General Luce." Luce stared up at the humans lining the shore, bewildered and heartsick. Their skin was damp with fog, hazy with the faded afternoon light. No matter how she struggled to put a stop to the killing, it seemed that there was always death, and more death, and maybe in some obscure way it was her fault. "General Luce," Helene Vogel asked, gently but steadily, "did you kill that woman?" or order her killed? Luce shook her head miserably. I didn't. I wouldn't. I'm so sorry if she died because of... Helene nodded. Then don't allow anyone to manipulate you into feeling responsible, General. Yuan's arm was tight around Luce's shoulders, silently urging her to be strong, and meanwhile the voices from the interview kept beating into her mind. She needed to focus on what they were saying, no matter how she felt. So, I know you've stated before that there's no possibility of agreeing to the twice-lost army's demands. Is it correct that General Luce's letter doesn't change the White House's position on that? The newscaster's voice pounded on like a drum. I've said it before, and if necessary, I'll say it again, Moreland droned. We do not negotiate with mermaids. That made Luce jerk back in shock. But why shouldn't they negotiate with us? It just means talking to us, like we count. And as for resolving the blockade of San Francisco Bay, the newscaster pursued, you've appealed for patience, and of course there's been a real outpouring of support from the business community so far, but all options are still on the table, Moreland snapped. Naval traffic will be redirected to alternative ports until such time as we're ready to move on this. Luce bit her lip and leaned toward Imani's shoulder. Her eyes squeezed shut with the effort to hold back tears. Beyond the darkness of her closed eyes, the newscaster nattered on, thanking Moreland for taking the time to talk to their viewers. Why were mermaids the only ones who were considered unworthy of meeting in conversation? If the humans wouldn't even talk to them, it was hard to imagine what else the mermaids could do. There were a few commercials for cars and alarming-sounding medicines. How much longer could she ask the twice-lost to go on this way if there was no hope of negotiations at all? A blurt of shrill music announced a return to the news program. Well, we've all been wondering about the crowds who can't seem to tear themselves away from the Golden Gate Bridge, the newscaster's voice suddenly thudded on. It's certainly hard to understand why some people in the Bay Area are expressing support for the mermaids. That's San Francisco for you. A man's voice smirked. The female newscaster gave a dull laugh. That's certainly one explanation, Tim, but now we're getting reports that even in Chicago, far away from the crazy Bay Area, there's a demonstration happening right now. A crowd estimated at around 5,000 people is marching in support of the twice-lost army. To you, Constance. Luce looked up again, and what she saw was even more intolerable than Moreland's bland, cold face had been. The screen showed a large procession of people carrying signs, and right there, unmistakably at the very front of it... "Oh my God," Kala squealed. "That is just so sweet of them." 2 teenage boys were leading the march. A large banner stretched between them was emblazoned with the words, "All life came from the sea." A wild wind stirred the tarnished bronze-blonde hair of the boy on the left, and his expression was grim and determined, even as his dark-haired friend grinned absurdly. But even worse than that... "Oh, I love that boy," Kala called giddily. "Do you see what his shirt says? That is just the sweetest, most adorable thing." Yuan wasn't looking at the screen anymore. She'd suddenly craned forward to stare into Luce's face. Luce wouldn't meet her eyes. "He's got no right to call himself that," Luce snarled. "Kala, it's not sweet at all. It's like he's stealing our name." The bronze-haired boy wore a black t-shirt, and printed on it in huge white block letters were the words, "Twice lost human?" "Luce, he's totally being nice. He's just saying he's, like, on our side. And he's cute." Twice lost human. How could he dare, after everything he'd done, how could he possibly have the gall to call himself that? "Kala," Yuan said coolly, strongly. "Cut it out. I just don't think he means it like stealing our name. Don't you get it?" Yuan's tone was oddly matter-of-fact. "That's Luce's boyfriend. She doesn't need to hear you going on about how sweet he is." Luce reeled in the squeezing crowd of mermaids, spinning toward Yuan in outrage. Yuan only raised her eyebrows. "Isn't he, Luce? That's Dorian." All Luce wanted was to dive away and disappear. Eyes, both mermaid and human, came at her from all sides, curious and demanding, as if they wouldn't be satisfied until all of Luce's private suffering was dissected in front of them. She felt stripped and prodded. Coarse fingers seemed to go fumbling through the chambers of her heart. Luce choked wordlessly, her tail lashing against the tails around her, wild with the urge to escape. But Imani's arms were around her, and so were Yuan's, and she was still their general, and their friend. She couldn't just run away from them. Not anymore. She inhaled hard, forcing her tail to slow. "Luce," Yuan said, "I didn't mean to hurt you, it's just—" "He was my boyfriend," Luce announced flatly. "He betrayed me, for a human girl." She couldn't believe that she'd actually spoken those words aloud. "And you let him live?" Kala asked, wide-eyed, then looked self-consciously at the humans watching them. "No," Luce snapped. After all the horrible things Moreland had said, and then the shocking appearance of Dorian, her emotions still seethed inside her, threatening to sweep her away. "I made him live. He wanted to die." "Either way," Yuan said sardonically, nodding at the screen, "it sure looks like he wants you back. Why do you think he's doing this?" The news show cut away from the protesters. Now the two newscasters were talking about a movie star who had just been arrested for drunk driving. The sudden disappearance of the marchers hurt Luce more than she would have believed possible. Could Yuan be right? Luce gaped at the screen, where Dorian's absence seemed to form a cataract of emptiness, and far too many people were still watching her. "Let's get to work," Luce said. Her voice sounded dead. "It has to be almost 6 by now." For once, her followers ignored her. "But if they won't even negotiate with us, what's the point of trying so hard?" Someone muttered behind her. Most of the humans waiting by the bridge were friendly, but Luce knew there had to be spies mixed in with them. "We'll talk about our options later, but we're not giving up that easily." Luce braced herself to say something she didn't entirely believe. "That Moreland guy was bluffing anyway. Couldn't you tell?" Still no one moved. "Luce," Kala whispered nearby, "do you still love him? Dorian?" Before Luce could get upset by the question, she was distracted by a commotion some distance to their left. A young, strikingly handsome man in a beige trench coat was fighting his way toward the water on that side, where there were fewer police, and where a lovely chestnut-haired mermaid Luce didn't know had actually come close enough to rest her crossed arms on the embankment. With a touch of bitterness, Luce thought that the two of them were probably falling in love. They seemed to be gazing at each other with ravenous fascination. "You're amazing," Luce heard the young man say. "It's hard to believe that anything could be so beautiful. How can you be real?" The mermaid's reddish fins fluttered up behind her, haloing her in falling droplets. "Well, thank you. I'm really not about to vanish or anything, though." "No," the man drawled, and Luce looked at him more sharply. "No, I know you're just as real as me, and you have such a sweet face, such gentle eyes." His voice was purring, seductive. "It's hard to believe you could kill people. Have you really done that?" Luce wondered if she should try to interrupt the conversation, but her friends pressed in around her. It wouldn't be easy to get over there, and anyway, she had said her followers could talk to anyone they wanted. But this was starting to feel a bit uncomfortable. "Oh, I used to," the mermaid acknowledged casually. She tucked her long hair behind one pale, exquisite ear. "But I really do think General Luce is right. There wasn't much of a future in hunting ships and everything. I'm pretty much over that stuff now." "Pretty much?" the man crooned. Both his hands sank deep in the pockets of his long coat.
"Do you think one of the people you killed might have been this woman?"
The mermaid's eyes went reflexively to the photo the young man suddenly held in front of her, so that she didn't watch his other hand as it came up pointing a gun. Luce was already screaming at the chestnut-haired mermaid to dive. The girl had just time to pivot her head quizzically in Luce's direction before the air cracked wide and a blood-bursting hollow opened where her perfect ear had been. 27. Ringing.
"We made the news!"
Theo was already busy with his phone, scanning through the internet results about their march barely over an hour after it was over. They were sitting in a dark cafe, all thrift store chairs and tables plastered in collaged pictures cut from magazines.
"Look, you can totally see us. I think you look better than I do, though. Why did I have to make that stupid face? You're doing this killer, noble and determined thing. Wait, I'll go back in a minute, you can see. And, oh shit, it looks like some freakazoid shot some random mermaid's head off right afterward. You don't think the Twice Lost will decide to wipe out San Francisco, do you? To retaliate?"
Dorian's heart slammed up in his chest, and he reached to snatch Theo's phone, but his friend was too fast, jerking the phone far out of reach at the end of one ropey arm.
"I made a point of saying that she was random, good sir. Some random mermaid, I said quite clearly. So you'd know I wasn't referring to that very not random mermaid whom you're going to such lengths to impress."
Dorian relaxed, but only slightly.
"Luce is okay. But Jesus, one of them shot? Was Luce there?" "Kind of hard to tell."
Theo was back to watching tiny images scrolling on the phone's screen, images made even tinier by the fact that he was still holding his phone as far from Dorian as he could. A taxidermy pheasant loomed from a bookcase behind him, its beak gaping as if it couldn't believe what it was seeing.
"Oh, wait, it looks like she was. You can see her in the background of this one. She's screaming."
He pulled farther away, anticipating Dorian's leap from his chair.
"Let me fucking see that already!" "It looks like General Luce, screaming loudly. Surely you can take my word for that?"
Theo groused, even as he surrendered the phone. A still photo on the screen showed a man in a trench coat aiming a gun at a mermaid who was looking away from him, her waves of vibrant chestnut hair startling against the pale gray water. She was looking in the direction of two crowds separated from each other by an expanse of sea, one gathering of humans and one of floating mermaids, both a short distance away. And there in the center of the mermaid crowd was Luce, her mouth wide and her face frantic and contorted as she shrieked in warning. And he couldn't hold her, couldn't comfort her, couldn't do anything to help.
"Hey,"
Theo said. There was a sudden note of seriousness in his voice, maybe even of concern.
"General Luce will probably hear about the march since it was on TV, and then she'll know there are people who want to help. And we're not all rabid, mer-bashing jerks, right? And that might make her feel a little better?"
"Maybe," Dorian muttered, but the march he'd helped organize suddenly seemed pathetic, overshadowed by this outburst of violence. How could the support of a few distant humans make up for seeing one of her followers murdered that way?
"Hey, you want to text those girls we met? The hot one, wearing all the gothy shit, said something about a party tonight. Want to go?"
Theo nudged Dorian's arm, trying to make him look up again.
"I can't deal with a party."
For Dorian, that image of Luce's screaming face veiled the shadows. He needed to get home to his own computer, find out everything he could about the day's events in San Francisco.
"You go, okay?" "I got the distinct impression they really wanted you to come, though. They were just talking to me because you seemed all, brooding and romantically unapproachable. You seriously need to give me lessons in that, dude. And they were all really into your t-shirt."
Theo eyed Dorian's black shirt covetously.
"Would you make another one for me?"
Privately, Dorian thought that Theo was about as unlost as they came, but whatever.
Oh, sure. Just get me the shirt you want and I'll do the screen print.
He considered the idea for a second.
Maybe that's what we should call the whole movement. Twice Lost Humans.
Oh, Theo stared.
Yeah, that's way better than whatever those other names were, like Human Mermaid Solidarity Front. Too freaking long.
Right. Dorian shook himself and stood.
You go on to that party. I'm going back to the house. I want to do some work on the blog. If I drive you, it's going to be way out of the way. She said they live way over and I'll take the bus.
He wanted to be alone with his thoughts anyway.
But we could just go to the party for like a couple hours, and you could work afterward,
Theo pleaded. Dorian just shook his head and lifted one hand in a perfunctory goodbye before he stalked out of the cafe. The city was glazed in the moist heat of a midsummer evening. Slabs of deep blue air rested between the elegant brick row houses and vintage boutiques. Dorian caught himself staring into one window at the mannequins in their cowboy boots and quirky veiled hats, wondering how Luce would look, as a human, of course, wearing that midnight blue dress with the pearl embroidery around the neckline. The tall, narrow house where Dorian now lived with Theo and his mother was dark when he reached it. He was relieved by the opportunity for solitude. Maybe he could find out more about what Luce and all those other mermaids had been doing, hanging around so close to the humans on shore. Maybe he could find videos that would reveal more of her reactions, more of her feelings. In that squeezing, jostling crowd there must have been several cameras pointed Luce's way. Dorian sat on the bed and curled around his laptop, clicking eagerly. At first he found mostly dross, a sappy tribute song for the Twice Lost that had gotten inexplicably popular, another song that made fun of the first song, some clips of various senators denouncing the mermaids at press conferences. But then he noticed Twice Lost Mermaids Watch the News in the sidebar. His hand shook a little as he started it. It was a strange video. Whoever had shot it seemed fixated on Luce and the mermaids who were pressed around her. The camera never swerved from their faces or showed what it was they were looking at with such intensity. There was one corner of a laptop screen visible, but it was facing away, toward the water. By turning up the volume as far as it would go, Dorian could barely distinguish their voices, interspersed with the louder voices of the humans on shore and the babble of a news program. Someone was being interviewed, and after listening for just a few moments, Dorian made out enough of what was being said to understand why the mermaids all looked so upset. But whoever that man was who kept droning on, what he was saying was plainly ridiculous. Luce had never been human, even though plenty of people remembered her as a regular schoolgirl. She'd murdered herself, stolen her own face. Nobody would believe that. Would they? Then the stuff about Kathleen Lambert, old news as far as Dorian was concerned, though clearly it wasn't old to Luce. He watched her raw dismay and craned to hear the faint notes of her voice. He could catch only a few blurry words. Dorian couldn't sit still any longer. He started pacing, his stomach tight, watching the screen from the corner of his vision. He was doing everything he could think of, but it wasn't enough. Luce could still die any day. He stopped to stare out the window at the dark street, the trees like masses of congealed night, the lonely glowing rounds under the street lamps. Then, wait, what were they showing now? Dorian wheeled around. The mermaid sounded excited, and then Luce was speaking again, her voice raised in anger so that Dorian could suddenly hear every word.
He's got no right to call himself that. Kala, it's not sweet at all. It's like he's stealing our name.
It took him an instant to understand what they were talking about. It became clearer with every sentence that followed, even with the mermaids' voices coming through fragmented and murky. Luce had seen him. She'd watched him marching on her behalf, fighting for her. Furious or not, she had seen him. Dorian's nails were digging into his palms, His knees trembled, and he felt sick and wild and exhilarated. Even thousands of miles away, he'd found a way to make her understand how much he missed her, whether she wanted to know that or not. It was as if he'd sent her the strangest love letter imaginable, a message cast out wildly into space, and against the most phenomenal odds she'd received it. With a sudden flash of vanity, Dorian remembered everything Theo said about how noble and determined he'd looked in that march. Good. "You see now, Luce," Dorian hissed out loud. "You see. You can be a general or whatever, but I'm with you, and I'm not going anywhere." He had no right to call himself twice lost. Dorian imagined arguing with Luce, pointing out that he'd been lost the first time when the mermaids killed his family, and the second time when he'd broken up with her. But he could only communicate with her in such awkward, indirect ways. Well then, he'd organize more protests, blog like crazy, put up a twice-lost humans page on every site he could. His cell phone started ringing. Dorian's first reaction was annoyance at the interruption. But what if it was something important? What if it was news about her? "Hello?" His heart was pounding, and his tone came out strained and breathless.
Is this, Dorian Hurst?
A shrill-sounding girl. Dorian was fairly sure the voice was new to him. Maybe it was one of those girls Theo said wanted to meet him so much. He half expected to catch the clamor of a party in the background, Theo calling out and music blaring and people giggling. But no, everything was silent. Maybe, dimly, there was a kind of electrical buzz. "Yes?" Dorian asked curtly.
Are you at home?
The girl's voice inquired pointedly. "Yeah, who is—"
Alone? Because I really need to talk to you without anybody interrupting.
That seemed even weirder. Prickling chill brushed up Dorian's back. "No one's going to interrupt. What's this about?"
You used to be with Luce,
the girl pursued curiously.
Right? You were actually her boyfriend? In love with her, like you thought she was just so special?
Nobody knew about that except for Zoe and Ben Ellison, and Dorian felt reasonably confident that neither of them would blab. Or, well, maybe some people in the government knew it too, but this girl sure wasn't from the FBI. "How do you know about that?" Dorian demanded. There was a sudden fogginess in his head, and he fought to clear it. "Who is this?" The girl didn't bother to answer his questions.
What did you see in her anyway? She's such a little freak, and she's not even that pretty. Seriously? And she has hair like a boy. I can't believe any guy would want to—
"I don't know who you are, and I don't know what your goddamn problem is, but Luce is incredible. Just look at what she's doing now," Dorian growled, and suddenly he knew that he was making a mistake by letting the strange girl bait him into this conversation. He wasn't thinking straight. Something was wrong here.
I'm not really supposed to be getting into a big discussion with you, the girl confided. I'm just curious. I never understood why anybody thought Luce was anything. But actually, I'm only supposed to—
He could hear her suck in a breath, and there was a very slight sloshing noise. Zoe and Ben were the only humans who knew about his relationship with Luce. But it was in his head before he knew what was happening. For a fraction of a second, Dorian felt it even more than he heard it, an icy, crawling vapor that licked through his ear and then stroked slowly upward. Music, Dorian realized. The sensation was transmitted through a sharp soprano voice so cold and so powerful that it burned, wrapping up his thoughts and crippling them. And at the same time, carrying the promise. Dorian couldn't have said exactly what was being promised, but he knew it was bright and thrilling and brutal. His skull was an immense black space full of rotating diamonds, every facet flashing eager signals at him. If he could only decipher the diamond's code in time, all power would be his, all strength. Dorian was standing in the middle of the room with his phone pressed to his head, his body slowly spinning in sync with the diamonds. Any second now, he'd know exactly where the power was waiting for him. And yet something inside him resisted. It was like there was a weight tugging in his chest, working desperately to get his attention, right this moment, before it was too late, telling him he knew what to do. Dorian squirmed irritably, wanting only to spin further into that brilliant music without any more interference. Then his eyes landed on the laptop screen. Right in the center, a girl with short dark hair was screaming out in warning, her charcoal eyes wide and fervent. Luce, Dorian thought in a strange burst of clarity. Her face broke through the freezing flash and darkness, broke through the singing that became a field of strobing lights. He did know what to do. He'd done it before, and it had saved his life. Dorian felt his own voice in his chest as if it were a physical thing, some stubborn, heavy tool that he was grappling with both hands. His voice seemed to be caught somehow, and he strained to pull it up. And then, with a burst, he was singing. Singing back to the mermaid on the telephone, her painfully lovely soprano battling with his rough, sung shouts. Dorian echoed the pulsating, starry notes of her song as well as he could, fractured them, and then changed them into a song of his own. And with every note he sang, he could feel his voice seizing hers and tearing it out of his mind. He didn't understand how the hell a mermaid could get hold of a phone, but he still recognized with absolute lucidity what was happening. An unknown mermaid had called him up, and she was working as hard as she could to murder him. She didn't know who she was messing with, did she? For a few moments she sang more loudly, trying to overwhelm him, and Dorian countered her, his voice battering its way up the scale into a horrible off-key yowl. This was actually starting to be fun. The girl gave an abrupt, gasping cry of frustration and stopped singing. Dorian paused too. She wouldn't catch him off guard a second time. "Stop doing that!" the mermaid barked. Dorian laughed harshly at her, his mind still wild with the dregs of enchantment. His head felt like it was splitting open, but the pain wasn't enough to erase his brutal delirium. He'd beaten death again, just the way he had when he'd first encountered Luce. "You don't understand!" the mermaid shrieked. Suddenly, Dorian realized that she was genuinely panicked. "You don't understand! I have to do it! I can't just let you—" She started to sob. And all at once, Dorian knew who she was. He'd never met her, never heard her voice before this evening, but Luce had talked about her, and the sickening, power-crazed exultation he'd felt from this particular mermaid's enchantment revealed her essence, the very quick of her personality. Her song gave her away like a fingerprint. He knew her, through and through. "Hey, Anais," Dorian said. She immediately stopped crying with a shocked inhalation. For several seconds they were both completely silent, apart from Dorian's breathing. "I know it's you," Dorian told her at last. But it still made no sense that she had a phone, and how did she get his number? "I recognize you. Where are you?"
"Did Luce teach you how to sing back at us like that?" Anais finally burst out furiously. "I bet she did. And now, God, if you don't die, how am I going to explain—"
"Explain to who?" Dorian asked roughly. This wasn't the first time a mermaid had wanted him dead. "Anais, who told you to do this? Tell me where you are." The sloshing noise came again, and it seemed to have a faint echoing quality, as if she was calling from an enclosed space.
"I can't talk about it," Anais finally whimpered. "If you tell people, he'll kill me."
He, a human then? A human had made Anais do this? It was the craziest thing he'd ever heard. "Can you get out?" Dorian asked. "Anais, who's going to kill you? Are you locked up somewhere?" She hesitated.
"I don't even know where this is, and I can't talk about it. I told you that."
There was another pause.
"Can you at least pretend to be dead? Like, hide so he doesn't find out that I couldn't do it? I tried."
"No," Dorian said shortly.
"But I told you, he'll probably kill me for real. You have to die, or—"
Tell him I'm doing just fine, whoever he is, and tell him I'm going to keep fighting back."
Anais burst out singing her death song again, but this time the melody came out stumbling and distraught and sloppy. Dorian sang back, opposing her. It was easy now. He was almost bored, but he knew he had to keep her on the phone for as long as he could. He had to find out who was behind this. Anais moaned, raspy and despairing. Then the line went dead. Dorian immediately hit redial. He heard the phone ringing 3 times, followed by a weird buzzing sound.
"Anais?"
No response. He called a second time, but now her phone didn't ring at all. There was no busy signal, no recording telling him to try his call again. There was simply nothing. Kathleen Lambert, Dorian thought suddenly. She'd died far away from here. Dorian had never met her, never even heard her name until after she was dead, and yet he was sure that he'd touched Kathleen's death from the inside, a slick, starry, horribly frozen chamber. He'd almost shared that death with her. And maybe he wasn't the only one. His legs wobbled, and he sat down hard in the middle of the shiny wood floor. Maybe Anais had a list of names that she was crossing off, one by one. Nobody besides him knew how to fight off the enchantment of mermaid song. They wouldn't stand a chance. But maybe, and Dorian was already dialing, his heart jarring and his hands trembling with urgency, maybe she was making her next call right now, and—
"Dorian, I was planning to call you as soon as I was calm enough to talk. All I asked, all you had to do was to keep a low profile, keep your head down, and enjoy your very privileged life. That's your job. And instead, I see you on the television news, marching to support the mermaids? What kind of willful, quixotic, suicidal provocation was that? I've worked so hard to protect you, and you spit on that with this infantile defiance."
Ben Ellison paused, out of breath. Dorian had never felt so happy to be yelled at in his life.
"She didn't already get you. Listen, Mr. Ellison, if a strange girl calls you, she's not actually a girl. You need to hang up right away, okay? Or if you don't, somehow you need to start singing back at her, or sing before she can even start, and maybe she'll give up." "I can see that you might prefer to change the subject, Dorian, but really, She just tried to murder me," Dorian yelled. "Look, I'm calling to warn you, okay? A mermaid just called me up and started singing to me. I almost let her get to me, but I'm okay now."
For an instant, Dorian wondered if that was true. He still felt lightheaded, his thoughts slicked by a residue of song. There was a shocked pause at the other end.
"A mermaid called you, Dorian? Do I understand you correctly? You're trying to convince me that a mermaid called you on the telephone?"
"It was Anais," Dorian snapped. "Anais, the really evil one from Luce's old tribe. I'm positive. I think she's trapped somewhere and somebody's making her kill people, like as some kind of slave assassin." The silence this time went on for even longer. It had an airless quality, staggered by revelation.
"Mr. Ellison?"
Dorian asked.
"I haven't been able to reach—"
Ellison began, and stopped. He was wheezing audibly. "We have to warn everyone. I can't keep a low profile, okay? I mean, Anais might kill, I don't know, anybody who's put out a video or whatever. Luce's dad or—"
"That's who I can't locate,"
Ellison said grimly. Dorian rocked a little as he caught the implication of the words.
"Andrew Korchak."
28. Acts of Grace. The air was still surging with Luce's scream as a gray-haired man in a dark business suit lunged at the killer from behind, flinging one arm around his throat and slamming the gun from his hand. It jumped into the air, a blurry, blackish shape, and then clattered down the rocky embankment and into the bay. Luce, Imani, and Yuan were pressing forward to reach the dying mermaid, but their tails were tangled, and some of the girls in their way were too stunned to move and only screamed or gaped, their breath coming out like torn rags. By the time they managed to break free of the crowd, the humans were already there, and for once the police didn't stop people from clambering down into the water. The dead mermaid's head slumped sideways, her wound a deep crimson crater surrounded by a drifting corolla of red-brown hair. Dark spatters of brain soiled her ivory cheek, and her green eyes were wide and empty. To Luce's amazement, half a dozen humans were on top of the killer, pinning him face down on the pavement. Many of them had been friendly enough, but it still astonished her that they would turn against one of their own kind for a mermaid's sake. Yuan cried out as the humans began to lift the mermaid from the water. "Luce, stop them!" But there was such obvious tenderness in the way that old woman cradled the devastated head, such care in how those two tough-looking teenagers gathered the still twitching tail in their arms. "It's okay, Yuan," Luce said impulsively. "It's too late to save her, and they're doing the right thing. She belongs in the water, even dead. Don't let them take her." 5 people were now holding the mermaid at different points along her slim body, carefully climbing back ashore with her. Her scales already had that papery, faded look Luce had seen once before, and reddish flecks began to dance in the somnolent breeze. Someone spread a black coat on the asphalt. They laid the mermaid on top. "They have to. It's about their kind of justice, too." Would the humans really punish that young man in the trench coat for what he'd done, or would they decide a mermaid's life didn't matter? After all, she'd admitted to killing in the past herself. Then Luce heard humans crying out in dismay and amazement. The mermaid's dull, ruby-silver scales were curling up, fluttering, peeling away. Even as they peeled, they were somehow disintegrating into a kind of speckled, reddish smoke that shone slightly against the gray air. Then, like something emerging from a mist, Luce caught the shape of a foot with tightly curled toes. And the body resting on that black coat wasn't a dead mermaid any longer, but a dead human girl. The skin on her legs looked damp and smeary and long unused, and her empty green eyes were suddenly less vivid. All around them humans had started gagging and sobbing and sinking to their knees. Of course, Luce realized. She knew perfectly well what happened when a mermaid died, but the humans crowding the shore hadn't known. Luce heard a yowl of despair so loud that it cut through the rest of the clamor, and then saw that it had come from the killer, his head craned to see the dead girl as he struggled in the handcuffs one of the police must have clapped on him. His handsome face had turned crimson and blotchy.
"Well, that'll make it easier to convict him of murder," a police officer announced morosely. "Murder? It wasn't murder. Murder means killing a fellow human being, not a thing," the young man in the trench coat yelled back at him. "A human corpse proves a human was killed, I'd say." The same gray-haired man who'd tackled the killer was tugging off his suit jacket. He kept his eyes carefully averted from the dead girl, out of respect for her nakedness, Luce realized, as he spread his jacket over her body, hiding it from the crowd. From the absolute silence of the mermaids around her, Luce knew that they were touched by the same thing she was, the kind, dignified generosity of that gesture. This was why humans were worth saving. No matter what evils they committed, they were also capable of such unexpected sympathy, such grace. They were worth saving, even if they had to be saved from themselves. Luce noticed that Yuan was crying. "I thought they'd all just ogle her, paw at her," Yuan whispered. "I thought they might do things to her body." Imani hadn't spoken once throughout the whole awful event, but now she turned and leaned her head softly against Yuan's tear-streaked face. There was a glint of something metal in the human crowd, and Luce spun toward it, afraid that it was another gun. But no, it was just a camera.
There seemed to be quite a few of them, actually.
"Doesn't this show that Secretary Moreland was lying just now?" a woman asked. "On television?"
No one answered her. The breeze dragged steadily across their faces, drying the tears of humans and mermaids alike. "We have to get back to work. No matter how we all feel. It's way after 6. The singers from the last shift have been going for way too long." Imani murmured the words, even as tears were still welling in her midnight eyes. "We'll sing for her tonight, though," Luce said gently. "All night. We'll sing to the water as her... She couldn't remember the word at first. Her elegy." Imani nodded. Wearily, the mermaids slipped away from shore, heading out to take their places in the ranks under the bridge, while the mermaids who were finally off duty streaked below them, their dimly phosphorescent skin glancing through green waves. The singing of the mermaids under the bridge sounded sad and strange that night, without its usual undercurrent of sweet, shared delight. As Luce dropped under the surface, the line opened to welcome her. 2 mermaids she didn't know took her hands, one on each side, and squeezed them. Actually, Luce realized, she did recognize the blonde girl. Wasn't that Opal, who had traveled here with Nausicaa? Opal's voice had a slow, ghostly vibrato. The mermaid on her other side looked Hispanic, and she sang in such a sweet, lambent voice that Luce was surprised she wasn't a lieutenant. The evening felt endless, and yet all its many moments seemed somehow to be the same moment, infinitely repeating. The lights from the bridge slit the water above them with 1,000 blade-like lines of light, and once a dolphin swam close enough to nose curiously at their fins. As the song soared endlessly onward, surging from her core and up to merge with the rising water, Luce couldn't help thinking of the last time she'd sung in mourning over a mermaid's death. It had been that horrible dawn when Miriam had committed suicide by crawling on shore, when, in the frenzy of their grief, her tribe had sunk the cruise ship that was carrying Dorian's family, as well as Dorian himself, and Luce had seen him for the first time, staring down from the ship's railing and singing back at her in cool defiance. At least this time the mermaids weren't expressing their sadness through more murder. Luce felt selfish for even thinking of Dorian at a time like this, but as she sang on and on into the light, slivered night, she found herself wondering again if it was possible that Yuan was right. Could it really be that he'd marched on behalf of the twice lost, even worn that t-shirt as a way of trying to tell her he was sorry for breaking her heart? Had he broken up with Zoe? And after all the callous, uncaring things he'd said to her, was it really possible that he wanted her back? The fused voices of hundreds of mermaids eddied through Luce's mind and sent her thoughts spinning on dizzy trajectories. She caught herself thinking that Dorian really had looked beautiful at the head of that march, with his hair dashed by the wind, his expression so strong-willed and serious. Was it possible that he still loved her? When her shift finally ended, Luce kept on singing. New mermaids arrived and took the places beside her. Luce barely noticed Opal and the other singers leaving to go back to their encampments. She sang well past midnight, then on into the new dawn, even when her tail began to tremble from exhaustion. She had too much emotion to contain in her small body. She had to let it out somehow, turn it into music, and she could never stop. Luce's voice was roughening, crackling, but she drove it up to meet the vibration of the water above her. Then Yuan was there, her hands on Luce's shoulders, actually tugging her out of the line as Graciela arrived to take her place. Luce strained back, but now that she saw the expression on Yuan's face, a mixture of strict and concerned and mocking, stopping began to feel a bit more manageable than it had moments before. "Come on, General Girl. You're going to go home and sleep whether you like it or not, and eat a lot, and maybe talk to me about all that stuff we saw on the news last night, okay?" Yuan shook her a little. Luce's voice ebbed away. Without the songs sustaining her, she was suddenly unbearably hungry and so tired that she was tempted to simply collapse on the nearest beach. Okay. Yuan towed her to the surface, and Luce breathed deep and stared around at the dawn-smeared bay in a daze. Far away, Alcatraz sat in a slick of lemon-colored light so brilliant that the whole island appeared to be levitating. Thanks, Yuan. Oh, my pleasure. Somebody's got to make sure you don't go off the deep end, right? But Yuan suddenly sounded a little distracted. She was looking toward the shore. At this distance, the humans and their posters looked quite small, and Yuan was squinting at them. Luce? What does that look like to you? I mean, it couldn't be... Luce saw what Yuan was talking about. That poster on the right? That does look like you. But Yuan, it couldn't be someone from my family. It's been, God, almost 15 years or something? And then... Yuan looked down. I mean, I used to get grounded if a boy called me up or anything. You'd think killing both my parents would be enough to get me disowned. She gave a heart-rending laugh. Luce focused on the image. I think it might be a picture of you as a mermaid, actually. And it says Queen Yuan. No last name. Yuan visibly relaxed. Probably just another guy with a mermaid fetish, then. What a relief. Want to go tease the groupies for a minute? Could be fun. It looks like a girl. Tired as she was, Luce was too curious not to swim a little closer with Yuan in the lead. People started waving to them, but Yuan's eyes remained focused only on the human who had come for her. Then she stopped and grabbed Luce's arm. Oh, God. Oh, Luce, I wish that was my aunt or something. Anything would be better than... Luce could see the girl more clearly now. She was chubby and pretty and had golden skin that beamed orange in the dawn glow. Do you recognize her? Luce asked. Then the girl spotted them. She dropped her poster and started waving both arms wildly in midair. Yuan! Queen Yuan! It's me! The girl shouted, and all at once Luce understood. That's her? It was the girl Yuan had saved, the girl Yuan had despised herself for saving, the one whose survival had cost Yuan her tribe and her role as queen. The girl who was both Yuan's secret heart and the crack in her heart. Oh, God, she's gotten so much older. But I have to talk to her. Do I have to talk to her? Luce! Yuan's nails sank deeper in Luce's flesh. Queen Yuan, you saved my life. I came all the way from Boston to thank you, the girl called out. She was looking around at the police as if she might be considering making a leap for the water. Yuan's face looked greenish, her stare confused. You don't have to talk to her if you don't feel like it, Yuan. If you want, I'll go over there and tell her that you don't think it's a good idea, Luce whispered. Yuan shook her head. I have to. It's my fault she's alive at all. I feel... She gave that strange laugh again. Responsible. Luce considered that. I felt that way too. She hesitated. With Dorian, like I was tied to him somehow. Yuan's grip on her arm eased, leaving deep red crescents where her nails had been. She groaned. You get home safe now, General Girl. 29. Disappointment.
Anais, my dear, it appears that you've hardly been putting forth your best efforts of late. Just when I was hoping that I might have some good news for you soon, but I can't help you if you won't help yourself,
Moreland explained to the speaker set into the glass wall. Anais was in the tank, of course, but she was refusing to emerge from behind her pillows. He could barely see her azure fins flicking irritably in the crystalline water. He took a breath and continued.
We're close to a breakthrough, Tadpole. Any day now we'll have the means to restore your kind to their lost humanity without damaging them. Isn't that wonderful? Of course, if you changed back, you'd be promptly convicted of so many murders that you'd never see daylight again. I was just starting to think that I might be willing to ask the president to pardon you and to see about getting you your inheritance as well. And then, Moreland's voice turned to a growl, I found myself gravely disappointed in you. You failed me, Tadpole. After the extraordinary trust I've reposed in you, you didn't merely permit that boy to live. You actually went to the extreme of introducing yourself.
Anais mumbled something. From the sound of it, her face was probably buried in a cushion.
I can't hear you, Anais. If you have something to say for yourself, you might do better to speak up and enunciate.
Anais lifted herself on her elbows, just high enough that her tousled head appeared from behind a pink satin mound. Her lids were swollen and raw, and she seemed to have some kind of rash on her cheek.
I said I didn't introduce myself, and I really tried to kill him. He lived anyway.
You should know better than to lie to me, Anais,
Moreland snarled. His anger rose in him with an icy, buzzing sensation.
This isn't amusing. Do you know what this boy is saying now?
He hadn't shown Anais any of Dorian's inflammatory videos or postings about the attempt on his life, though. She might guess at some of the contents, but she couldn't actually know what Dorian had said.
Luckily, his claims are so extravagant that no one in the media, no one serious at least, is paying any attention. But the mermaid lovers and other fringe types are only too eager to believe his story of a mermaid assassin named Anais controlled by someone in the government. Now where do you suppose he got that remarkable little morsel of information?
It was actually worse than that. Dorian had repeatedly named Secretary Moreland himself as the most likely culprit. He'd said that since Anais's old tribe had been slaughtered, it was logical that she might have survived by surrendering. He'd learned far too much, and he was shouting all of it to the four winds.
I have a press conference later,
Moreland fumed.
Anais, if I'm obliged to deal with questions about this...
He let the unspoken remainder curl into a threat. Anais muttered something again. She was back in her pillows.
Yes? What was that, Anais?
I said that maybe you shouldn't have made me try to kill him. You knew he used to be with Luce. It's not my fault. She probably taught him, so he can...
Anais broke off with a keening cry and slammed a pillow into the floor. For a long, slow moment he considered her.
So that's it, isn't it, Tadpole?
Moreland rasped at last.
You didn't want to kill him.
He simpered out the words, crudely mimicking Anais's chirpy voice.
Now, why would that be? You thought you might like to take your old enemy's boyfriend away from her and get cozy with him yourself? If you simply explained that you're a poor little captive and that you never wanted to commit those nasty murders at all, maybe he would ask you to the prom?
Anais turned pointedly away from him, grabbed some random gadget on the artificial shore, and threw it as hard as she could at the blue cement wall. There was a percussive crack, and black plastic shards flew everywhere. He had forgotten how strong she was. Anais paused and deliberated over her remaining possessions, then selected some sort of handheld video game. Crack. Moreland watched her with a hard, empty smirk on his face. The best way to punish her was to deny her the pleasure of a reaction. She pulled out one of her ornate dresser drawers and hefted it experimentally by one corner, shiny tops and bracelets tumbling into the water. She swung the drawer onto the hard blue pavement. It buckled and splintered, and she swung it again. Moreland was beginning to find the whole business tedious. He turned off the speaker and swung away from the glass wall as Anais worked doggedly at her tantrum.
"Sir,"
someone exclaimed as he walked out into the hallway, clicking the door firmly shut behind him. Moreland turned to see the Undersecretary for Intelligence, a severe man in black-framed glasses.
"Secretary Moreland, there was some difficulty reaching you. There's a new development, sir. The port of Tacoma."
If he could only focus better, without the bits of song in his head always breaking apart and jangling at him like electrified coins.
"Tacoma? What about it?" "There's a second blockade there, sir. A group of mermaids there apparently spray-painted messages along the channel walls declaring their allegiance to the twice-lost army during the night. Obviously, that implies human collusion. Someone provided the paint. Now they've raised another of those water ramparts at the channel's mouth. The messages were signed by a mermaid using the name Lieutenant Dana, sir. If this continues to spread, there's an emergency meeting of the Joint Chiefs to discuss the situation."
Lieutenant Dana. Another of the mermaids on that recording he'd heard. One of his mermaids. Irrationally, Moreland found himself thinking of Dana's joining the Twice Lost as an intolerably personal betrayal. How could she? His eyes rolled up. Fluorescent rings shone at intervals along the ceiling, tugging at his thoughts. They looked like round, singing mouths.
"Sir?"
The undersecretary was looking at Moreland with such an odd, concerned expression that it verged on insolence.
"I was extremely sorry to hear the news about General Prudowski's death last week, sir. I know you worked closely with him. And then the shocking manner of his death, the way he was found drowned in his own swimming pool, must have been very disturbing." "Of course,"
Moreland snapped. Anaïs's caretaker, why could he never remember that pasty young man's name? Was it Freddie, or maybe Charlie? Peered out of an open door down the hallway. His face shone with pale pink hatred as he gazed at Moreland. His mouth hung open over his sharply receding chin.
"Sir, shall we proceed?"
Moreland began walking automatically, almost brushing against that glowering face as he passed.
"What about human activity?"
Moreland asked. He knew that asking questions was expected of him, but in this case he also felt an ache of genuine interest. Human rebelliousness would be instigated by that Dorian Hurst boy. It would justify his steadily mounting fury at Anaïs.
"Human activity?" "Those self-hating children calling themselves twice-lost humans. Any more trouble from them?" "Yes, sir. There are large demonstrations going on in several cities at the moment, most without permits, and there was an attempt to build a barricade across Route 66. Unbelievable foolishness. Clearly there was a need for drastic action. General Luce's movement couldn't be allowed to disrupt naval traffic in any more cities, and she certainly couldn't go on attracting human followers seduced by her phony pacifism, her pretended naive desire to protect the oceans. The public needed to hate mermaids as much, as implacably as he did. As for the way to make that happen, well, it was unfair and outrageous that all the real effort, all the imagination and initiative fell to him. But it looked like he'd just have to take matters into his own hands. 30. The Net. "Hey, Luce." Imani had swum up beside her just after Luce's shift ended. They were floating together in the low waves halfway between the bridge and the crowd on shore. Luce was watching Eileen, who'd swum over to scan the faces in the crowd. She seemed to spend half her time there, swimming back and forth for hours. Obviously Eileen was searching for someone in particular, and Luce wondered who it was. And there was Yuan, leaning on the shore and talking with her new human friend Gigi again. "Hey, Imani," Luce murmured. "Everything okay?" In the days since the murder, they'd fallen back into the same steady routine of singing and sleep. Nothing had really changed, except for occasional reports that mermaids in other cities had joined the Twice Lost and renounced killing and raised waves of their own. Nausicaa was doing incredible work, that was clear, and everyone was feeling optimistic. Their friends on shore told them about increasing numbers of humans protesting on the mermaids' behalf, too.
Almost everyone in the twice-lost army seemed convinced that the eagerly awaited negotiations would start very soon, now that their movement was spreading, and now that more and more humans seemed to be on their side. But as the days went by without a response from the human government, Luce only grew more anxious. She could understand why so many of her followers were hoping for an easy victory, but this almost seemed too easy. "It's about Katerina," Imani began, and Luce groaned inwardly. "She's completely stopped showing up for her shifts, Luce. And some of the other mermaids over at the Mare Island camp say she's been getting really angry for no reason and saying horrible things, like that Nausicaa persuaded you to betray everything mermaids stand for. I know she got jealous of Nausicaa, but still." Luce bit her lip. Why does Katerina have to go and make more problems? Everything's already so hard and she's just making it all worse. Imani looked at her for a long moment, her eyes deep and searching. "But Luce, you're still her friend, right?" Luce considered that. Delicate wands of mist stroked over the water, and by the shore it glowed mirror-smooth and brilliantly silver. Gigi and Yuan were laughing hard about something, and the sight of their closeness brought tears into Luce's eyes. Even if Katerina's constant moodiness sometimes became exhausting, Luce did still love her. Maybe she should be the one to try harder, to reach out. "I'm still her friend. I just want her to stop making everything so complicated. Just because Nausicaa is my friend too, she doesn't need to go off and sulk and start telling lies like that." "I think she's depressed, Luce. She thinks she's losing you." Imani's voice was even softer than usual. "You should go talk to her." Luce sighed. The twice-lost army had swelled with the addition of refugees and drifters attracted by their fame, and a large mermaid encampment had sprung up under the wharves of the abandoned naval shipyards at Mare Island, far in the North Bay. The last thing Luce felt like doing was swimming that far, especially when it might mean another argument. But Imani was right. If Luce cared about Katerina's feelings, she should do something to show it. "Okay, I'll go. Imani." Imani only smiled silently, the silver water lapping around her dark shoulders. "Thank you for reminding me to do the right thing. You always do." Luce knew more or less where to find the Mare Island camp, but she hadn't actually been there before. When she surfaced 50 yards from its shore, she was bewildered by the sweep and confusion of the island's waterfront. Rusty cranes painted mustard and navy and dusty green crisscrossed the sky. A row of collapsing barracks stood deep in swaying yellow grass, and graffiti modeled the scaling white warehouses with names densely layered in ruby and silver scrawl. Bridges arched everywhere behind the island, their iron beams a complicated geometric lace against the mist covering the hills. Swallows dipped overhead. It was as lonely in its way as the distant coast of Alaska had been. In that whole decrepit expanse she didn't see a single human being. But somewhere under the water, Mare Island wasn't deserted at all. Luce dived again, skimming along the jagged piers that rambled out into the bay. She could hear voices licking through the water, but so bent and trembling that it was hard to tell quite where they were coming from. She was swimming away from the tangle of cranes and desolate buildings, out to where a broad, dark pier glowered just above the water's surface. A charred, half-fallen shed leaned at its end, and as Luce approached it, girls' voices seemed to drift closer to her. "General Luce, you came to see us." It was the tan-skinned mermaid who'd sung beside Luce through the night after that shocking murder. Do you remember me?" "Of course I remember you. I was so sad that night, and hearing you sing, it helped keep me going." Luce hesitated. "But I don't know your name." "Thanks. I'm Elva." She suddenly sounded shy. "Did you swim up here for a reason?" "I have to find Katerina," Luce said softly. Elva's expression darkened as she pointed into the deep shadows under the pier. "She's back there, all the way at the shore. Look, if she gives you a hard time—" Luce tried to smile, but her insides were tense with dread. "It'll be okay." She dived, dipping and weaving her way through a forest of swaying fins. There were even more mermaids here than in the encampment near Hunter's Point. The low, dark space was densely webbed with nets and hammocks, mermaids curled half-submerged, dreaming or whispering. Luce found her former queen slumped on her side on the gritty pebble shore. The pier formed a ceiling less than a foot above their heads, its rotting beams glittering with condensation and grubby with soot. Katerina's arm stretched up the beach, her pale hand emerging from her pooling red-gold hair. She turned her head just enough to glance sullenly at Luce, then buried her face in the fiery tangles again. Luce reached out and lightly touched her shoulder. "Hey, Kat?" Katerina pivoted her head again.
"Hello, Generalissima. You seem to have gone out of your way for once."
Luce suppressed an impulse to snap back at her. "Kat, things shouldn't be like this with us. I don't really understand why you're so angry with me, but—"
"Angry?"
Katerina raised herself slightly. Her stunning face was oddly blotchy and streaked with black dust.
"Is that what I am, Lucette? Angry that you're still so childish that you can't see through Nausicaa and her ridiculous flattery? Is that what you think?"
It took an effort, but Luce kept her voice level. "I really didn't come here to fight with you, Kat." She paused, wondering if she should ask the next question, not sure she wanted to know the answer. "What do you have against Nausicaa anyway? You said something about her and Queen Marina." Queen Marina, whom Katerina had adored and followed and lost when the queen left the sea out of love for a human and died on the shore. Luce couldn't quite believe that Nausicaa would have done anything truly wrong to Marina, though.
"Indeed," Katerina exhaled sharply. "Indeed, just as Nausicaa is doing now with you, Lucette. She appeared out of nowhere, telling her preposterous stories of living with the first mermaids, of spending thousands of years in the sea and escaping death again and again. And Marina believed all of it, blindly enchanted with her. For 3 months, Marina completely forgot the rest of us. She behaved like the tide chasing after the moon."
Katerina was just jealous, then. "If that's all that happened, you shouldn't have made everybody think that Nausicaa did something untrustworthy. Kat, those things you said when Nausicaa came, I mean, all of that really wasn't fair." Katerina glowered.
"Nausicaa is untrustworthy. She abandoned Marina in the night, with no explanation, no goodbye. For so great a queen as Marina to have her devotion discarded so callously. She never fully recovered her former strength of mind, Lucette. She was half-broken, remote. And it was not long afterward that Marina sought consolation by throwing herself into the arms of that human. If it hadn't been for Nausicaa's heartlessness—"
Luce flinched, thinking of how recently she'd woken up to find that Nausicaa had vanished. And then Katerina. "But you left me without saying goodbye, Kat. Don't you remember? Up in Alaska, I came back to the cave and you were just gone. I don't see why it's so different when Nausicaa does the same thing."
"I had no choice,"
Katerina snarled. She moved to sit up, but the filthy planks above stopped her.
"For Nausicaa, everything is a choice. Anyone who cares for her is simply a temporary amusement, Lucette, as you will certainly discover. But I had real responsibilities. I had to do whatever I could to save our tribe from that psycha, Anais. The only possibility open to me was to leave you, and to trust that you would behave with honor and become their queen."
Katerina laughed bitterly.
"I gave you too much credit, it seems. Queen is too trivial a title to tempt you. You require much more than that."
For a moment, Luce was distracted by anger at Katerina's insinuations. Her tail thrashed the murky water into froth, and she looked away into the dimness, fighting to compose herself. Then it hit her. That Psycha? Luce was certain she'd never heard Katerina use that word before. The word for a mermaid who'd lost her humanity not through suffering like the rest of them, but simply through her own essential coldness, her utter inability to feel or to love. Luce had learned that Anais was a Psycha from Nausicaa, in fact, along with everything a Psycha's nature implied. But Katerina had never even mentioned it as a possibility. "You knew Anais was a Psycha?" Luce asked. Her voice came out thin and high and oddly detached from her, a rag of sound brushing through the shadows. "Did you know that all along?" The dim glow of Katerina's face showed the flickering shifts of her expression all too clearly. Surprise, an instantaneous blink of something like alarm, then a slight, self-conscious smirk. Streams of copper-shining hair obscured one of her moon-gray eyes.
"Well, I knew there was nothing to see, of course, in the indication that surrounded her, nothing like a story to be captured with a sideways glance, as I can still observe the story of what your uncle did to you. But as for what that meant, I suppose I knew that Anais might be one of such mermaids as I had heard described some years before, a Psycha."
"But if you knew," Luce began, her voice still that thin, strange scrap drifting on the air between them. "Kat, if you knew, you should have warned everyone as soon as Anais joined us. Why didn't you? We could have thrown her out of the tribe before so many people died, before the tribe went crazy sinking all those ships, before she killed those larval mermaids, before she tried to murder Dana and Violet and me," Luce thought. Katerina looked away, and all at once Luce knew exactly why she hadn't taken action to prevent Anais from worming her way into the tribe and destroying it. "Had you learned what a Psycha was from Nausicaa, Kat? And because you just didn't want to believe Nausicaa was right about anything, you pretended everything was fine with Anais until most of the girls in our tribe were on her side and it was too late?" Luce stopped talking. She felt as if all the air had been ripped from her lungs, as if her heart was seized in a vice that squeezed all the blood from it and kept it from beating. Kat still wouldn't meet her eyes, and Luce knew it was true. Katerina had actually allowed Anais to take over the tribe out of the spite and envy she felt toward Nausicaa. She'd willfully ignored the warnings she'd heard years before Anais was even born. "Kat!" Luce's voice came out jagged, accusatory. "Kat, is that what happened? You should have driven Anais away the second she showed up, and you just didn't do it? And then you left me alone to deal with your mess?" Katerina glanced at her for just a fraction of a second. The gray shine of her eyes stabbed through the shadows, flashed away again.
"I suppose the question seems so easy to you, Lucette. You would never doubt anything Nausicaa told you, not even the most outrageous lies. After all, if you did, you would also have to doubt the sincerity of her friendship for you. But Nausicaa never told me lies too charming to question, so why would I believe a single word she said?"
Anais's out-of-control attacks on ships had provoked the humans to the point of slaughtering their old tribe. Luce closed her eyes and saw girls' faces veiled by water stained ruby. She saw throats gashed wide and bubbling with blood. "You should have believed Nausicaa because she was right. She was always telling the truth. You just didn't want to listen," Luce moaned. Anais's actions had helped bring on the war.
"Of course you take Nausicaa's side. I knew you would, Lucette."
"I am not taking Nausicaa's side, Kat!"
Luce's voice was high and sharp enough that other mermaids under the pier turned to look at them.
"You're the one who wants to make everything be about Nausicaa and how much you hate her. I'm taking the mermaid side."
The silence went on so long that it seemed to flex and coil like a snake. Katerina drew herself up, her beautiful face stiff and haughty, and gazed at Luce with regal disdain.
"Luce, do you dare to suggest that I am not on the mermaid's side?"
she hissed at last.
You accuse me of this when you love humans so much that you degrade not only yourself for their sake, but you even lead your followers into the same degradation? When you would accept any humiliation from that human boy of yours, if only he would pretend to care for you.
A cold, airless rage choked Luce's heart, clotted in her throat and eyes. There was nothing she could say in the face of such despicable cruelty, especially coming from Katerina. Between the low planks and the beach, darkness waited, like some heavy, compressed substance. Something about that darkness felt to Luce like contempt made visible. She wouldn't answer Katerina. She would never answer her again.
I have no place here, in this absurd army of yours. I should leave,
Katerina murmured at last. Do you think I'll beg you not to go? Luce thought bitterly, after what you just said.
Does it mean nothing to you, Luce, if I leave here? We may never see each other again.
Katerina's voice was veering up the scale, wild and plaintive. Luce finally turned to look at her. Katerina's gray eyes met hers with a shocked, scattered brilliance. Kat's cheeks were bone-white, and as she saw the look on Luce's face, she visibly recoiled. Her recoil transformed into a sudden, violent rippling like a flame in the wind, and she vanished under the water. Luce could just see the golden shimmer of her tail streaking away. For half a second, Luce felt nothing but a kind of savage relief that Kat was gone. Then something in Luce's stifled heart burst free, and she gave a trembling cry and dived after her. Luce had forgotten what an exceptional swimmer Katerina was, how extraordinarily quick and fluid she was, even for a mermaid. The water of the North Bay was murkier than she was used to, beige and unpleasantly brackish. Katerina's golden fins showed only as a kind of bright disturbance far ahead.
Kat?
Luce called into the opaque water.
Kat, I'm sorry.
She knew how well sound traveled through water. Surely Katerina must hear her. Then Luce couldn't catch even a glimmer of distant fins anymore, even as she drove herself faster. When she surfaced for a breath, there was nothing around but the lonely shore with its scattered palm trees and rusty metal huts leaning in auburn grass. Bridges like the skeletons of snakes were slung across the pale sky. But if Katerina was determined to leave, she could be going in only one direction, back toward the Golden Gate and the wild deep sea beyond. Luce gathered her strength and dived again, her tail lashing behind her. Once Kat reached the open ocean, Luce would lose all hope of finding her. A black slash of wings broke the water just in front of her, startling her into reeling abruptly sideways before she saw the cormorant sweep toward the surface again with a silver fish in its beak. Still, Katerina was nowhere, not even when the city loomed ahead again, not even when Luce came up to see the dull red curves of the Golden Gate Bridge not too far away. Mermaid song vibrated through the water, stroking Luce's fins with tremulous music, and the wave beneath the bridge still shone like a wall formed from millions of shivering crystals. The sun burned through a fine haze, and light like grainy brush strokes danced around her.
Katerina?
Luce called, but the air suddenly pulsed with a loud, disturbing noise that drowned out her voice. Luce looked up to see the helicopter whizzing overhead. Of course, there were always helicopters around the bay now, sent by different news channels as well as by the military, but they never came this close. The military ones usually just circled high above the bridge, watching the mermaids below. This one was darkly drab, heavy but sleekly formed, menacing, definitely the same as the ones that had attacked them before, and it was swinging rapidly lower. Something Luce couldn't quite make out swagged from the helicopter's base until it was almost skimming the water. Then, with an agitated rippling, the surface broke, and whatever that dangling thing was dipped into the bay, slicing deeper as it neared the bridge with disquieting speed. Luce raced ahead. The glassy sides of the towering wave juddered with the pounding air from the propeller. She heard screams unraveling from the human crowd lining the bridge, saw people shift and jostle and slam one another in a panic as the helicopter rushed toward them, its blades ripping so close to their gathered faces that Luce feared they would be slashed to bits. At the last possible moment, the helicopter changed course, pulling steeply straight upward. Luce had a brief moment to feel relieved. Then she recognized what the helicopter was dragging with it, out of the bay and up into the gusting wind. A net. That thing hanging from its bottom was a net. And now it wasn't empty. The helicopter rose, its blades hacking at the air. Below it, a tangle of mermaids, 10, a dozen, jerked and thrashed against the net strands. Luce flung herself across the water even as she stared in desperation. Netted arms bent randomly around rippling, translucent fins in subtle shades of bronze and celadon and smoky peach. Ribbons of long hair tumbled through the mesh. Dark and pale hands wrenched at the strands, trying frantically to tear their way free. Then the helicopter stopped its ascent and simply hovered high in space, higher than the bridge, higher than any wave the mermaids could hope to command. Didn't the humans understand that... "They'll die!" Luce heard herself screaming into the sky. "You have to put them back in the water! They'll die!" If the helicopter's crew heard her, they gave no sign of it, but other mermaids did. In a moment, Luce was surrounded by clamoring girls. "Luce, what are they doing? Aren't they afraid we'll let the wave go? What are we supposed to do? You have to make them stop, Luce. You have to!" The standing wave still shone in the misty, smoldering sunlight, but Luce saw that it was starting to dip and wobble a little. Too many singers were abandoning their places, racing out to see what was happening. "We have to keep singing!" Luce yelled. "No matter what, everyone, get back in the line!" Luce saw reluctance, even anger in the faces around her. "They're killing our friends!" Eileen snarled back at her. "We'll go back to singing once they let everyone out of that net. How's that for a compromise?" "And what about all those humans on shore? What about the ones who are just there to help us? Are you going to let them drown?" Luce's voice was savage as she wheeled on Eileen. "Get back to your place, Eileen! What if one of those humans is that person you keep waiting for?" Eileen's face blanched, and she swirled back a few feet under the impact of Luce's glare. "Fine. I guess you have a point." She crooked her strawberry blonde head at the other undecided mermaids. "Come on, everyone. You heard the general." Eileen was just turning to go when two appalling sounds called her back. The first was a thin, strangely pale-sounding scream from the net above. It prickled on the air like a million motes of galvanized dust. The second was a loudspeaker. A rough, staticky voice boomed down through the treble of that scream. "You have 3 minutes to lower the wave completely and end the blockade. Repeat, you have 3 minutes only. If you do not comply, the captive mermaids will be allowed to die. Release the wave now, and the captives will be released." It was so insane that for an instant Luce could only stare up at the helicopter, flabbergasted. They must realize the impossibility of safely lowering so much water in such a short time. If she obeyed them, she'd unleash a tsunami. A speeding field of water would crush the city and thousands of people would certainly die. The humans in that helicopter were ordering her to destroy San Francisco. The air shook with another high, sustained scream, and then another. The mermaids in the net were starting to go into convulsions as their tails began to dry out. The net rocked and heaved in the air high above until it looked like a single, shapeless, tortured animal. For a few seconds, there was nothing Luce could say. Around her, other mermaids gaped with the same staggered hopelessness she felt herself. Beside them, the standing water wall buckled a little more, and odd blobs and sashes of water began to tumble down its brilliant flank. "Luce," Jo begged beside her, "just tell everyone to stop singing. Just let the wave go. Even you said we could kill to save other mermaids. You said so. And we don't have any choice, not when they're...
when we're...
The mermaids were being tested, Luce realized. Whoever was ordering them to release the wave understood perfectly well what the consequences would be. For some strange reason, the humans in that helicopter wanted the twice-lost army to kill as many people as possible.
Hold the line! Luce screamed. It's a trick! They want us to kill everyone!
Yuan was there, but closer to the bridge. Thank God Yuan was suddenly there, gazing at her with a look of appalled understanding, and Luce saw her nod sharply once before she dived, pulling 2 other mermaids with her. Luce could hear Yuan shouting down the line.
It's a trick! Defy them! Get back in your places and sing! No brave mermaid would ever take orders from a human! Show them that! Defy them!
Oh, Yuan, no one is like you. No one else could be so strong.
But, Luce...
It was Joe, pointing up now with one wild white arm, biting at her other hand until droplets of ruby blood burst through the skin.
Hold the line! Keep singing!
Luce shrieked again. At least some of the mermaids nearby seemed to be singing to the water again, dipping under the bridge as they sang, though the wave was tilting now and fissured at its top into uneven, jutting swags. Luce's head throbbed with the shivering screams of the mermaids above her. Her face was slick with tears as she turned to join the mermaids singing under the bridge. No matter what, they couldn't let the wave collapse, not even if those mermaids in the net had to die, to save thousands of human lives. Joe grabbed her arm, jerking Luce back so sharply that she gasped.
You now have exactly 2 minutes. Lower the wave completely within that time, or the captives will all die.
There wasn't even a way Luce could offer herself in their place. She could scream until her throat ruptured. The helicopter's crew would never hear her.
Luce!
Joe shouted in her ear.
They've got Katerina!
The net jarred again, and suddenly Luce saw red gold hair like a rivulet of liquid fire pouring through its holes. One of the frenzied, shrieking voices far above suddenly brightened and clarified, catching Luce's heart in a shining net of its own. Joe was right. That could only be Katerina, tangled and quaking with the other captives. If Luce didn't order the twice lost to unleash the tsunami, Katerina would die in agonizing pain within minutes, and she would die believing that Luce hated her. Luce couldn't move. The bay might as well have locked up completely, become an endless sheet of ice gripping her. All she could do was gaze from that fiery trace of Katerina's hair dangling against the white sky to the soaring water wall under the bridge, to the ragged skyline of San Francisco. On the shore, some people were fighting to crush their way onto the already dangerously overcrowded bridge or to run up the hill, though if the wave was released, they would certainly never manage to run far or fast enough to save themselves. A few humans were taking advantage of the confusion to dive into the bay. Luce could see their arms splashing up through the salt water as they swam doggedly toward the mermaids, though they were still quite far away. They would drown too. The air around Luce's head pulsated with screams and the violent percussion of helicopter blades, and there seemed to be more helicopters now, including some that were whirling rapidly toward the one carrying the net. The mermaids in the net shrieked and spasmed. Luce knew exactly what they were feeling, a white pain like needles made of pure sun drilling in on all sides, pain so piercing and terrible that thought and hope and breath were all extinguished. But it was still in Luce's power to save them. They were still alive.
This is your final warning. Release the wave now.
Yuan's human friend, Gigi, was alive too, though probably on the shore nearby. So was the man who'd spread his jacket over the murdered mermaid. So were countless humans whose hearts Luce couldn't guess at, hearts that would vanish forever under an onslaught of water strong enough to lift trucks and level buildings. If Luce gave in and obeyed the helicopter's insane command. Already some of the singers were surfacing again, their voices fading away in a kind of dazed mutiny. Without them, the water wall sloped precariously. Then one watery swag broke free and plummeted into the bay. The surface rose in an abrupt 15-foot swell that lifted Luce and Joe and the others skyward and dropped them again. It raced toward the shore, broke into countless flying shards of foam, grabbed people and threw them like twigs. And that was only a small piece of the water the mermaids were supporting, a single loose scrap of sea. Any more than that? Luce heard herself singing. The song broke through her awful entrancement, and she saw other mermaids turn to stare at her. She felt her new strength touch them as their voices rose again, and then their strength flowed back into her. A circuit of shared power woke the deep green waters. Her throat felt thick and knotted, but the voice that tore through it was vibrant, sweet, and powerful. Tears streamed from her eyes, joining the sea. Luce sank below the surface, her song a hovering cry for everything that was lost, for those who were dead and those who were dying now. She saw the twice lost holding hands in that endless chain below the bridge, their heads thrown back and fins shimmering. Yuan was there, fiercely corralling uncertain mermaids into the line, passionately driving her voice into fusion with those hundreds of other voices. There were Opal and Joe and Graciela all singing, all reaching out their hands to other mermaids, urging them to keep going, no matter what happened. Even if the song came out like sobs, even if it wavered, it still held. And with the song, their towering wave oscillated and jumped, but it didn't fall. It didn't fall. The screams of the netted mermaids were gradually ebbing away, thinner and lighter. Luce gagged for a second with the knowledge of what that meant, then forced her voice into the song again. The others were singing more loudly, too, and now, along with the infinite grief in that song, there was a new tone of defiance, sad and calm and still somehow ferocious all at once. Luce closed her eyes, feeling herself suspended in an expanse of water and music made one. Almost all the screams had slipped into silence now, the glassy darkness surrounding her filled with the knowledge that Katerina was almost surely dead, and that Luce herself had made the choice to kill her queen and her friend. Her song twisted on like a living thing, vital with determination, but while her voice still lived, Luce was sure her heart hadn't survived. A rattle of gunfire burst through the immense, upwelling song. Lost in numbness beyond grief, Luce could only feel a dull chill in place of fear. That helicopter's crew was enraged by the mermaids' disobedience. Of course those lunatics had started shooting in frustration. Soon the bombs would fall, and the water would burst with crushing waves of energy. For some reason, those people up there wanted San Francisco destroyed, and they weren't about to take the mermaids' no for an answer. It was all over then. Everything she'd tried to do was about to be obliterated. In a dark, mournful way, Luce wondered how many of the twice lost would die, and how many would flee before there weren't enough of them left to sustain the wave. Maybe, just maybe, they could buy some of the humans on shore enough time to escape from the inevitable cataclysm. She'd killed humans before, Luce thought dreamily. It seemed fair enough that now she would die trying to save at least a few of them. And then Katerina was dead because of her, and soon Luce would die too. That seemed right as well. She almost smiled as she reached out her hands, touching the water around her as if it were an enclosure of glossy diamond. As the guns cracked again, Luce's voice rose to meet their outbursts, wild and sweet. There were no words to her song, but it was still shaped by an emotion so strong that the music seemed to take on language. I accept it. I accept it. I accept.
Luce!
It was Yuan. Luce wouldn't stop the song until a spear or a bomb stopped it for her, but she opened her eyes to gaze at Yuan, trying to reassure her without words. You can leave. You can live, but I'm staying. I accept this.
Luce, something crazy is happening. Those helicopters, they're shooting at each other, not at us.
That made no sense, Luce thought hazily. Yuan obviously didn't know what she was talking about. Yuan pulled at Luce's elbow, and Luce resisted her, suddenly stabbed by fear again after that long, cold lull. It wasn't death that horrified her, but the thought of seeing Katerina's lifeless body swinging in the sky.
Luce, this is important, Yuan gasped. We have to understand what's happening. We can't just ignore it. You can't.
Yuan leaped, grabbing Luce around her ribs, then spiraled her tail so forcefully that they both rocketed to the surface. Yuan actually caught Luce's short hair in one hand, jerking her head back to make her see. 2 helicopters waltzed around each other, rising, dropping, and swooping with balletic grace. Strangely, Yuan was right. They didn't seem to be shooting at the mermaids under the bridge, or even paying any attention to them. Behind the 2 aircraft, the clouds had parted, showing long, sinuous sweeps of bright blue sky, and the spinning propellers cast ribbons of reflected sunlight into the air. The spectacle would have seemed mesmerizing, even gorgeous, if it weren't for the net full of dead girls dangling horribly from one helicopter. Serene, if it weren't for the staccato gunfire that spat abruptly, slicing straight across the helicopter's tail. The helicopter carrying the net sputtered as the bullets cut through it, as its tail sheared away and plunged into the water in a ring of spray. It seemed to stagger in the sky, crippled and shocked, then began descending in a long, wobbling fall like a bird caught in a turbulent downdraft. The victor hovered just above, watchful and threatening, as its prey dropped toward shallow water. The net touched down first. Then the wounded copter sank in defeat just ahead of it. Small, dark boats converged on the spot. Beside them, the waves still held, tall and unyielding. There was a disturbance in the water behind them. Luce glanced around, confused, and saw one of those human swimmers nearby, her arms flailing with exhaustion. A golden, chubby girl, her drenched clothes flopping around her. She pulled her head up, gasping, trying to say something, and Yuan gave a piercing cry and caught the girl in her arms.
Gigi! Gigi, are you crazy? You should have been running uphill as fast as you could. What would have happened if we hadn't managed to... You would have drowned, and I couldn't let you go through that alone, Yuan. How could you think for 1 second that I would? Oh, God!
Alone? Luce thought wearily. Had Yuan really felt alone until Gigi arrived? Where was Nausicaa now? And even if he was angry or disappointed in her, why had her father still not come to look for her? Luce knew she'd done horrible things as a mermaid, but hadn't she earned his forgiveness yet? And Dorian? Could he be thinking of her now? Luce stared back toward the circle of boats surrounding the downed helicopter. People were loading blanket-wrapped corpses onto the boats, and one of those veiled bodies was Katerina's. Who was she? What was she, now that she had allowed her friend to die? 31. Always a price. The larvae tank wasn't nearly as luxurious as the tank where Anais lived. It was an uncovered glass enclosure half filled with bubbling salt water, set in the center of a bland white room. There was no need for the soundproof barrier that sealed Anais from the world. Larvae's attempts at singing weren't much more than eerie, dissonant squeaks that didn't threaten anyone. The tank contained a small artificial shore, crudely formed from coated plaster so that the larval mermaids would have somewhere to sleep, but apart from that there wasn't much for the mushy little creatures to do. Charlie Hackett, who was extremely proud of his growing reputation for handling the captive mermaids well, had brought them a few random toys, pink plastic dinosaurs with glittery eyelids and docile smiles, a teething ring with a row of bright beads sliding in an endless circle, a battered Barbie doll in a golden swimsuit. As he entered their room, rolling the small gurney in front of him, he saw 6 larvae tussling in the tank, their stubby pastel tails flopping as they wrestled. They were squeaking fitfully, and after a moment Charlie Hackett recognized the source of the trouble. One especially temperamental larva had the Barbie and wouldn't let the others play with it. That made his decision easier, because what he had to do now was definitely the worst part of his job. Coming back from yet another shopping expedition, they'd sent him out that afternoon to replace some of Anaïs's broken belongings, he'd been disheartened to find the order to select one of his small charges for an experimental treatment. And they hadn't even left him any time to check in on Anaïs, to refresh his mind with an infusion of her bright beauty.
"Now, Snowy,"
Charlie murmured. He'd named the troublemaker larva Snow White, for her pale bluish skin, midnight hair, and beautiful sapphire eyes.
"Now, Snowy, you know we've talked about this. You have to learn to share with your friends, and if you can't—"
Something in his tone warned her. She looked up at him, burbling apprehensively, and dropped the doll, her deep blue eyes rounded in wordless appeal. The others trilled out airy, piercing cries and shrank away from her into the corners. They'd seen more than one of their small companions carried off before, though he'd been careful to keep them from knowing what happened next. Charlie Hackett grimaced. He needed to hurry up and get this over with, before those yearning eyes got to him. He sank his arms into the water, up to the elbows, and gripped Snowy by the waist as she tried to wriggle away. She pawed his hand softly and crooned, trying to talk him out of it in the only way she could. He looked away from her plaintive little face and hefted her, swinging her dangling silver fins clear of the glass, and plunked her down on the gurney. She was already emitting a series of harsh, quick, bursting shrieks. He pinned her expertly with one hand while he used the other to bundle her tail in a pile of dripping, salt-water-soaked towels that would protect it from drying out too soon, then turned to the task of strapping her to the gurney. He couldn't stand those eyes, their frantic blue gaze lapping at his face like hungry waves, and he draped another towel across the top half of her face to stop her from gawking at him. That helped a bit, though she was still shrieking. Her muffled fins thudded rapidly against the steel like a dog's wagging tail beating at a chair. As fast as he could, Charlie Hackett spun the gurney around and thrust it ahead of him. An older, drab-faced man and an older, grayish woman stood up a bit awkwardly as he charged through their door. Both of them wore lab coats, and a rolling table of equipment waited beside them. The woman already had the syringe in her hand, holding it not far from her own cheek. Her face was tight and perturbed, and, unusually, she didn't greet him as he entered. The skin around her eyes was purplish, crumpled, and heavy. The man was making notes in a black logbook. A video camera, pointing downward, was positioned over the taped markings that showed where the gurney was supposed to park. With only a tremor of hesitation, Charlie Hackett rolled the larva to the correct spot. Then, without thinking about what he was doing, he caught Snowy's tiny, spongy hand and squeezed it protectively. He'd already watched 4 larvae die in this room, and he had no faith in the potion in that syringe. Snowy had at most 20 minutes left to live. Her tail thumped on and on, a nervous, stifled drum roll, but at least her shrieks had died down to a whimper. That wouldn't last, of course.
"Her name is Snowy,"
Charlie Hackett said.
"Snowy."
Naming her, forcing these doctors to know her name, was the best approximation of courage he could manage. The man glared at him imperiously, but the woman gave a weary nod as she approached, her needle glinting in the pallid light. This business was taking a toll on her, too, Charlie Hackett noted with some satisfaction. It was only fair that she should suffer for what she was about to do. For an instant, he was tempted to tell her so, loud and clear. Then he looked down and obediently turned Snowy's arm outward for the injection.
"Snowy,"
the woman breathed out. Tentatively, she touched the larva's damp shoulder, then twitched her hand back with evident repulsion.
"Snowy, it's going to be okay. I have some medicine here for you that will help you feel better. All right, hush now. You're going to feel
just a little poke. The needle slipped into the larva's arm, the plunger depressed, and the silver tail kicked so violently that a drenched towel slumped off the gurney and landed on Hackett's ankle with a squelch. Snowy started yowling. It didn't sound quite like a normal baby's cry. It was shriller, stranger, touched by a hint of unnatural music, a noise that made human flesh quiver and shrink. When her screams started, they wouldn't sound much like a human baby screaming either. "Remove the rest of the towels, please, Charles," the woman said quietly. He did it, tugging them free of the jerking fins and dropping them in a sodden heap to one side. Then, for the first time, he wondered why he had done it. But wasn't it better for Snowy to have someone she loved and trusted at her side now, rather than to find herself abandoned to uncaring strangers? It was only by doing exactly what they told him that he could have the opportunity to be here for her and the other larvae, just as he had to obey Secretary Moreland if he wanted to spend time with Anais. If he didn't follow their instructions exactly, he would be fired. And then what would become of Anais without him? "Take the towel off her face, too. We need a complete record of the effects." Hackett removed the towel silently. He was doing it for Anais, his darling, golden Anais, so that he could stay here, so that he could continue to serve as her protector and her knight. Snowy's blue eyes swung wildly around the room as if she was looking for someone who might save her. Her brilliant silver tail dashed violently against the cold steel table. She screamed again and again, her racked body slamming against the restraints so hard that her stomach began to weep beads of blood around the straps. For 2 full minutes, the humans stared, mesmerized, at the dying larva, their minds like sails filled by her screams. Then Charlie Hackett felt himself breaking through entrancement as if it were some slick membrane. He groaned sharply. "It's not working! It's not working! Just do something for her!" The lab-coated man looked up from his notes. "It's hardly appropriate for you to second-guess our work. It's a new formula. It should—" "I'm upping her dosage," the woman interrupted. Her voice was barely audible over that throbbing scream. Another needle drew a bright, clear line across the air, straight into Snowy's neck. The little larva was in convulsions now, and the luster dimmed on her silver scales. They had turned the color of old tin, as dry as scabs, loose-looking and ashy. Snowy couldn't even scream anymore now, only sigh. Charlie Hackett knew from experience what that meant. She was near the end. Her scales were flaking away, winding into a kind of silvery smoke. Her spasms ceased, her blue eyes closed, and she shuddered. She seemed surprisingly quiet all of a sudden, actually, her small body suddenly gone soft and limp. Her hands made tiny fists, then opened again. She gave a long exhalation. And then 2 babyish legs sagged on the gurney. Snowy lay silent, unmoving. The gray woman moved forward and rested a hand on that small, pale chest, feeling for a heartbeat. He might as well get back to the rest of the larvae, Hackett thought. It would take at least an hour of coaxing and petting before they would be calm enough to eat their dinner. And then there was Anais, who probably hadn't heard any of the bizarre, incomprehensible news coming out of San Francisco. He wasn't supposed to tell her anything about the outside world, of course. Talking too much was the kind of small defiance he felt ready to risk. And as his reward, she would murmur to him, turn her azure eyes on his face, laugh and play and tell him her secrets. Snowy's corpse had a faint blue tinge and a subtle, luminous quality that marked her, even in death, as having once been something more than human. Hackett ran a hand over his face and turned to leave. A whispery moan came from the air behind him. The woman gave a sudden cry. Charlie Hackett spun around. The moaning stopped for an instant, and then came back more loudly. There was the thump of a small foot kicking steel. 2 sapphire eyes opened, and then Snowy let out the full-throated cry of a hurt human toddler. The change in her voice startled Hackett even more than the change in her body, even more than the fact that she was miraculously still alive. She suddenly sounded like any other frightened child. The gray woman was unbuckling Snowy's restraints with trembling hands. She scooped the howling little creature up and cradled her close against the coarse white lab coat.
"Oh, you poor little thing, you poor little thing. Oh, you're going to be fine."
The drab man nodded sharply.
"Mr. Hackett, fetch us another one."
The words jarred through Charlie Hackett. His shoulders heaved up, and his voice came out as a yelp.
"Excuse me? We have to ascertain that this larva lived through the transition because of the new drugs. Until we can replicate our results with a second larva, there's nothing to indicate your Snowy's survival wasn't just a fluke, like that mermaid in San Francisco we've been hearing about. It might be rare, but apparently, in exceptional cases, mermaids do survive the transition without the benefit of medical intervention. There's no room for doubt here. Another one, please."
Hackett stared, outraged and breathless. Snowy bawled in the woman's arms.
"I do have other responsibilities," he managed at last. "It's after 6, and I haven't had a chance yet to feed the larvae their dinner, and I haven't seen Anais in hours."
The lab-coated man's bland affect was punctured by sincere surprise.
"Anais? I'm responsible for making sure her needs are met, not just for being your errand boy. She's been kept in solitary confinement for months now, and the potential damage to her mental health is—" "Anais isn't here anymore, Mr. Hackett. I assumed you'd been informed."
"Anais isn't— Of course she's still right where She couldn't just get up and walk." Had his golden beauty escaped through the plumbing somehow, or used some unfathomable magic to melt a tunnel to the sea? But then, wouldn't she have asked him to come with her?
"Secretary Moreland ordered her prepared for transport 2 hours ago. I personally saw her being loaded into the special tank truck that was used to bring her here. She was on a gurney, much like—"
Here the drab doctor allowed his face to show just a flutter of malice.
"Much like this one you used to bring us Snowy. Larger, of course." "But didn't she—"
He couldn't ask if she'd cried, if she'd begged to at least be allowed to say goodbye to him.
"Didn't she say anything?" "She appeared to be heavily sedated, presumably as a precaution against singing, although the men moving her were also wearing protective helmets."
Sedated. His Anais drugged, unable to cry out for her one true friend, her champion. If he had only been here, he would have torn her from that gurney with his hands suddenly gleaming like gilt steel and run with her in his arms all the way to the sea. And with her by his side, the cold, compounding waves would be no obstacle. But instead, he'd been sent out of the way on purpose, to guarantee that no one would defend her, his rare beauty, his strange jewel.
"You do realize we're at war,"
the gray man said. His voice came as a terrible violation of Hackett's thoughts.
"I am not a sadist, Mr. Hackett. I don't enjoy torturing creatures of ambiguous status, especially when they happen to resemble human children. But changing mermaids back successfully will mean the end of the war. They'll abandon the twice-lost army in droves once we can offer them a different, better life. You'd agree that that's a noble objective, wouldn't you?"
How stupid Moreland had been, so distracted, so unhinged by Anaïs's mere presence that he hadn't even considered what Hackett might do for love of her. But he was Anaïs's one true friend, and he'd taken what precautions he could on her behalf. If anyone ever brought any accusations against her, accusations concerning the deaths of Kathleen Lambert or General Prudowski, for example, he could prove that Anais had been cruelly exploited, forced to act against her will.
"Another one, please, Mr. Hackett. Then we can all go home. Believe me, I'm every bit as tired and hungry as you are."
Anais hadn't wanted to do those things any more than he wanted to go pluck another sacrificial larva from the tank. The thought consoled him as he gripped the gurney's cold metal handle and, obediently, miserably, with all the rebellion sapped from his body, turned and rolled it out the door. Somehow, it was the squeak of the wheels that changed everything for him. Somehow, in that moment, his own obedience became unendurable. A man lay on the pavement of an alley in Washington, D.C. He was humming a melody that seemed to trace drowsy circles in the dusky air around his head. He hadn't understood before, he hadn't understood, but now he knew that the only true language was music. Even his thoughts no longer took the form of words, but instead were transcribed as elaborately coded blurts of sound. He knew what words were, of course, when he heard them. They were the unmusic, squawks not bright or rare or beautiful enough to mean anything. He only wanted to join with the songs and the world they revealed. That world had contours of impossible purity. Its empty spaces fell from resonant claps of the moon. Sometimes he was in the music, sometimes he was what it sang, his being summed by the sequence of its tones. But more often, his body got in the way. He could understand that. Flesh and bone were bulky. They annoyed the music with their intractable mass. He was lying on the pavement now, very still, in the hope that the music might forget that he still had his body with him. He stared up, face to face with the extreme blue that showed between two brick walls. In a dim way, he knew that the car had left him here some days before, an octave or more of days, each one full of light like the slap of a bird's wing against his eyes. Perhaps he'd been expected to go somewhere else, but he heard the world so clearly here that movement seemed wasteful, even absurd. One of the back doors along the alley vented food smells. A woman opened it and leaned out, searching, then spotted him. She set a paper plate full of eggs and toast down on the cement and let out 3 sharp, sibilant hisses, tsk-tsk-tsk, as if she was calling a cat. The door clicked shut. He didn't go in pursuit of the food. Perhaps later. At the moment, he'd almost coaxed the music into rendering him in its true voice again, making him the substance of its melody. It sat on his chest, considering him. 2 round lights parted the alley like shining throats. The music rumbled thoughtfully and then ground to a stop. "They left him here," a voice said. "I wasn't supposed to know. I wasn't supposed to know anything. It's funny that I know everything then, isn't it? Except the only thing that really matters, where she is." "I'm truly sorry," someone answered gently, and those words, strangely, did seem meaningful. They carried a certain familiar warmth that was in itself a form of unexpected music. "I do hope you'll make the decision to take your information public, to expose the way Anais has been used. Of course, I've been aware for months now that they were holding her and that she'd been providing information, but it never occurred to me that even someone like Moreland might use her as a weapon." The voice tipped across space with each word. There was the face, swinging like a lantern in a car's open window. "Andrew's probably long gone, of course, but I'll get out and search just in case." Andrew? That was surprising. That was a sound that formed a skin, and inside the skin there was a person. "I want Moreland dead," the first voice moaned. "Whatever is the worst nightmare he could have, the worst torture, for taking her from me. She's been through so much, and she's fragile, and he has no idea how to care for her." The man on the pavement had stopped listening. The sky's blue blast was louder than words. Then he felt a sudden grinding pain and heard himself shout. His body curled involuntarily, bringing his head and chest up into shadow-damp air. He didn't know it, but someone had accidentally stepped on his hand. The pressure pulled back, and his hand hurt much less. Another cry came, not his own, and the man on the pavement discovered that the cry came with a face, tan, with large, sympathetic brown eyes and silver hair. It came attached to a name. He didn't seem able to speak. Instead, he sang the name, slowly, groping his way through the syllables with raspy music. Ben Ellison?
Andrew, good God, you've been here in this alley all this time?
He couldn't answer that, but it didn't matter. The wonderful thing about music was that whatever was true was also obvious as those large hands grasping him and hauling him to his feet.
Anais.
Moreland breathed her name out, hard, as he climbed into the back of the truck and then pulled the heavy doors shut behind him. Was she finally awake? He was hot-faced and palpitating, his jowls trembled, pale lilac in the blue skeins of light from the narrow, upright tank where she floated. He was standing somewhat below her in a channel the same width as the tank, high walkways on either side of him, and, far up to the left, a lever that would swing the glass open and send the water and the other contents flooding out. He'd been driving up and down random streets, or sometimes just sitting in the parked truck for hours, in D.C. and later in Baltimore, through the previous evening, then on through half the night. They'd given her too strong a dose of sedatives. She just couldn't seem to come to. But surely by now. Someone had fitted inflatable water wings of the kind used by swimming children on both her pearly arms to prevent her from drowning while she was unconscious. A single bulb shone just above her. Her golden head flopped, and her long hair spread through the water like radiant yellow veins. He caught a gleam of sleepy azure as she gazed at him from the corner of her eyes, and then closed them again.
Anais, my precious one, you want to talk to me. Now, even if you're still feeling poorly, you do. I've brought you here, he gasped out, to offer you your freedom.
She raised her head and stared at him, her skin blanched and ashy in contrast to his damp flush.
I don't trust you,
Anais slurred.
There's some kind of trick.
At least she was talking again.
No trick, beauty, I assure you. But a price, of course. There's always a price, isn't there?
Unbelievably, in the far-off city of San Francisco, the waves still shimmered in an upright mirror below the Golden Gate Bridge. He'd expected mobs in the streets screaming for mermaid blood. Instead, the crowds filling blue suburban parks, dark highways, and city bridges across the country were calm and quiet, their faces gilded in the cupped light of candle flames. They sang in mourning for the mermaids who had died that day, died so that thousands of humans would live. Worse, they were acclaiming General Luce as a hero. And as soon as the missing Secretary of Defense was located, President Leopold would surely demand his resignation. But his own destruction hardly mattered as long as he could leave a solid record of accomplishment behind him.
Not so high a price, Anais, I promise. Nothing you can't do in a few hours.
What kind of price? You've already made me work so hard, and I'm tired, and I don't even care about getting my house back anymore. I just want...
She leaned her face on the tank's wall, her mouth a compressed pink blob on the glass, her cheek a slick, pale dab.
To be the way you were, free and blissful in the ocean. Of course, I understand that, dear one. Of course. To be the way you were before you sold yourself to us. I suppose, relatively speaking, you were innocent then.
Anais didn't answer. There wasn't enough time left for him to indulge her self-pity.
You bought your life from me, Anais. Now buy one more thing. You only have to complete one final task, and you'll have your freedom again forever. Even your humanity and your inheritance from your parents, if you decide you want those things. I can arrange it all for you, Moreland lied. But there's always a price, isn't there, for anything worth having?
The twice-lost army was still spreading to other cities around the United States. It seemed there was a new blockade every day. Half an hour after General Luce's astonishing act of resistance, he'd heard the first reports of a wave rising outside of Liverpool in England. Tomorrow the twice-lost might appear in Holland, then in France, then possibly on the north coast of Africa. This wild expansion of their movement was the twice-lost army's greatest strength, but it also might be their downfall. If General Luce had proved stubborn, well, she was only in San Francisco Bay, and it wasn't as if mermaids on the opposite side of the country could telephone her for instructions.
"You want me to drown someone else for you?" Anais asked. "And then you'll let me go?"
She tilted her head, gazing blearily at the truck's dark metal walls.
"Anais,"
Moreland scolded. He waved a finger at her.
"Do you think you're worth so little to me? Do you really imagine I would give you up in exchange for a simple murder? And whenever I begin to forget how deeply your last effort disappointed me, that humanity-hating boy radical always seems to pop up on TV again at the head of another march, declaiming this, that, and the other. After that, Anais, do you think I would rely on your competence as a killer?"
Anais didn't seem to be listening. She reeled slightly under the impact of his voice, but her eyes stayed dim and insensate. The neon-orange water wings held her arms sloppily akimbo so that they dangled from the elbow.
"Where?"
Anais started vaguely.
"Wait, where are we? Why did you—"
"You're here to do something that could make a real difference in the world."
Could she pull it off? Suddenly he wasn't entirely sure, but she was the only hope he had left. His voice thrummed, his heart heaved and stammered in his chest.
"We're 2 miles from Baltimore's Harbor Place. As I said, this is a chance for you to earn your freedom. You've been so sad locked up, haven't you? Promise me you'll do this one thing for me, and I'll—"
He hesitated, nauseous at the prospect of losing control of her. But if everything went well tonight, they would only be separated for a few hours, just a very few, and then—
"I'll release you into the harbor. You'll do your job, and then you can choose the life you want next. Human or mermaid. It's simple."
Once everyone discovered he'd personally orchestrated the attack on the twice-lost army earlier that day, he'd assuredly lose much more than just his job. But Anais knew nothing about that, and in any case his plan would render such considerations quite irrelevant. Her head rocked a little.
"Baltimore? Can't we go to Miami?"
"No, Tadpole, we can't. The mermaids of Baltimore only declared themselves members of the twice-lost army 2 days ago, and they've raised a feeble little excuse for a standing tsunami, at least compared to the one in San Francisco. They seem weak and disorganized, which suggests they might very well listen to a charming girl like you, and our intelligence network believes they haven't contacted the local human population yet. It's the best opportunity we could have. With any luck, you'll find them entirely ignorant of what happened today."
"What happened today?"
Anais repeated. She was distracted, her thoughts churning behind her eyes as she tried to make sense of everything he was saying.
"What do you mean?"
"What you'll tell the mermaids here is that you've just changed form, this very hour. You'll explain that you saw an attack on the twice-lost army on TV immediately before you changed. Tell them that General Luce was captured and tortured to death in front of the cameras. I'd suggest you describe it, my dear, in sickening detail. Describe precisely what you'd like to do to Luce yourself. Then tell them that just before she died, she cried out the order for the mermaids of the world to release their waves and drown the cruel and treacherous humans."
Moreland tried to smile, but the ache in his chest and the musical throb in his mind sent his lips torquing into a strange, sloping curl instead. He knew he looked hideous.
"You'll have to be very persuasive."
"But did that happen? Did Luce really say—"
Suppose it happened. As far as you're concerned, Anais, as far as winning your freedom goes, it absolutely happened. What do you care what the truth is?
This had to end. Everything had to end. The music had to be stripped from the sea, from his mind, the murmuring enchantment purged, so that he could simply rest. Even prison would be a relief if it could lock out those voices. But prison wouldn't be enough. He already knew that. Anais was still bleary from the drugs. It had the odd effect of making her calculations all the more apparent. Her sly smile advertised her thoughts so distinctly that, had their situation been less desperate, Moreland would have found it comical.
Okay,
Anais chirped, her smile so oddly heavy that her mouth seemed carved from some impossibly dense stone.
I'll do it. Exactly what you said.
How touching, Anais. I'm moved by your enthusiasm for your work. Whatever our differences, we've always come together to serve a greater cause, haven't we?
Anais nodded, too carefully, her smile unaltered.
I like being helpful.
Oh, I know, Tadpole. I have hours of recordings that prove exactly how helpful you've been. And if I need to, I can play those recordings through loudspeakers at a very high volume. Not just above the harbor in Baltimore, but up and down both coasts. You know, in some of our conversations, you expressed views that might be perceived as, perhaps, a touch disloyal to the great General Luce.
It wasn't true. He'd given explicit orders that none of his conversations with Anais be recorded, for reasons so obvious that Moreland worried even she might realize he had to be lying. No sane man would tape himself instructing a captive mermaid to commit a series of murders. Maybe Anais was still under the influence of the sedatives, or maybe she just didn't think of him as sane. Either way, her face greened with dismay as the threat sank in.
They'll tear me apart. If they hear anything, those things I told you, they'll...
Ah, but they won't have the slightest inkling of how you've helped me, Tadpole. Because you'll do exactly what I've told you to do. I'll be waiting to see the results of your work. And then, darling Anais, you'll be the one to cure me, to save me. You'll report back to me here as soon as the water recedes enough to make the shore passable. Once you do that, I'll honor our agreement, and you'll be entirely free of me for the rest of your life. Do you understand?
She nodded. Thank heavens she nodded, and she didn't even ask him why he wanted to see the Baltimore waterfront destroyed. To her, the urge for destruction must seem self-explanatory, Moreland thought, as natural as waves. The truck was already parked so that its back end protruded over the harbor. Moreland swung the back door wide open, giving Anais her first view in months of lacquered violet water and star-shattered sky. A hot, humid sigh of late August air brushed in, while in the distance Baltimore's new standing wave wobbled, starlight pitching on its unstable crest. He was short of breath, and there was an awkward lull as he struggled to heave himself onto the walkway. The steel edge dug into his belly as his legs kicked in mid-air. Not that long ago he'd been so strong, so agile, his body swift and unpredictable and deadly, just as Anais was still. As he righted himself on the platform, he saw her glorious form hanging in the blue water like a twist of golden, blue-fringed flame.
Anais,
he said. His hand was on the lever now, poised to set her free. She watched him with intense interest.
I used to think I hated Luce, sir,
Anais said suddenly. She delivered the word sir with a vehement sneer. Her azure fin switched.
But now maybe I actually like her.
Anais waited for him to ask why her feelings had changed. He stared at her, breathing heavily, and didn't oblige her with the question.
I like her because she's made you so miserable and pathetic and because she showed everybody what a loser you are. You're so messed up and weak now, it's even better than if Luce had drowned you, because this way you've suffered for longer. And, Anais added with a smirk, I've gotten to watch it happening. Almost every day I've seen you getting more and more wrecked.
Moreland smiled at her. His face felt slippery and distorted, wet and rotten.
A man can't be more than a ship, Anais, he said, without quite knowing what he meant by it. A ship, a song, and a shore.
The words felt true even if he didn't understand them.
Remember to take your jewelry and your shirt off before you swim out there. Otherwise, those other mermaids won't believe you've just changed.
He grasped the lever tighter, dragging down with all his strength. The glass wall swung outward, disgorging a wild and sudden flood that sparked with the pink and azure of Anaïs's racing tail, the gold of her streaking hair. The violet water leaped as it received her. Moreland gazed down into dim, lapping depths and saw nothing. To his left, the masts of moored sailboats gouged black lines from the starry sky. He'd parked in a lonely spot near a boat club. Behind him, a highway hissed and whispered. Faintly, faintly, he could hear the mermaids singing. They were singing as they always did in the rough, sealed pit of his mind. But now they also sang in the sweet, dilating sky that knew nothing of him. 32. Katerina Ivanovna Smekov. The room had bars covering its single window, but apart from that, it could have been a room in a hospital. The sky beyond the bars was the blue of late evening. She was lying in a plain, clean, very white bed, wearing some sort of equally white nightgown. The dry, powdery feeling of the sheet covering her was horrible, but she didn't move to throw it off. What would be revealed would surely be even worse than the revolting sensation of cloth on skin. Apart from the bed, there was a night table and a chrome armchair with olive cushions. A half-opened door showed a small bathroom, and of course there was another door near the foot of the bed. That one was closed, naturally. It would be locked. Just in case, though, she should check. The question was whether she could reach it without glimpsing the horror concealed by the sheet, without sensing more of its configuration than she absolutely had to. Katerina inhaled deeply, reaching for courage. Only a moment later, she found herself obliged to breathe again. Her lungs intruded on her consciousness and demanded it. She became furiously aware of the continuous, repetitive wheezing of breath into her chest instead of single breaths spaced far apart as they ought to be. With a simple act of will, couldn't she make her breathing stop? Katerina closed her eyes and pictured the deep green of the Bering Sea, crossed by fans of sunlight. She pictured her fingers spreading out, parting the sun into rays, submerged cliffs whipping past beside her, water like streamers in her hair. She could stay here in this glassy airlessness for a long, long time. She simply wouldn't allow herself to surface, no matter how that aching pressure swelled inside her, no matter— Katerina gasped, and her eyes flashed wide as breath tore through her again. Her vision of the sea abandoned her, and instead she saw the pale, oppressive walls. She completely forgot the door. If the air kept on invading her in this insulting way, she would never be able to return to the sea. She'd never be able to forget what had happened to her body, this sudden deformity. Breath was the first thing she had to conquer. Everything else could wait. She squeezed her eyes tight again, pulled a pillow halfway over her face, and dived into her dream of water. She'd swim deep, far down where the light turned thick and somber, where a whale might pass within reach of her trailing hand. There was no need to head for the surface, not for at least half an hour. At least.
"I'm sorry if we've been neglecting you," someone said.
Katerina exhaled with such force that bile rose into her mouth for a moment. Her face was hot and damp, and she was ready to scream from frustration. She didn't move the pillow to see who had spoken, but she did notice the sound of the door closing again.
It's incredible. We have an actual lieutenant from the twice-lost army staying with us, and everyone's so caught up in the drama of the moment that they can't even come check up on you, the someone continued. It was a man, probably fairly young. Katerina found his nervous, placating tone distinctly annoying. I guess the first thing is, can I get you anything to eat? What would you like? I can order delivery from 20 different places, so please don't hesitate.
Katerina threw the pillow away from her face and sat up slightly. The man stopped talking. Young, but not that young. Perhaps 30. Moderately good-looking, with light brown skin and neat black hair and a strong, narrow face with prominent bones. Not quite what she would consider handsome. Still, he was attractive enough that Katerina couldn't help thinking that, if circumstances were different, she might enjoy drowning him.
Murderer, Katerina murmured. I need nothing from you.
The man recoiled, wide-eyed.
Of course, you could only think that. But what happened to your companions, the attack with the net? That was completely unauthorized. That's why everything here is in such chaos. No one understands what happened or where that order to attack came from. There seemed to be 2 conflicting executive orders given at the same time, but one of them was faked. I have to say, your general showed remarkable strength of character in her response. We were all watching the whole thing on television, expecting the wave to come smashing down at any moment, and we were all stunned when General Luce refused to give in. It made a tremendous impression. She was faced with such a tragic, such an impossible choice.
Katerina leaned her head heavily against the wall. Somehow, in the brief time since she'd regained consciousness, she hadn't remembered the other mermaids in the net with her at all. Their suffering the same as hers, but still impossibly remote. Their writhing and dying the same as hers, shared and yet incomprehensible. Their dying, that was what this man was talking about. All of the others must have died, and she, somehow... She'd heard that in very rare cases mermaids could survive leaving the water, but she hadn't quite believed it. And why would she be the exception? When she'd called this man a murderer, she hadn't been thinking of the other mermaids at all, but only of herself, of those 2 grotesque, suggestive bulges she could see running down the lower half of the bed. Hot shame rose in her face, confused and horrible. Her mouth was full of a strange sensation, something like burning pins.
The President has already conveyed his apologies to your general for the loss of life, but you could say that's only a formality. Any talk of tragedy is a formality, but the mermaids aren't alone in grieving for what happened today. Much of the country is united in mourning for your friends. Katerina, I promise you that...
She couldn't let herself cry in front of this stranger. A hot, buffeting force was rising inside her, and its unwelcome winds were salty with tears.
Lieutenant, Katerina, I certainly don't want you to think I don't respect your rank. Please, leave me.
She could barely manage the words. Her throat felt raw. She'd screamed so long, so wildly.
I'm not sure you should be left alone, Lieutenant. I am not a lieutenant, Katerina muttered. But General Luce introduced you that way. On the news, immediately after the wave first went up. I'm sure I recognize you. Luce was wrong. She is often wrong. Mermaids died today because Luce was wrong.
The man pursed his lips as if he wanted to start an argument, but then he shook his head.
Just Katerina is good, then? Queen Katerina.
He'd been standing at the foot of her bed the whole time, but somehow her reply moved him to walk closer. It was almost unbearable to see those stalk-like legs scissoring along, to think of her own body. then pulled the olive chair to her bedside and sat down, watching her with focused speculation.
I'm Rafe Namier. Honestly, I'd probably be more comfortable just calling you Katerina. Calling anyone Queen doesn't come too naturally to me. Can you live with that?
Katerina kept her face turned away from him. The bed was made of white metal bars. Through the bars she could see plaster, also white and covered with small round blobs like bubbles rising in water.
Can I ask you something? If you don't think of yourself as a lieutenant, then do you consider Luce a general? I noticed that you called her simply Luce just now, without her title. No, Luce is not my general.
Katerina thought of the net, the astonishing pain in her tail, and the scrape of scales against her back and lips as the mermaids around her shuddered and died. She must have lost consciousness at some point. Her memory gave way to dark bewilderment. Now the cold metal of this bed frame was digging into her cheek.
So many of us are dead. To call Luce a general, it doesn't help the ones who died in that net. The word has no meaning.
From the corner of her eye, Katerina could see him nodding.
So what would you call Luce? What would I call her? A heedless, destructive child. Wild with power, thoughtless of the honor that all mermaids must live by.
The words rolled out as if they didn't belong to her, drowsy and incantatory.
You don't like Luce, then?
Rafe's voice was soft and curious.
No, I don't. I love her.
Katerina rolled her head from side to side, feeling the metal ribs striping her face with their chill.
Luce was a little sister to me, ungrateful, impossible, but still much beloved, and I was her queen.
Rafe didn't answer, but somehow his silence had a warm, receptive quality that made Katerina want to tell the story.
I saved her life when she first changed, when she knew nothing of our ways or of what her transformed body could withstand. I followed her into the depths to pull her back, at great risk to my own life, and that was not the only time I rescued her. And after all that, to hear the things she said to Nausicaa.
Katerina reared back and slammed her forehead into the bars. The ache was almost comforting. She reared again. And then Rafe's hand was there, his human hand, as warm as earth in sunlight, cradling her forehead with just enough pressure to keep it from hitting the bed frame again. The heat of his touch entered through her skin, suffusing her face and then brushing deeper. Katerina jerked sharply away from him, glaring into his dark eyes.
I won't allow you to hurt yourself, Katerina,
Rafe said apologetically. He pulled his hand back and held it out for a moment, as if he weren't sure what to do with it anymore.
I won't touch you again unless... What did Luce say to... Nausicaa, was that the name? Luce said something to Nausicaa that was very hard for you to hear.
Katerina scowled at him. His touch had woken her to the discomfiting awareness that she'd already said far too much to a strange human. Worse, to someone who was holding her as a prisoner.
Why do you ask me such things?
Rafe held his eyes on hers.
Why? Because I care about the answers. It was wrong of me to speak to you at all. Please leave me now. It is a violation of the Timok for a mermaid to speak with a human. It dishonors me.
She meant to look away from him again, but somehow her gaze seemed linked into his. His face was very serious as he waited, letting the air hold her words, letting them linger like unwinding smoke. Then he spoke again very quietly.
Are you a mermaid, Katerina?
He let his eyes travel, just for a moment, to the two elongated shapes under the sheet, then turned to look at her face again. Katerina let out a sharp hiss. She wanted to sing him to death, but the fear of what her voice might sound like now gagged her. A sickening silence filled her chest. Rafe nodded gently, taking her silence as some kind of answer.
You have an accent. It's subtle, but I keep noticing it. Are you Russian?
It was a strange change of subject, Katerina thought, but she still felt relieved that he had dropped his earlier intolerable question.
I was Russian once. Now I do not belong to any nation in the way a human would.
Where were you born? Rafe's voice was careful, neutral. Katerina was vaguely aware of how much effort he was putting into controlling his tone. Still, she felt again that inexplicable impulse to answer him.
A town called Anadyr, on the Bering Sea. Not that this is of any importance to me now, of course. You don't consider your own life history important, Katerina Ivanovna?
A bullet made of silence seemed to explode in Katerina's chest. Airy shards scattered, shocking her with a kind of white pain. Then the silence dissipated, and Katerina's voice came back to her as a scream.
What did you call me? I believe I'm speaking to Katerina Ivanovna Smekov, born in Anadyr, Russia on February 5th, 1961. Reported missing by her parents in January of 1977. Katerina, you have a name that means much more than queen. You have a history.
Katerina screamed wordlessly. Any words now seemed hideous, an insult to feeling. Without quite thinking, she lunged up on the bed, up onto her knees. Realizing that made her scream again, both hands flailing out into empty air. Those lumpy, bony things holding her up were much too weak. Her legs felt muddy, saggy, teetering. She was already pitching forward, her head swinging helplessly toward the floor. Rafe caught her by the shoulders, tipping her back onto the bed. With all her strength, Katerina slapped him across the cheek. But even her arms were so much weaker than they used to be. The blow felt sloppy, flimsy. Rafe was standing over her now, holding both her wrists in an oddly light grip, looking at her as if he were staring through a window and into a deepening sky. She waited for him to strike her back, to pulp her face with furious blows. She would welcome a beating. This body she had now deserved no better. Instead, he let go of her wrists and sat back down.
Would you have preferred if I'd let you fall?
Can you do anything besides ask questions?
Katerina snarled. She was sitting on her heels in a tangle of sheets, and her new legs were trembling under her.
Only a weak man does that. That way he never has to give an answer.
So take a turn doing the asking, Katerina. Rafe shrugged. I'll tell you the truth.
You said they reported me missing. So tell me, if you sold a thing, if you sold your watch to the pawnbroker or to some filthy man on the street, would you run and tell the police that it was missing?
For a moment, Rafe just looked blank. Then his eyes altered. All their darkness seemed to be falling to some terrible depth. His lips parted and pinched closed again.
No, I absolutely wouldn't do that.
So you say,
Katerina hissed. I also wouldn't sell something that didn't belong to me.
Rafe's breathing came fast and strained.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, you didn't belong to your parents. You weren't theirs to sell. You only belonged, you still only belong, to yourself.
Then let me leave here.
Rafe stared.
I don't think you can even walk. Not yet. You need time to build up your strength. And the idea of you wandering through the streets, Katerina, in the shape you're in now...
I can swim. Only take me to the bay. I can beg Luce. She can try... Perhaps she can sing me into my proper form again.
Katerina swallowed.
Please, Rafe.
I was wondering when you'd finally use my name,
Rafe observed quietly.
Do you think I'm your jailer, Katerina? That it's up to me if you stay or leave? If I tried to take you out of here, we'd both get caught before we reached the elevators. That's the reality now. I'm not your jailer, so it's not in my power to free you.
He was lying, Katerina thought bleakly. For a while there, she'd half believed he might be better, different, than the men she'd known in her human life all those years before. She turned away from him, tugging the sheet up around her head.
"I was expecting you to ask me a question," Rafe said to her back. "I thought you would say, if you're not my jailer, Rafe, then what are you? But now it looks like that might be a misplaced hope. Your only interest in me is what I might be able to do for you. Isn't that true?"
Was it true? Katerina suddenly wasn't sure, but she wasn't about to give him the satisfaction of telling him so. She stayed curled away from him, shrugging the sheet a bit higher.
"I'm a research psychologist, actually, Katerina. I've done studies on the effects of severe trauma, people in war zones, victims of human trafficking. The Department of Defense brought me in to prepare a report on mermaid psychology. That's why I have the opportunity to be here with you now. And a colleague of mine here has been working on a database of missing girls who we suspect might have become mermaids. There were only 2 Katerinas on the list. That's how I was able to guess your real identity."
Katerina couldn't let that go.
You mean that name you said? Smekov? It has nothing to do with me. Luce might demean herself by using a human name, but even for her, that is not her real identity. That identity fell away from her when she changed, and even if I've lost my proper body, lost it for now, I don't accept those noises you say are my name. Dogs barking, goats bleating as their throats are slit are more my name than those. Ivanovna, that you could dare to call me Ivanovna.
"You're patronymic, daughter of Ivan,"
Rafe said softly. Then he seemed to realize something.
"Oh, Katerina, I'm sorry. I should have thought—"
Surely, when that man sold me for cigarettes, he sold my name as well. What right does he have to be called my father?
Katerina rolled over to glare at him. A tear glittered on Rafe's cheek. He wasn't looking at her.
"No right at all, Katerina."
"And you dare to speak of our psychology as if you knew anything."
Rafe started laughing bitterly, brushing the tear away with the back of his hand.
"I don't think the Department of Defense is going to be too pleased by my report, honestly. They might be glad to hear your opinion that I don't know what I'm talking about."
Against her own will, Katerina was curious. For several seconds she struggled to suppress her desire to ask him the question, and then failed.
"What will you tell them, then?"
"That you're no different from humans. Psychologically, a mermaid is indistinguishable from a human who's been through a similar degree of trauma. The only real difference is the physical manifestation. Suffering transformed into beauty, into magic. It's fascinating."
"I am hardly a human,"
Katerina muttered. She felt an impulse to flick her tail, and instead felt bare feet kicking at the white sheet.
"You're both, I'd say. Human and mermaid. That's what's so intriguing about you, Katerina. You have an exceptional richness of experience and identity. I mean, are you a beautiful young girl, or are you a woman in her early 50s with a lifetime of struggle and exploration behind her? On paper, of course, you're the much older version of yourself, born in 1961 and not a teenager at all.
I'm 16 years old.
And 52 years old, simultaneously."
For the first time, Rafe grinned at her, almost rakishly.
"Now, I'll be the first to admit that you look simply fantastic for your age."
Hearing him say that made her feel so old, so weary. In a way, he was right. She could sense all the long years dragging at her back, years that split the ocean waves with grief and death and pleasure. But Katerina also suspected that Rafe had reasons of his own for wanting to think of her as an adult and as at least somewhat human. She meant to stare at him contemptuously, but instead looked down at her hands. She was annoyed to feel herself flushing.
"I'm sorry,"
Rafe said after a long moment.
"It's inappropriate for me to tease you."
Katerina shrugged.
Can I return to an earlier question? I'll understand if it's too private, but I do care about how you see things, about what matters to you.
Katerina twisted away from him, but her body was tense and her head cocked as she waited for him to speak.
What was it that Luce said to Nausicaa that hurt you so much?
Katerina leaned on one hand, thinking. If he was telling the truth, if he actually cared about the answer, well, nobody else did. Her breath rushed on, much too quickly, filling her lungs and then abandoning her again.
Luce said...
Katerina paused, feeling her chest rise and fall, curling her unaccustomed toes and then spreading them.
She said to Nausicaa, "While you were away, you saved me so many times, as if even absent, Nausicaa meant more to her than I could while staying faithfully by her side, as if the times I saved her were worthless in comparison."
Rafe was silent, but his silence had a slow, serious tone to it that Katerina understood as if it were speech.
"That sounds extremely painful," he said after some time. "You're saying you saved Luce's life repeatedly, but for some reason she couldn't acknowledge that, only what Nausicaa did for her. Is that right?"
She wouldn't look at him, but after a moment she nodded.
"Excuse me for asking you this, Katerina, but am I correct in thinking that you've been involved in sinking ships with the deliberate intention of drowning people?"
Rafe was using the same, extremely careful tone she'd noticed earlier, his words seemingly placed one by one on velvet.
"I've drowned many hundreds,"
Katerina answered dully. She was surprised to find that the statement felt strange to her.
"Of course I have. The humans are owed our vengeance. It was only this madness of Luce's that made me cease to kill. And yet, what you want most is to be recognized for saving someone, for saving Luce. Katerina, what does that tell you about yourself?"
Katerina looked at him.
"To me, it says that you'll get much more of what you truly want from life if you try approaching it from a different angle."
He grinned again, and his dark eyes sparked with sudden amusement.
"It sounds like bringing vengeance isn't actually all that fulfilling for you." "You mean that I should be like Luce is, with her plankton?"
Katerina snarled. Rafe just smiled at her, his look calm and warm. Before she could stop herself, Katerina realized that she was smiling sadly back at him, smiling even as her first uncontrollable tears began to flow. 33. Regret. The blue-black water seemed boundless, pierced by myriad points of starlight. After months of living in a tank only 5 feet deep, with no room to leap or spin or plunge, this wild, welcoming space intoxicated Anais. She yanked the idiotic, inflatable swimmies from her arms immediately. For half an hour, she dived as deep as she could, and then spiraled her tail and went rocketing back to the surface, over and over again. She swooped until dizziness reeled through her and green lights scattered themselves across her eyes. It occurred to Anais that she'd never really noticed before how incredibly fun it was to be a mermaid. If it weren't for that flabby-faced old lunatic and his assignment, wheeling through Baltimore's night-covered harbor wouldn't be so bad at all. Mermaid song licked through the water on all sides until she seemed to part countless ribbons of music with every stroke of her fins. It did sound a lot like the odd, smooth tone Luce had always used when she called to the water, only much more so now. The same tone, multiplied, curling and rebounding and blossoming as it passed through dozens of different voices. But that kind of singing wasn't so great, Anais thought suddenly. It wasn't real singing at all. It wouldn't kill so much as a 5-year-old kid. Moreland had been right about one thing. However reluctantly, Anais had to concede that much. If she approached these strange mermaids and claimed to be a Metaskaza, Her ruffled ivory silk top and the diamond studs in her ears would instantly mark her as a liar. After a few moments of hesitation, she pulled the studs from her ears and dropped them, then wriggled out of her shirt and let the current loft it away. It flowed like a moon-colored kite through the darkness. Now Anais was as naked as the water around her, and she bared her teeth as she watched the silk fluxing away into a small pale blot. Moreland had given it to her, she thought. Of course she didn't want it. Of course she felt better without it clinging to her skin. But nakedness alone wouldn't be enough to convince these unknown mermaids that her story was true. Anais had never encountered a newly transformed mermaid herself, but she'd heard enough stories to recognize that her own reaction to the change hadn't been typical. She should seem stunned, bewildered, stricken. She stopped swimming and simply hovered in water that now graded from jet black to violet gray along its eastern fringe. Dawn was coming. Anais held herself in place with tiny ripples of her fins, carefully assuming the emotion she knew would be expected of her. To her, it felt like getting dressed for a party. She furrowed her brow, widened her eyes, and bent a scared, sagging mouth just as someone else might adjust a scarf. Anais was aware of her peculiarity. The veils of dark shimmering that any other mermaid would see clinging around her didn't reveal anything. With her, there was no horrifying story displayed in a language of winking darkness. That made her different from other mermaids. All the others were marked forever by flickering images of whatever heartbreaking event had stolen their humanity from them. Anais had always been glad to be set apart from the pathetic, broken girls she lived with in the sea. But in a situation like the one she was going into now, a distinguishing feature like that might be dangerous. She needed a story of her own personal horror, and she needed to describe it with enough shaken, vulnerable intensity that the mermaids might start to think they could see it happening when they gazed into her shimmer, or at least feel bad about not seeing it. Anais thought for a moment and chose the story she would tell. On her face, the emotions she'd selected shifted and flowed: grief, consternation, denial. She was ready. She came up and sighted the high, palpating wave heaved up as an imperfect barricade across the harbor's narrow mouth and made for it. Pale lilac dawn glazed a tangle of freeways with dripping blue. On the other side of the harbor, some kind of old fort loomed in a mass of sullen gray. It would be better if she didn't swim straight up to the twice-lost mermaids who were singing under that wave. Instinct told Anais that it would be more convincing if they found her instead. She swished closer, stopping some 50 yards away from the wave's base. Then she let her body go limp in the water, and let out a few wild, stabbing, fragmented notes. Just as if she hadn't yet developed any control over her voice, just as if the power of her own singing terrified her. As she'd known it would, that outburst of music brought 2 mermaid guards dashing over so quickly that she hardly saw them arrive. A sweet-faced younger girl with hair streaked in shades of deep gold and soft caramel, and a thin, nervous brunette, maybe 17 or so, who looked at Anais guardedly. Anais gaped back at them with assumed terror, and then shook her head violently and threw her hands over her eyes.
"Oh, God,"
she moaned.
"Oh, God, this just can't be real."
"Hey," the younger girl soothed.
"Hey, it's okay. You're going to be okay. We're here to help you. My name is Sadie, okay? We'll be friends. You don't need to be scared."
Anais peeked between her fingers, then howled and covered her eyes again.
"Oh, no. I don't know what this is, and I don't know what you are."
A stolen glimpse told her that she'd miscalculated. Sadie's tender look had altered into a flash of skeptical surprise. Of course, everybody in the world knew that mermaids were real now.
"I mean, I guess you're mermaids like everyone is talking about, but I just can't believe this is happening to me. After what my uncle did, I couldn't take it anymore, but I never thought—"
Sadie and the brunette mermaid both responded to Anaïs's statement on cue. turning their heads to gaze sideways into the dark, cloudy sparking hovering around the newcomer. "That's so weird," the brunette murmured after a moment. "I can't see anything, Sadie. Can you?" Anais lowered her hands enough that she could watch the two strangers. Sadie's lips were compressed, and her brows were drawn. A shadow danced in her eyes. "I can't. I've never seen anything like this. Paige, I'm not sure—" There was only one way to deal with this. Anais burst into frantic tears. "He kept hitting me whenever he got drunk, but this time he... Oh, I can't say it. And I was so scared because I knew if I stayed, he'd try it again. Oh, God." Anais sobbed, then carefully dropped her voice into a whimper. "Please help me." "Of course we'll help you," Paige cried. Her arm was already wrapped protectively around Anaïs's shoulder. "Mermaids always help each other, okay? And your uncle won't find you, and we won't let anyone hurt you ever again." Sadie bit her lip and didn't say anything. That was okay, Anais thought. She could work with one sympathizer to start with. She leaned against Paige and cried harder. "But," Anais sputtered, "but you can't promise that. They'll come for us, and they'll catch me and hurt me. I know it, just like they did today when they caught General Luce." For several seconds, Paige and Sadie didn't react to that at all, apart from the glazed look that came over them. Then Sadie's hand shot out and gripped Anaïs's shoulder dangerously. "You'd better explain what you're talking about right now." "Sadie," Paige whispered urgently. "Sadie, calm down. We'd better take her to Lieutenant Tricia. That way she can explain to everyone at once." Sadie was glowering, her mouth opening to speak, when Anais yowled abruptly and cut her off. "Oh, God! You mean you don't know? But I can't be the one to tell you. I just can't say it. It was so terrible. She died so slowly, and they kept on. Sadie's sunset-colored tail was lashing in vexation. It reminded Anais that her fins should be flicking too. "She's lying," Sadie hissed. "Paige, I can tell." Anais did her best to look wounded. She began rippling her tail so vigorously that her whole body gyrated. "Why would she lie about something like that?" Paige yelled. "Sadie, nobody would just make that up. Why, if those filthy humans killed General Luce, we're going to make them pay for that. Come on, you have to explain everything to Lieutenant Tricia. I don't care how hard it is for you to talk about it." Anais went slack in the water, passively letting the two strangers grab her by both arms and drag her toward the glimmering, upright wave. Serene golden light rose like a mist on the horizon, and the wave concentrated the dawn's glow into brilliant pleats and falling streamers of unbearable purity. Below the wave was the line of mermaids, their hands linked, except now and then when one of them broke free and rose to the surface for air. And in the center of the line was a harsh-looking girl with vivid green eyes and ash-brown hair who had to be Lieutenant Tricia. There was something in Tricia's look, something stubborn, furious, and full of raw, unexamined emotion that made Anais think she might be in luck. She shot Anais a hard, slightly contemptuous look. But for all Tricia's apparent toughness, Anais detected a quiver deep inside it. Tricia was already fighting a continuous undercurrent of panic. The way to deal with Tricia would be to channel her fear and feed it back to her until it amplified into hysteria. "So who's this?" Tricia barked. "The last thing I want now is to get stuck training some sad little newbie." "We didn't ask her name," Paige groaned. "Tricia, she says—" Tricia nodded brusquely. "We'll get to that. What's your name, new girl?" Again, a tremor of instinct warned Anais in time. "I'm Regina. Oh no, you'll be so angry when you hear what they did to General Luce, and maybe you'll blame me for telling you." Anais deliberately sent her voice wavering higher. "I bet Regina's not even her real name," Sadie muttered. "Tricia, listen." "To General Luce?" Tricia burst out, and Sadie fell silent. Anais could feel the agitation she'd put into her tone, moving through Trisha like a transfusion of tainted blood.
Regina, you start talking right now. Did they dare? Our general?
Some of the mermaids began deserting their places in the row to find out what was happening. As the crowd thickened, the wave began to totter. Eager, reckless girls pressed in, clamoring with questions, and Trisha's obvious anxiety danced and dabbled over them like a living, serpentine thing. Anais allowed herself to shoot Sadie a look of such dark triumph that, if any of the others had seen it, it would have given her away completely. Sadie's indignant cry was instantly lost in the uproar.
"Everybody shut up!" Trisha yelled. "Just shut up and listen! Our general, our great general, she's
Dead,
Anais moaned dramatically.
General Luce is dead. Whenever she was just about to finally die, they would pour some water on her scales, and then she would start slowly drying out all over again. They did it on live TV, to send us a message, they said, and it went on for hours. I'd never seen anything so terrible. And right when she was dying, she said that trying to make peace with humans had been a big mistake."
"A message?" Trisha shrieked. "We'll send them a message right back.
"No, we won't," Sadie snapped. She swirled forward and stopped with her face immediately in front of Trisha's. "We'll send someone to find out if Regina's telling the truth, and if she isn't, and I already know she's not."
"Find out how?" Paige sneered. "By asking the humans? The same humans who just tortured General Luce to death?"
"We don't even know Regina. I'd trust a human more than I trust her."
"Since when do you make the decisions here, Sadie?"
Trisha was rippling savagely, her dark green fins kicking rhythmically.
"What is this, a mutiny?"
Sadie reacted to this by lifting her head and unfurling her gorgeous amber tail to its full length.
"It's only a mutiny," Sadie announced, "if I disobey my general, Trisha. And you know what? That's not you. Everybody who follows General Luce, we are keeping this wave standing."
Sadie swam backwards, pouring her voice into the song. Anais couldn't help but notice at once that Sadie was an exceptional singer. Her back was arched, and dawn glow lit the swan-like curve of her throat. She fought the immense weight of the water above her, flooding it with her clear, ascending voice. The wave above was bent, crumpling, as a few mermaids parted ways with the crowd and rushed to join their voices with Sadie's song. Anaïs's distress was perfectly genuine now. She watched in anxiety as the twice-lost mermaids of Baltimore chose sides, each of them using her voice to declare her allegiance to Sadie or to Trisha. One by one they joined either the ranks of the singers or the ranks of the silenced. The giant wave above them teetered, bent halfway up its height like some doddering ancient man. Anais watched it from a spot a yard below the surface, gazing at the wave as if through a rippling glass pane. The singers strained to keep the wave up, their voices turning hoarse and wild as they tried desperately to support a volume of water that suddenly seemed to be staggering from its own weary immensity. On the freeway, the cars' windshields flashed bright palms of dawn, and people shrunken by distance walked along a promenade that followed the harbor's curves. They didn't seem to realize that anything was wrong. For several minutes, Anais couldn't guess which side would win. At least 2/3 of the mermaids here had joined her and Trisha in embittered silence, their hearts poisoned by what she'd told them. They waited around her at various levels so that the water flicked with fins and swirled with bright hair. And as she watched the wave slumping farther forward, its crest writhing from the thrust of the mutineers' frenzied song, Anais began to feel just a trace of the same emotion that had unaccountably possessed her on the day she'd sung to Luce's father. It was a sensation of hollowness in her chest, as if a delicate creature that lived there had suddenly escaped from her, and all she could feel was the brush of its departing wings. Anais didn't have a name for what she was experiencing. Luce or Yuan or Nausicaa could have told her that it was regret. But if she told the truth now, The Timok would hardly be enough to protect her.
Sadie's right,
Anais whispered. Her golden hair spun across her mouth as if it wanted to stifle her, then danced up and blinded her eyes.
I was lying.
No one reacted to that. They were all transfixed by the sight of that crooked wave, somehow both lurching forward and yet suspended midway through its fall. Maybe they hadn't heard her at all.
I was lying,
Anais yelled.
Sadie, I was lying.
Sadie heard her, and for a moment, for a pause briefer than a heartbeat, astonishment crushed the song in her throat. 34. Healing. Luce sang through her shift automatically. Katerina was dead, a dozen other mermaids were dead, but the war was still a living, lashing thing that had to be fed and tended. She was feeding it her own body and her song, just as earlier that day she had fed it her heart. Inexplicable things had happened over the last several hours. The president had denied responsibility for the attack, even sent her an apology, and the crowds on shore kept screaming her name. But none of that changed anything. The war was still famished, endlessly demanding, and she was still its unwilling keeper. For once, her song meant nothing to her, though magic still flowed from it, and at midnight, when Kala arrived to replace her, Luce slipped silently away. No doubt at the encampment there were friends waiting to comfort her. Yuan and Imani would hug her and assure her she'd done the right thing, the only thing, that she'd had no choice, and Luce knew she couldn't bear to hear any of that. Instead, she swam deep, hugging the shore. For at least an hour, she wove randomly between black pilings and lightly brushed the pink kiss of the anemones, stared into bone-white sea stars draped across rotten beams. She couldn't face her fellow mermaids, but something was pulling her along, and when at last she came up near a collapsing pier, she knew what it was. That hunched figure sitting at the pier's end was just as heartbroken as she was. Every line of his back showed it. Seb, Luce thought with surprise, might understand what had happened that day. At least he might understand it enough. She dipped low again and came up in front of him. He didn't seem surprised to see her and raised a hand in greeting. His worn face looked severe and mournful under his uneven hair. His hideous tie flapped in the wind, and he'd pulled his blazer as tight as it could go. For a human, Luce realized, it was a chilly night. In San Francisco, even August offered no guarantee of warmth, and there was nothing she could do for him. "I'm sorry I didn't come sooner," Luce said. "To thank you. You did everything right." Seb just looked at her, then shook his head.
Well, it's a real luxury, isn't it, Miss Luce, when you can do the right thing, because there's only one truly right thing to do.
Luce was suddenly aware of the water cradling her, gently and faithfully. She looked at Seb with gratitude. "Yes, that is a luxury."
So maybe I'm the one who should thank you for giving me such a nice, clear-cut, right thing to do. Helping the mermaid who saved me when that's not enough for her and she's gone and set her heart on saving more than that. That was an easy one, Miss Luce. I haven't had so many opportunities in my life to do anything as right as that. I've mostly been doing something at least halfway wrong, just fighting to get at one little speck of right that was mixed in with it somewhere.
Seb kept on looking at her. For all his tattered absurdity, his gaze was as transparent as glass, and grave comprehension shone through it.
And I know you know about that.
Luce felt something blocky and horrible in her throat. She looked away, unable to answer him, and wrapped her arms around a piling for support. Hoops of apricot light cast by the street lamps pranced on the water. Luce looked at those beaming rings and thought she might fall through them and plummet into another world. "I killed them, Seb. Mermaids who trusted me."
I know you did, Miss Luce. I watched the whole thing on TV, along with practically everybody else on this planet of ours. It was as horrible as anything I ever saw, even in Vietnam, and I'm no slacker where horror's concerned.
I had a choice. I let Katerina die. I decided that.
You made a choice. That's why everybody here in Human Land thinks you're the big hero tonight. They're taping your picture in their windows. You're looking out all over, on all the streets with those sad eyes of yours. It's gonna change things for sure, what you did.
I'm not a hero, Luce murmured dully. I never was. Katerina was right about me.
I know you're no hero, Seb said seriously. They set you up so you'd be a monster no matter what you did. And now a monster's what you are.
Luce nodded. Far from feeling offended, she was grateful and wildly relieved that Seb understood her so well. She looked at him. He was shivering from cold because he'd thrown away those filthy coats he used to wear, thrown them away so he could look better for his role as her ambassador. I wish I could help you, Seb. I wish we did have treasure and pearls for you. I'm sorry.
Thanks, Lucy Goose. And I wish you knew that a monster like you is worth 20 heroes.
Luce leaned her head on the piling and closed her eyes. Please don't say that.
I've known heroes, Miss Luce. Plenty of them. You know I even knew that Secretary of Defense Moreland back when we were both young. Big hero, that one. So I'm kind of an authority on this stuff, and I'm going to tell you whatever truth I've got in me to tell.
She swayed in the darkness. Around her hovered empty spaces shaped like her father, Dorian, Nausicaa, Katerina. No wonder everyone always abandoned her. She was a monster made of nothingness. She was ruin and desolation wearing a beautiful mask. Everyone knew that, but no one would admit it. Apparently not even Seb, although she'd thought he understood.
Hey, Seb said. I'm glad you're here.
It took Luce a long moment to realize that he wasn't talking to her. Oh, God, Yuan said. Poor Luce. She just doesn't get a break. Luce cringed, at Yuan's presence, at her sympathy, at the concerned look she knew both Yuan and Seb were firing her way.
She's got the shadow sitting on her heart tonight,
Seb said, as if that were the most rational explanation in the world.
She's feeling what it is when you have to know exactly what kind of a monster you are, and you can't look away from that.
She's going to have to, Yuan said firmly. Look away, I mean. I didn't come searching for Luce so I could try to cheer her up. There's something she has to deal with.
Oh, Lord, Seb said. Don't make her do more tonight. Just look at her.
I see her, Yuan agreed. Suddenly, Luce felt Yuan's strong, smooth hands on her arms, gently unwrapping them from the piling. I'd let her stay here if I could, Seb, really, but this is important. Luce? Important, Luce thought with grim sarcasm. What's so important now? She barely muttered the question. They could be lying, Yuan conceded, but if they're not, and I really don't believe they are, actually, Yuan, Luce snapped, what do I have to do now? Yuan's gentleness was gone in a flash. She gripped Luce by both shoulders, spun her savagely around, and gave her such a quick, jarring shake that Luce opened her eyes in exhausted surprise. Yuan's golden face appeared, fierce and radiant and loving. You have to come see your father, Luce. He's by the bridge, and he is not okay. With those words, everything changed. The night seemed to inhale, to stretch itself wider and darker in all directions. Luce gave an apologetic wave while Seb sadly watched them from the pier. Yuan was already towing her away and talking as they swam. Luce, listen, about your dad. It's bad. He's not physically hurt, but it might be something a mermaid did to him, and I don't know, but there's this nice old guy who brought your dad to the bay, and he keeps saying that maybe you can help somehow. Come on. They were already swimming under the water. The darkness ran like quicksilver around Luce and also straight through her veins. She was the pulse in the night, the racing surge, and Yuan's words seemed to signal her from far ahead, bright and strange in the distance. She drove herself on, faster and faster, until Yuan was trailing just behind her. Past the Embarcadero and its shining clock, below the looming hill with its pale tower. As the bridge neared, Luce lunged for the surface, staring frantically at the crowd on shore. Humans were gathered there in greater numbers than ever. They all seemed to be holding candles, and their faces floated on the dark like glowing balloons. Instead of jostling, they stood quietly with arms around one another's waists, staring wide-eyed at the brilliant streaks of reflected light playing on the soaring flank of the water wall. Many of them were weeping quietly. The rush of mermaid song suffused Luce's mind so completely that it took her a moment to understand that the humans were all singing too, in a long, incantatory drone of rising and falling harmonies. It was their best effort to sing along with the mermaids under the bridge, Luce realized. They couldn't contribute magic to the mermaids' struggle, but they could offer compassion and the strength of their hearts. Tears swarmed into her eyes, but she didn't see her father.
He's farther along, Luce, around the next bend, on the ocean side. We tried to pick a spot where you could have a little more privacy, but it's still pretty crowded.
Luce dipped again. On the bridge's far side was a hill with strange bunker-like buildings and terraces set into its slope. The singing human crowd had grown big enough now to submerge the bunkers in a tide of bodies. People sat and stood on the decks and rooftops, their candles sending pitching waves of light across their faces. The shore here was paved in cement, defined by a row of large rocks mortared together. And at the base of one building, very near the water's edge, was an empty doorway, and poised in that doorway, her father. But also not her father. Her father with everything that made him who he was somehow missing. His face and body looked slack and empty, and another man, a thick-set, strong-looking man with tan skin and neat silver hair, was holding him firmly upright. Luce swam closer, a strange paralysis gripping her heart, her eyes helplessly drawn by the awful vacancy of her father's face. To think that she'd blamed him for not trying to see her. Even when he'd been snarled in the spirit's enchantment on that lost island, he hadn't seemed as profoundly injured as he did now. His body was like a shell for the void. Even worse, she could hear the strange, shapeless emptiness that was waiting for her behind his cinnamon eyes. Even worse, the void was singing. Luce was gripping the shore before she even knew what she was doing. Some of the people on the roof had started calling to her, crying out her name. The silver-haired man stepped out of his doorway, Andrew Korchak's vacant body still sagging against him, and half-turned to silence the crowd with a single imperious hand.
"General Luce isn't here for you," he announced sharply. "She's here to see her father, and he's not well. Please respect that."
He kept on staring into the faces above until they quieted. Then he nodded with a certain curt efficiency and carefully lowered Andrew until he was sitting loosely cross-legged just behind the row of rocks that separated him from his daughter. By stretching her arm through a gap between two rocks, Luce was able to catch his hand and hold it tight, and all the time she was listening to the void's slow, musical purr, attuning herself to its thrum and its cadence. To fight it, she had to become its intimate, as familiar to it as its own echo. Who had done this to him? The silver-haired man sat down too, watching her intensely. Luce didn't look at him or at Yuan, who'd swum up beside her. Imani was there too, Luce realized dimly, and Graciela, waiting in silence to see what Luce would do. Nothing mattered, though, but the yawning devastation in her father's eyes. He was so close to her, but his gaze never alighted on her. That gaze went everywhere and nowhere, as if it saw everything undifferentiated as facets of a single complex sound.
"General Luce," the silver-haired man tried. "I'm sorry that you have to see this, especially after everything that happened earlier, but I thought you should see your father as soon as possible, in case time is a factor in in your ability to effect a cure, assuming a cure is feasible. The effects of a malicious, deliberate assault by mermaid song, well, Dorian insists that you have the ability to heal this kind of damage, although I have to say that seems like a great deal to hope for.
Dorian's name was enough to make Luce glance up sharply at the silver-haired man, but only for an instant. Almost immediately her eyes went back to her father's face, to his head fallen over at a steep angle and his wandering gaze. But looking up, even so briefly, reminded Luce of the crowd watching raptly from above as if they were in some kind of bizarre theater built from night and sea.
"I can try," Luce breathed out. "I can try to heal him, but I'm going to have to sing to do it. I mean, sing in ways that might not be safe for the people here. Hearing me, I don't know what that will do to everyone. They should leave."
In the corner of her eye, the strange man nodded thoughtfully, but for some reason he didn't get up and go. Yuan began swimming back and forth under the pallid bunkers, calling up,
"General Luce needs to sing. It could be dangerous. You should leave for your own safety, okay? Everybody please leave."
Some people started climbing down from the roofs and vanishing behind the buildings, but far too many lingered where they were, and Yuan's voice began rising in frustration.
"We're trying to be responsible here. We're asking all of you to get away, now. Why don't you all get moving? This is serious business."
"We just want to listen," a young woman in a red parka answered from a curving cement roof.
"We won't bother you." "It's dangerous," Yuan yelled back. "Don't be stupid, this isn't a rock concert." "I'll take my chances."
Yuan wheeled around to look at Luce and raised her hands helplessly. Luce groaned. Her father was as hollow as an open wound, and these stubborn, reckless humans wouldn't get out of her way and let her help him. Luce gave her father's unresponsive hand a quick squeeze and swirled back a few feet to look up at the crowd, her tail coiled around her.
"Please, please leave, now. I don't want to hurt anyone, but I can't just keep waiting."
General Luce,
it was the man who'd brought her father.
The way you need to sing to your father, it must be a way of singing that's meant to help, not harm. Isn't that correct? You won't actually be singing in a way that would persuade the people here to drown themselves.
"I don't think anybody will drown," Luce agreed, "but I can't tell. It might hurt them in other ways. I just don't know, and there's already been... so many horrible things have happened already, and if anyone else gets hurt because of me..." She closed her eyes in despair. Maybe she should just seize hold of her father and drag him away from here, across the bay. Maybe she could take him to Alcatraz.
"It's really going to be fine, Luce,"
someone said. The voice ached inside her, as warm and reassuring as her own blood, but somehow she couldn't place it at first.
You can sing without hurting anyone. I know that for a fact. Mr. Ellison, can we get him closer to her, like on the other side of the rocks?
Now she knew who was there. Luce looked up again, her vision scattered and silvery with tears. Dorian appeared at the center of a web of light. He was helping the strange man to maneuver her father's limp body over the line of rocks and into the shallow, lapping water where Luce waited. It was all too much. Too painful. Luce closed her eyes again, trying to squeeze the darkness so close that it would never leave her. She caught her father's lolling head between her hands and held on gently, keeping him from sliding down into the water. And then she heard him trying to speak. The word came out as a lowing, broken note.
"Lou,"
her father half groaned, half sang.
"Luce."
And very softly, very delicately, Luce began singing back to him. Her voice spread through her father's mind. He was full of a trilling emptiness, yes, but that void didn't possess all of him. Instead, he was fragmented, torn apart by that darkness. Aspects of him shone far apart in that vacancy like suns separated by the immensity of space. Luce's voice reached through his strange internal night and gathered pieces of his consciousness, until those suns weren't scattered, but instead hung like apples from a single blazing tree. Luce heard herself singing slow, high notes that traveled along sweeping curves, touching everything in her father's mind that had gotten lost. She sang the webs, the reconnections, but her own voice sounded to her like the deepest possible silence. There was still the endless thrum of mermaid voices under the bridge. There was the subtle breathing of the wind. But even in concert with those sounds, the silence was perfect, just as actively present as any music. It rose in harmony with the music. In that silence, her father would hear his own thoughts again. In it, he would recognize himself again, and the world, which had been washed away by some uncanny, destructive flood of sound, would come back to him with its sky and its ground and its trees. Those things would seem real to him again, without any music. By the time Luce let her voice softly die away, she knew that he wasn't completely cured, but also that he was much, much better. And so was she. At least she was well enough now to open her eyes and face the world outside her own private darkness. The people on the hillside were crying silently, each one consumed by a lifetime's worth of emotions all streaming into wild release at once. None of them spoke. Dorian was sitting cross-legged only 5 feet away from her. His cheeks were tear-streaked, and his ochre gaze seemed to cradle her face. She looked away from him, suddenly embarrassed. And her father, he still swayed uncertainly. He looked weak and sleepy, but he also looked like a person, and not like a shell filled with yawning night, and his eyes met hers with dreamy recognition.
"Hi there, Luce," he whispered. "I was trying to get to you. I wanted to explain."
Luce hugged him, trying not to break down and sob.
"Explain later. You need to go somewhere warm now. You need to get in dry clothes and then sleep for a long time, okay?"
"That sounds about right,"
Andrew Korchak agreed vaguely. He lifted his hand from the water and watched with perplexity the drops falling from his fingers.
"How did I get here, Luce? I was just trying. I saw you in the water, and I tried to swim out to you. And after that, there was that room made out of glass, and I was talking to your friend."
He was still half crazy, Luce thought, still shaken and disoriented.
"Tell me everything later. And if you need me to, I'll sing to you again, and soon you'll be okay."
Andrew Korchak nodded hazily, then stood up and clambered over the rocks. He curled in a ball on the pavement and sighed. Maybe he was already asleep. Luce looked toward the silver-haired man. Like everyone else, he was gleaming with tears that seemed to illuminate something deep inside him. It was only now that Luce realized how much this unknown man had done for her.
"I haven't thanked you yet for bringing my dad here, and I don't know your name."
"I'm Ben Ellison."
He smiled at her sadly.
"I'm glad to finally meet you, General. Dorian always speaks of you very lovingly, and now I truly understand why."
Luce's eyes went wide as the realization hit her. How could she have forgotten? Ellison, Ben Ellison, this was the same FBI agent who tried to make Dorian betray her. Even without meeting Ben Ellison, she'd always hated him, always regarded him as an implacable enemy. But he'd helped save her father, and she couldn't hate him anymore.
"Hi, Mr. Ellison," Luce said a bit awkwardly. "It's nice to meet you too. I really, really appreciate your helping my dad this way. Can you please take him somewhere safe now? I think I shouldn't try any more tonight."
"I have a hotel room waiting for him," Ben Ellison assured her. "General, I'd very much like to speak with you again soon. Your old acquaintance, Anais, did this to your father."
Luce jolted, stunned to realize that Nausicaa had been right again, and that Anais had in fact survived the massacre of their old tribe.
"And her current whereabouts are unknown. Obviously she could be extremely dangerous."
Luce nodded, but she was so overwhelmed that she could barely take it in. Anais was still causing extraordinary harm. Anais was still out there somewhere.
Luce?
Dorian whispered, but she couldn't bring herself to look at him.
Dorian, are you coming with us?
Ben Ellison asked.
We're leaving now.
He tried to lift Andrew from the ground, and a few people from the crowd came down to help. In a moment, a group of half a dozen was carrying her father, probably to a waiting car. He'd be safe, Luce thought, and eventually he'd recover completely.
I'll come later,
Dorian called. Even without glancing at him, Luce knew his stare hadn't once shifted away from her face.
Luce, I know you must be really mad at me, and you've gone through hell, and I don't blame you if you hate me, but—
Not now, Dorian! The voice was Yuan's, coming from just behind Luce's left shoulder. We all know you love her, okay? And I've been really impressed by your whole twice-lost humans thing, but this is not the time. It's not fair to ask Luce anything tonight. It was strange, Luce thought, but somehow, now that she heard Yuan say it, she knew it was true. Dorian did still love her. What she didn't know was how she felt about that. Dorian tilted his head toward Yuan.
Who are you?
I'm Yuan. There was a brief pause. And I'm pretty sure I want the same things you do for Luce. I think we're on the same side, but everything's changed since you knew her. Dorian gave a kind of abrupt, wheezing laugh.
Yeah, changed. Yeah, it has. You have no idea, Yuan. While we were on the plane coming here, Ben Ellison told me something that's going to change everything.
Even Luce looked toward Dorian now. He sat like some wounded prince at the edge of a battlefield, his skin golden and his bronze blonde hair overgrown and knotted. Yuan stared at him. Dorian, what are you talking about? Are they ready? Are they going to end the war?
I don't know about that, Dorian said wearily. I hope so. It's something else. About you guys. About mermaids. You can change back into humans if you want. They've found a way. You can all change back and it won't kill you.
Yuan let out a shriek of pure amazement, and an answering outcry poured down from the hill. At first, Luce thought it was a cry of surprise, maybe even joy, provoked by what Dorian had said. The storm of voices kept getting louder, growing and booming. The sky seemed to thunder with human shouts, and Luce realized that the uproar had spread to the mass of people lining the Golden Gate Bridge, to the hills above them, maybe even to the far shore of Sausalito. And it no longer sounded like a cry of amazement. The tone had darkened to a howl of fury and dismay. Imani, Graciela, and Yuan rushed close to hold her, tugging her away from the shore in alarm. All of them were buffeted by a torrent of outraged sound. They spun in place, bewildered. A woman was yelling at Dorian. In that vast clamor, Luce couldn't make out what she was saying, but she saw the desperate look that came over Dorian's face, the way his body wrung with sudden despair as he scanned the water for her.
Luce! Yuan!
Dorian screamed. The mermaids were floating together 30 feet out, scared to approach any nearer. He caught sight of them and waved his arms wildly. Luce thought he was beckoning them over and shook her head in anxiety.
Get out of here now! Swim away and hide!
Hide? Luce shuddered with the first gasp of understanding.
The mermaids just destroyed Baltimore!
35. The Sea Inside. If it had not been for the vast, tumultuous crash that turned the inside of the harbor into slashing cross-currents as strong as waterfalls, for the shock waves slamming forward with irresistible violence, for all the froth and the mermaid bodies hurled in disorder, Anais wouldn't have had the slightest chance of escaping. She was sent tumbling with the rest of them through a labyrinth of foam that rose in veils and hid them from one another. A surge like an angled geyser caught Anais and shot her up and over. Strange green fins smacked at her face. A hand wriggling like an anemone burst out of a wall of crystalline foam and grasped her wrist. Anais craned forward and bit the hand savagely, and it let go. Then she was speeding away, although at first she was too disoriented to guess at her direction. When she surfaced, she saw cars drifting like bubbles where the freeway had been minutes before, an off-ramp snapped in two halfway up its arch, buildings slumped over into heaps of angled walls and rubble, while high, wild waves leaped through the city streets. Moreland had promised her that she could be human again if she wanted to, and she couldn't keep being a mermaid, obviously. As soon as the twice lost recovered from the shock and realized what she'd done, they'd be after her. And once they caught her, her only option was to leave the water as soon as possible before dozens of enraged mermaids shredded her fins, twitched her scales off one by one, then opened her veins with raking nails. But when she looked around, she couldn't recognize the spot where Moreland had left her anymore. The streets channeled eddying waters spangled peach and bronze by the rising sun. She had a vague sense that she'd slid into the harbor somewhere on the left, near those slips where dozens of shattered and upended yachts now slanted across the jetties, their white hulls grinding together with each new impulse of the maddened sea. Anais dashed in that direction. Soon she was weaving between the submerged cars on the freeway, sometimes ducking below rolling human bodies dressed in bright summer outfits. A German shepherd with blood pouring into its eyes from a head wound snarled furiously at her as it swam nearby, but with a quick lash of her tail, Anais darted out of reach of its jaws. Lush green trees cast endless shadows over the dawn-shimmered water as she turned up a street of partly collapsed red brick townhouses and small, uninteresting shops that had sold plumbing supplies and carpeting. The water was high enough that she skimmed alongside second-story windows, sometimes peeking in at beds whose sheets suddenly hovered above them like huge, waterlogged wings. Anais passed a teenage girl who was standing on her dresser in a room whose front wall had torn away so that rags of its flowered wallpaper bellied in the currents. The girl was gasping so hard that her breath sounded like tearing flesh. In the green water below, a drowned white cat thudded against crushed bits of furniture, shoes, and uprooted saplings, followed by an unmoving boy no older than 4. A silver fish peered out of his open mouth. Anais felt her heart beating so quickly that it merged with the sound of her blood into a single skittish clamor. She'd only done it because Moreland had made her, she told herself. But somehow that didn't calm her down or ease the yawning, rattling sensation in her chest. The water was smoother now, gradually lapping into the calm that comes after utter devastation. Birds trilled in the protruding crests of uprooted trees lining the street, sirens howled in the distance. Wherever she looked, Moreland was nowhere. A torn daisy grazed Anaïs's shoulder, heading out toward the sea. She didn't think about it, only about the black van that had to be around here somewhere. No matter how much she hated Moreland, she needed him now to rescue her from all this awful chaos. Then a garbage can lid came spinning straight at her, clapping her on the head. She glowered at it in irritation as it cycled on toward the harbor. It was traveling faster than the daisy had been. A chair swung itself through roiling water, smacking her arms and bruising her tail. The drag of the current was against her now, and she had to fight to keep swimming inland. Her fins flicked against the cold metal dome of a car. Lace curtains billowed from a second-story window, and now they were well above her head. With a sudden jolt, Anais became aware that the level of the water was dropping, fast. The flood was receding from the ruined blocks along the waterfront, and she couldn't find Moreland anywhere. And soon she might be left beached and helpless on a field of silt-filmed debris, her tail slowly drying in the brightening sun. She toyed with the idea of turning back to the harbor and trying to escape into the open sea, but the harbor's neck was quite narrow, and it seemed much too likely that the mermaids she'd deceived would catch her if she tried it. Anais could already picture the water streaked by their rapidly converging bodies, their hands contorting with desire to sink into her throat. She hovered where she was for a few moments, the water bubbling past her as if drawn by some immense drain. Then she began slipping along with the flux. Where had Moreland gone? How could he have abandoned her now? It was, Anais thought, so terribly unfair. Doorways flashed by. She was drifting backwards now. Something razor-sharp gouged into her scales. She screamed and rolled sideways to escape it, and only succeeded in slashing herself more deeply. Anais curled in place, turned awkwardly on her side, and saw that her tail had snaked deep into the broken windshield of a car, strangely canted on a pile of fallen tree trunks. The hole where her tail was lodged gleamed back at her like a mouth lined with gleaming diamond teeth. The water kept pulling out from below her as she struggled to free herself until she was draped across a row of serrated glass jags, her upper body tipped across the car's steeply angled hood. A long curve of her tail was exposed to the summer air now, and her fins flapped helplessly against the driver's seat. Blood streamed down the car's scraped silver paint and blossomed in the greenish tide. With every twist and spasm, Anais felt the glass stabbing her anew. Hot sun settled gently on her scales. Droplets of water flared like sparks, and soon Anais felt the pain of a deep internal fire. Her tail smoldered unbearably. It was all far beyond any suffering she'd ever imagined. With a desperate effort, she managed to tilt her body off the hood until her torso dipped into the outflowing sea. The sloping trunks below appeared through the reddish clouds of her spreading blood as she braced herself with both hands, then heaved her tail up and free of the slashing glass and jerked herself violently forward at the same time. Pain raked through her, and gouts of blood spurted from wide, ragged cuts. Her azure fins shredded as they flopped across the jags again, and she landed screaming in the water that was now no more than 3 feet deep. Bleeding and frantic, Anais swung her lacerated tail. She had to get back across the highway and into the harbor again before the falling water left her stranded. She hurled herself through the retreating tide as best she could, asphalt and broken bricks and spilled garbage only inches from her face. Behind her, blood trailed in crimson plumes. But there, just ahead, the highway shone in a long plain of glittering water interrupted by cars and trucks knocked askew like hundreds of small lacquered islands. And beyond the highway there was a large gymnasium caved in on one side, rows of treadmills heaped in muddy confusion. Beyond that, the broken, swaggering masts and boats turned belly up that promised deep water. If she could get there, at least she wouldn't have to face that horrible burning in her tail again, that immolation buried in her own flesh. The deep gouges in her tail slowed her movements, sending blades of cold agony through her with every beat of her fins. She was no more than a foot above the pavement now, and as she skimmed across the double yellow lines at the freeway's midpoint, she began to understand that the water below her might run out and leave her floundering before she reached the gleaming green depths on its far side. Terror charged through her muscles, and her tail began to lash in wild defiance of the pain. With every stroke, her shredded fins slapped horribly against the coarse pavement, and pebbles grated against her raw wounds. But she was close now, so horribly close. Already she was crossing the yacht club's parking lot, on a plain of water so shallow that she had to constantly crane her neck to avoid dragging her face across the stones and torn metal thrown everywhere by that enormous wave. The masts now were just ahead, and suddenly, instead of skimming above asphalt, Anais saw the dark, stained beams of the boardwalk that ran out between the ruined boats. In only moments she would plunge into deep water and sink her tail far from the harsh, pursuing sun, the naked air. Wood slammed into Anaïs's belly, and the last cascade of water dashed back to sea without her. Salt water pooled under her flailing tail, and then gradually drained away through the cracks between each plank. The harbor glinted. How far away? Was it 6 feet? 8? It struck her as impossibly distant. Sunlight fluttered onto her scales like butterflies. Then, as Anais smacked and thudded at the planks, those butterflies burst into penetrating flames. Something dark squealed as it loomed above her, cutting off the sun. Sharp, repetitive screams burst in her throat like tiny, exploding stars. She was filled by fire, and her wounded tail thrashed uncontrollably. Her torn fins caught against rusty nails and ripped again. Everything seemed blinding bright, set alight by pain. A car door slammed close by.
"Ah!"
A voice groaned.
"Ah, no, no! My Anais!"
Rough hands shoved and then rolled her like a sloppy, blood-spattered carcass over splintering wood. She couldn't stop screaming. Then the wood came to an end, and Anais dropped through empty air. She landed with a splash in the green harbor. Flotillas of debris bobbed thickly around her. Her tail soaked up the cool, quenching water while she gulped harsh, staccato breaths. Someone was close by. Someone was dropping into the water next to her and binding her shoulders in huge, greedy arms. At first, the delicious relief of simply being in somewhat less pain was enough to keep her from caring who was gripping her. The fire in her scales was doused, drowned, and even if blood kept on unraveling from her salt-stung wounds, she was alive. If she could just make it past Sadie and the others, she would still have a chance. Though, come to think of it, she was feeling awfully weak and sleepy. Maybe she should rest before she tried anything like that. A heavy hand pawed at her cheek, and hot, humid breath gusted into her ear. The sodden wool of a large, expensive suit pressed against her side. 2 thick legs kicked and then found purchase on a submerged pier. That someone was standing slightly above her now, the water's surface just reaching the knot of his tie so that she sagged a little in his grip. Anais's relief was replaced by the intensely disagreeable awareness that Secretary Moreland had saved her life. Couldn't it have been a younger, hotter guy, someone more like Dorian? Her tail flicked with irritation, but that only made her torn fins burn. Vaguely, it occurred to her that she'd lost a lot of blood. She didn't feel well at all. Clouds of tiny black fish seemed to swim through her head.
"Anais,"
Moreland moaned into her ear.
"Anais, it's all over. Everyone knows. Everything's been exposed. But thank God it's all over. Oh, Anais."
I want to be human again,
Anais snapped. It was disgusting to feel him squeezing her this way. It made her feel so cheap.
like you promised. I want to be human, and I want my house back, and all my parents' money, and I want to never see you again.
She gave a quick, revolted squirm.
Get off of me!
It took her a few moments to understand that the high, whining sound in her ear was coming from Moreland's throat.
"Ah, tadpole,"
Moreland wheezed out at last.
"I'm afraid I can't accommodate you. It's much too late for that. The jig, as they say, is up. In the last 15 minutes or so, there's been simply astounding news blaring all over the radio, and it's all about me and you. It appears that your Charlie Hackett secretly recorded tapes of the two of us talking, and now he's gone and given everything to the news channels. Everyone knows the little tricks we've been getting up to, and they're not pleased with us at all."
Anais didn't understand what he was talking about, and even more, she didn't want to understand. Too late?
"Anais," Moreland crooned. "Anais, darling, sing me to sleep."
Anais thrashed hard enough that he loosened his grip slightly. She turned to look into his jowly, contorted face. His gray eyes slopped in their sockets like dirty water, as he gave her a kind of simpering smile. He reached to stroke her hair. She felt too weak now even to try to shake him off. The water below her looked dark as wine, wrapped by unwinding blood.
"Sing me to sleep, Anais. That's the only thing I still want. Sing me to sleep, once and for all, and then you'll be free, free to go."
Her head pitched a little. He should take her to a hospital, Anais thought blearily, not keep jabbering on about singing. And anyway, she didn't feel like it. No. Now it was Moreland's turn not to understand.
No.
He stared at her. The front of his white shirt was tinted pink with bloody water.
No. Anais, I'm sure you don't mean that.
His awful, whimpering laugh disgusted her.
What could possibly make you happier than killing me?
I said no!
Anais whined. She really wasn't feeling well now. She needed a nice, soft bed where she could sleep.
I don't care about killing you, and I'm sick of doing what you tell me.
Moreland gaped at her for another long moment. His face seemed oddly blurry, and the sunlight was much too bright. Pink-tinged water jostled around their shoulders as his caressing hands slid with a slow, contemplative movement toward her neck. His thumbs brushed her windpipe.
Sing to me, Anais.
I already told you no.
There was just a hint of pressure on her throat now. She thought she might fall asleep right there in his hands.
You will do what I tell you. Anais, we don't have much time.
He was trying to stay calm, but his voice lurched into high, trembling notes. He shook her, quick and sharp.
Sing to me now.
Anais closed her eyes. The sea inside her seemed as red as jam. It was full of layered crimson lights that throbbed like jellyfish.
I don't care about you,
Anais slurred. His hands were tightening on her throat. It felt awful and constricting, and she made a drowsy effort to pull the hands away, but somehow, when she grabbed for his wrists, she kept missing.
I don't care what you do. Whatever.
She barely heard Moreland's strained cry as he threw himself from the submerged pier, still choking her, and tried to drive his way deep below the surface. He thrashed down a few feet, keening desperately the whole time, his suit-clad legs kicking wildly at her gashed scales. Anais flopped limply, her closed eyes consumed by that deep red sea. Her mind was dissolving, becoming part of the ruby water. In a remote way, she was aware that they weren't far from the surface. No matter how Moreland thrashed, the two of them formed a buoyant tangle that refused to sink, and Anais's fins curled like a sail and resisted the water. Her body floated like a raft, belly up in the harsh summer sun. Moreland flailed and wept and splashed, driving his knees into her stomach to make her sink. They went down and wavered back up into the air again and again. Anais's golden hair spread into a second sun on the ruby water. He'd been right, she thought. It was all over. And then, even that final drop of awareness poured out to join the sea. 36. Cresting the Wave. Imani's voice was so soft that Luce didn't understand at first how effectively her friend was taking charge. Graciela, you need to swim as fast as you can to the Mare Island camp. Wake up everyone there and tell them it's time to evacuate. Get everybody here right away, okay? But you need to keep calm so they don't panic. We don't know for sure yet that the humans will attack us. And Yuan, I think you're the best one to go to all the little hidden camps. You know better than anybody where all of them are. We need to get every mermaid in the bay, inside the wave, or under it, now. That way we'll all be close to open sea, and the humans won't be able to trap us in here. Okay? Graciela looked at Luce for confirmation of these unexpected orders, and Luce nodded heavily. I think Imani's right. That's the best thing we can do. It was a good plan, and after everything that had happened in the past 24 hours, it was an immense relief to have someone else assume the work of leadership. Graciela and Yuan saluted and darted off, their quick forms gliding under the water wall and back into the far recesses of the bay. Luce, Imani murmured. She was gently leading Luce forward. The smooth ascending wave rippled gracefully, whirls of wandering light caught inside it in glimmering suspension. I hope you don't think I was out of line, by giving orders that way. I didn't mean to act like I was the general. I just did it because after everything you've been through, I thought you probably needed a break. All Luce wanted was to lean her head on Imani's shoulder and forget the world. "Thank you, Imani. You were right." Luce hesitated, watching the golden curls cast by far-off street lamps climbing high through the towering water wall. The sweet vibrato of mermaid song mingled with the disturbing clamor of humans weeping and shouting on the bridge above. Luce had briefly lived in Baltimore years before, and she pictured the city reduced to sea-battered ruins. With the time difference, it was probably well after dawn there, and the morning light would sharply expose the full extent of the destruction. "Imani, I don't think I should be general anymore. I think I'm really broken now. After—" Luce couldn't finish the sentence, but Imani's dark eyes flashed with understanding. "If you were broken, you wouldn't be able to heal anyone else, Luce, and you just did." Strangely, Imani's words provoked a kind of rebellious weariness in Luce. Those kind words struck Luce as almost disrespectful, as if they showed that Imani didn't take Katerina's death entirely to heart. Imani was still guiding her forward, and now the vertical sheets of water gleamed only a few yards ahead. "Hey, Luce?" Imani asked softly. Luce turned. The expression of Imani's mouth was uncharacteristically mischievous, but her usual deep tenderness still glowed in her midnight eyes. "Yes?" Luce asked. "Are you serious? You want me to give the orders tonight? Because if you mean it, I've got an order for you right now." Luce tipped her head, feeling weak and incredulous and, in spite of herself, quickened by curiosity. "What is it?" Imani's grin widened impishly. She looked lovelier than ever, Luce thought, even if her delight seemed incomprehensible. "That's what I like to hear. Okay, I don't want you to sing to the water tonight, Luce. I have a way more important job for you. It's something only you can do, too." Luce waited. The vibrancy of Imani's smile was starting to affect her just a bit, as if flecks of joy dappled the surface of her despondency. Imani raised one arm and pointed high above. It took Luce a moment to realize that Imani was indicating the raging human mob lined up along the bridge. "Don't sing to hold up the wave. The rest of us can do that. Sing to them instead." Luce swayed from disbelief. "Imani, there's no way. You can't mean—" When their situation was so sad and desperate, when the humans might attack at any moment, how could she be so irrepressibly gleeful? Imani laughed. "For real, Luce? You really thought I wanted you to kill them? Of course not. I want you to sing to them, the way you just did to your father. They're all suffering tonight, can't you hear it?" Imani paused. She had the exhilarated look of someone who had just made a tremendous discovery. "I want you to heal them." Luce stared. "It's too dangerous, Imani. It's too much for them, too beautiful for them to absorb." She was thinking of Dorian, his crazy otherworldly rapture when she used to sing for him, and he had much greater resistance to mermaid song than any human Luce had ever met. "It didn't seem like it hurt those people who were listening to you on the bunkers just now," Imani argued. She was still beaming. "And anyway, I need to learn how you do that, and now seems like a fantastic time to get started, right? I'll come up to the very top of the wave with you, and I'll just listen and listen until I can feel exactly what you're doing." And then Imani burst into a peal of blissful laughter. It was too much for Luce. "I don't understand how you can act so happy, Imani. Even if they won't attack us as long as we're in the wave, we still have to sleep sometime. Soon they'll start searching for our camps, and you're acting like this isn't serious at all." Her voice wavered. In reply, Imani caught Luce's wrist and spiraled her tail, launching both of them upward through the wave's glassy core. They vaulted through a high upward dive, the dancing pain of water across their eyes making the skyscrapers flutter like wings and furl like rising smoke. Even in her grief and fear, Luce was consumed by the beauty in front of her. It didn't matter if she died, since this splendor would live on without her. And still Imani's tail was flurrying, and still they were shooting higher and higher inside the wave, looking down on houses scattered like confetti across the distant hills, and the bay's variegated shades of smoke and dust and moon all joined into a single rippling symphony. When they broke through the wave's crest, the girders crossing the bottom of the Golden Gate Bridge loomed only few feet above their heads, and the air popped and reverberated with stamping feet and raspy human cries. "We loved the mermaids, we trusted them, we marched for them, and we believed them when they told us they'd given up killing, and now there are at least 10,000 people missing in Baltimore," someone howled immediately overhead. "General Luce needs to answer for this." She did need to answer for it, Luce realized, but she couldn't answer with words. They'd never believe her. Luce and Imani looked at each other. Imani's dark, heart-shaped face had lost its giddiness. Instead, she was intent, rapt with concentration as she stared into Luce's eyes. The droplets in her dark hair held the first hints of dawn in a crown of radiating rose-colored sparks. "Luce," Imani whispered, "you asked me how I can be so happy now, after so many mermaids died yesterday and now that Baltimore's flooded and all these people hate us." Luce nodded slowly, unable to look away. Imani was illuminated by a kind of transcendence that Luce had never seen before. "I'm happy because we've won. The twice lost have won, and the war is over." The madness of Imani's words left Luce paralyzed, silenced. The water frothed and gurgled around their chests, and they bobbed and fell with each tiny variation of the music swelling below them. "Imani," Luce finally managed, "that's not true. There's no way we can win, not now that mermaids have destroyed a human city. They'll never stop thinking of us as monsters now." Imani was unperturbed. She reached out with both hands and squeezed Luce's shoulders. "No, Luce. I knew we'd won as soon as I heard you singing to your father back there. I knew we can do exactly what it will take. There's only one way you can answer for what happened, and that's by singing it. Imani, trust me, Luce. You know I've always trusted you. I promise you they'll understand." "It seems crazy," Luce objected, but somehow she'd started smiling. Imani might be out of her mind, but in this strange, transported mood, she was also magnificent. "You get started, General. I'll be back in a few minutes. I have to go give some orders." Luce shook herself as Imani streaked back downward. Luce watched Imani's dusky blue fins flicking away. Above her, people stomped and wept and moaned, their voices beating the air into agitated rags. Luce thought of Dorian, of how he'd fought for her, of how he'd worked to help save her father, and how he'd come here to find her. She thought of how she used to sing to him beneath the undulating green of the aurora, while the harsh Alaskan nights lingered on, and the taste of love turned to music on her tongue. And then the memory became a living sound in her throat, a single low note that brushed the shrieking faces above her like a rain of light kisses, like a wind that could carry away all their tears. 1,000 distraught voices fell silent together as Luce's voice rose. They couldn't see her, positioned as she was directly under the beams supporting their feet, but they still recognized at once that the music streaming from her was entirely different from the kind of mermaid song they'd grown used to hearing. It was new, with a magic that wasn't meant to enchant the water at all. It wasn't even meant to enchant the humans who heard it. Instead, it was a song that wanted only to join with them, to share in their grief and terror, and then, by sharing those unbearable feelings, to let them spin away in notes as fine as strands of drifting silk. As she sang to them, Luce began to understand. With absolute tenderness, she accepted the hatred and rage of the people above her. She turned those tortured emotions into music, let them expand and float in vibrating sonic clouds. And as she sang that darkness, the crowd on the bridge discovered that darkness was no longer necessary. They could let it go. A shadow seemed to press down on her. Luce glanced up in momentary alarm and saw the bridge's planks were only a foot above her head. The wave was rising higher. In a flash, she understood that more mermaids were singing to the water now. The first of the mermaids gathered by Yuan and Graciella had arrived, and they were merging their voices with the bewitching chorus below. That was why Imani had gone, to gather as many voices as possible, to swell the wave in a show of strength. Luce leaned back, letting herself drift toward the frothing edge. The wave was wide enough to support her beyond the dark roof formed by the bridge. As she approached the drop, the currents became choppier, more effervescent, and it took increasing concentration to maintain her balance with subtle loopings and flicks of her fins. She was still singing. It occurred to her that, if any of the humans on the bridge had a gun, they might well open fire to avenge the dead of Baltimore. For a fraction of a second she hesitated, imagining the way her heart would feel as a bullet winged through it, like some bright metallic bird with sharply bladed wings. Then she gave a last slight kick of her fins and propelled herself out where the crowd on the bridge could see her. Some of the faces were still crumpled with anger or slack with confusion, but others were crying or simply staring into her face with wide, accepting eyes. Luce felt a kind of jolting in the wave around her. Its crest cleft into two long parallel waves, still rising, and fanned out to enwrap the bridge's roadway without engulfing it or spilling more than a few droplets onto the people squeezed against the railings. Luce was lifted high enough that she could feel the air around her cheeks warmed by the crowd's mingled exhalations. Some of them reached out to touch her, and Luce reached back, her fingertips grazing theirs as she swam slowly along a wave that echoed the bridge's form. To all of those she passed, Luce sang her grief for the thousands of humans slaughtered in Baltimore. Hearing her, they gazed with recognition, understanding that her sorrow for them was as deep as her sorrow for the mermaids she'd allowed to die as the price of sparing the city at her back. And then Luce felt a cool, swirling presence at her side and looked to see Imani, her eyes wide and wondering in the amber dawn as she listened thirstily to Luce's new song, a song that had left death far behind. 37. Aftermath. Luce had been battered by too many overwhelming emotions not to collapse into numbness at the first opportunity. As the news began to come in, as it became clear that the humans weren't going to attack, Luce couldn't even feel surprised. And when the reporters gathered jabbering on shore and asked for her reaction to the torrent of astonishing information coming from Washington, she could only offer them drowsy, irrelevant replies. Soon, Yuan and Imani were doing most of the talking. Half of the twice-lost army was still singing below the bridge, but everyone who was off duty seemed to be too excited to sleep. The bay was full of darting, leaping figures, and their fins flashed colored reflections across the water's glossy skin. Luce slumped in the shallows near the bridge's base, with her head leaning on a rock, while her friends spoke and gestured vivaciously beside her, only occasionally nudging her when the reporters brought up issues they weren't sure about. Behind the reporters, a crowd of humans pressed and shuffled, but all those people didn't seem to be frightened and enraged anymore. Instead, the mood was peculiarly light, even buoyant. People cried for the dead of Baltimore, but they also cried from relief. Like Imani, most of them seemed to believe that peace was finally at hand. "Yes, that's Anais," Luce confirmed sadly when they showed her the photo of the dead, golden-haired girl with a badly bruised throat who'd been found naked and hopelessly drained of blood in the Secretary of Defense's clinging arms.
We were in the same tribe once, up in Alaska. She was really dangerous, but still.
Luce went back to staring at the late morning sunlight speckled across the bay's low waves. Secretary Moreland confessed to sending her out as an agent provocateur with instructions to trick the Baltimore Twice Lost into attacking. Can you tell us something about Anais that might help explain why she would agree to do that? Since Luce was looking away, the reporter had addressed Yuan instead.
Well, Luce is the one who knew her. I never actually met.
She was a psycha, Luce murmured vaguely. She didn't look around.
A Sika?
Oh, yeah. Yuan took up the question in authoritative tones.
See, a lot of mermaids are angry, but a mermaid who's a psycha isn't angry, just empty. They'll do anything because they can't really feel, so it's like they have to do evil, crazy things to feel anything at all, and nothing means anything to them.
Similar to what humans would call a psychopath?
Pretty much, I guess.
The conversations went on and on. Luce couldn't understand why this Secretary Moreland guy, wasn't he the same one who'd said on TV that she was impersonating the real Luce Korchak, hated mermaids so much that he was ready to sacrifice thousands of human lives simply to persuade the world to share in his hatred. But, unfathomable as it was, that appeared to be precisely the case. The tapes of his conversations with Anais certainly proved he was a madman, capable of extravagant evil. On the news, they said Moreland was delirious now, gibbering, but telling everything over and over again as if he couldn't believe it himself. He'd admitted that he was the one who'd sent out the helicopter with the net, too. Katerina and the other mermaids caught that day had died because of him, and he'd also arranged for the murder of certain humans, ones he considered his enemies. That part was on the tapes. They revealed that he'd been using Anais as an assassin. He didn't care if everyone knew the truth, not now that he'd lost Anais. Now that he'd been pulled off her floating corpse by the first rescuers to arrive at the scene. He only wanted to die, and to die by a mermaid's enchantment. He was begging the mermaids to show him that mercy in gratitude for his confession. Luce didn't think any of them would. Poor Anais, Luce thought. A gray glaze seemed to cover the water, or maybe it only covered her eyes. She felt sick and achy. Her head seemed to be drifting by itself down to Imani's shoulder. When Dorian Hurst of the Twice Lost Humans started claiming he'd been subjected to an attack by a mermaid assassin via telephone and that he'd fended her off by singing back to her, his story struck most people as pure fantasy, but now it appears that Hurst was in fact targeted by Secretary Moreland, someone said loudly on shore. Luce jolted out of her hazy half-sleep and sat up, her mouth suddenly opening in wordless indignation. Anais had tried to kill Dorian? How dare she? That got a reaction from you, Yuan observed, smiling slyly at her.
You know that while you were singing on top of the wave earlier, Dorian was here the whole time? He wanted to go up on the bridge and jump off into the wave so he could see you. God knows how he thought he was going to squeeze through that crowd up there, but anyway, I told him no, to just let you do your thing and he could come visit you at our camp tomorrow.
Luce was now so wide awake that her eyes ached. Everything felt cold and sharp, even though it was a beautiful warm day and she found herself sitting bolt upright.
You told him what?
He's earned it, Luce. Yuan was firm. I know he hurt you, but he's earned a chance to make his case. Maybe he's earned more than that.
But
I can't see him, Luce thought. I can't face it.
And maybe you've earned some happiness, too. I mean, the war might be over for real soon. There are just too many humans on our side now for them to keep on fighting us, right? And you know Dorian has a lot to do with that.
Yuan was watching her with an expression Luce couldn't decipher.
What did you think about what he told us anyway? That mermaids can turn back if they want to now.
Luce shook her head. It felt like her skull was filled with loose silver sparks. She was beyond exhausted.
Yuan, we don't even know if that's true, and even if it is,
I'll be the first in line. Yuan grinned in such a strange, haphazard way that Luce couldn't tell if she was joking or not. Either way, her thoughts were still on Dorian.
There's no way he'll be able to find our camp,
Luce murmured. It sounded like she was trying to convince herself.
Oh, I think I gave him pretty good directions.
Yuan was still smiling.
Don't sweat that part, General Girl.
An outcry started up in the parking lot behind them, and Yuan jerked around, raising herself as far as she could in her effort to see through the clustered humans.
Whoa, Luce, look! What the heck?
All the mermaids along the water's edge turned to look. As usual, the parking lot next to the bridge's base was packed with people, sitting or standing, some with signs or cameras, singing or debating the latest electrifying fragments of news. That was normal. What wasn't normal was that for once, many of the people there were climbing back up onto the road above, shuffling and scrambling onto the hillsides as they tried to clear a path. A path for a chain of black-windowed limousines. The cars advanced patiently, solemnly, but they were obviously determined not to stop before they reached the land's limit. Imani caught Luce's hand and squeezed it. Soon the limousines stopped. Doors opened, and a dozen men and women in dark, crisp suits stepped out. For all their poise, they seemed a bit uncomfortable as they looked around at the water wall still glimmering like an immense ghost under the Golden Gate Bridge, at the jostling crowds and the wide expanse of the bay. They didn't seem to notice the watching mermaids, low down and half concealed by the line of rocks.
"We're here to speak with General Luce,"
a man called out.
"I bet you are,"
Yuan called back.
"She's right here."
The man started apprehensively, caught sight of them, and assumed a professional smile. He was very handsome, slim and straight and black-haired, with vivid blue eyes. Luce sat up as far as she could without exposing her tail to the warm air. The black-haired man walked forward to meet her. Luce was suddenly aware of her ragged bikini top, her scars, and the missing notch in her ear.
Hi, I'm General Luce.
General. He nodded, looking her over in exactly the way Luce had feared he might.
I'm Ambassador Prescott, authorized by President Leopold of the United States of America to formally request negotiations with representatives of the twice-lost army.
His mouth tweaked a little as he tried to repress a smile of amusement. Yuan's forehead looked tense. Luce thought that he was having trouble taking her entirely seriously. After all, to him she must look like a child. For a moment she was almost cowed. For a moment she almost saw herself through his eyes as an absurd, pretty little schoolgirl with a tail like shiny mint candy, but with enough power that she had to be humored. And then she remembered who she really was, along with everything they'd gone through to become who she was now. This ambassador was in no position to condescend to her, and she knew it.
I speak for the twice-lost army,
Luce said. She kept her tone as calm and straightforward as she could manage.
Does President Leopold want peace?
Ambassador Prescott looked a bit graver now.
He does. He'd like to meet with you in person to negotiate a treaty.
Imani squeezed Luce's arm, hard. It was only then that the enormity of what was happening sank in. Her mouth seemed clotted with ashes and her heart drummed.
We're ready to negotiate any time,
Luce told him carefully. At first, all she'd seen in Ambassador Prescott's eyes was crystalline blue vanity, but now she began to see the possibility of something better than that.
We want peace, too.
Prescott nodded so soberly that even Yuan stopped glaring at him.
We believe that you do, General.
38. Dorian. The kayak steadily wove its way among the pilings under the factory next to Isleas Creek. On all sides, the mermaids chatting in swaying hammocks fell silent as they saw the human boy, his expression somewhere between nervous and determined, being escorted into their secret redoubt by Lieutenant Yuan. He looked around at them in turn, the dim shine of their bodies like sleepy comets in the shadows.
"Where's Luce?"
"Our general is still asleep," a small mermaid, no older than 8, called defensively from the water. "Yuan, don't you think we should let her rest?"
"She's been asleep for like 20 hours straight already," Yuan said. "And this is important too. Would you please go wake her? Tell her she has a visitor." For the next few minutes, Dorian's foot could be heard tapping gently but rapidly on the kayak's hull.
"Yuan," he whispered, "what if she really doesn't want to talk to me? I completely blew it with her, and she's probably going to think that I'm not worth her time."
"If she refuses, and then you get to deal with that." Yuan agreed. She smiled. "But I don't think she will." A soft rippling disturbance approached beneath the dusky surface and then stopped 10 feet away. Even through the dark water, Dorian could see that the submerged tail flashed a light silvery green, and he groaned and leaned sideways, one hand floating tentatively toward her. If Yuan hadn't caught hold of the kayak, he would have capsized.
"Luce?"
Dorian and Yuan could both see the luminous form slip closer to the surface, hesitate, and then retreat again.
"At least give me a chance to tell you how sorry I am. Please."
Luce's head parted the waters. She started to say something, then stopped and twisted a bit.
"Hi, Dorian."
For a moment, Dorian just stared at her. She had the same spiky dark hair as ever, the same long charcoal eyes and broad forehead and slightly sharp features. The same unbearable beauty still radiated from her, undiminished by her scars. So much about her was exactly the way he remembered that it only made the aching strangeness of her expression harder for him to accept.
"Hey, Luce, I'm really happy to see you."
She gazed at him searchingly. He wondered what she saw. "Does Zoe know you're here?" Luce asked quietly. The question startled him.
"Oh, yeah, we were just texting about it last night. She wished me luck."
He caught Luce's look of perplexity and hurried to explain.
"Zoe and I broke up a long time ago."
Luce was still watching his face as if she were trying to see into an undersea crevasse many fathoms deep. It was both painful and thrilling.
"Why?" she asked. "Why? Because Zoe's not stupid. She knew I still loved you."
Luce looked away from him and down. Her tail was curled behind her, and he could see her fins stirring just below the surface.
Yuan began. "There are a few wharves on the other side of the factory. You'll have more privacy back there."
Luce nodded. Without glancing at Dorian again, she began to lead the way, and he paddled after her. The war had changed her so much, he realized. Maybe too much. She led him out into the blazing daylight, and then below a small dark slip with a half-sunk motorboat still tied to it. A monstrous metal construction scabbed with rust, maybe some kind of ancient machinery, loomed from the waves nearby, and the water ran in chevrons of taupe and lemon yellow and milky turquoise. Luce sat close to the water's edge, her tail coiled tight around her, and caught the kayak's side in both hands. Its hull lightly scraped against the pebbled seafloor. She was very close to him now, but she still wouldn't look up, and suddenly Dorian realized why. The fringe of her lashes gleamed with tears. She was trying not to cry in front of him. He reached out and curled his fingers around her damaged ear, then, so lightly that his fingers barely grazed her, he stroked the side of her face.
"Luce, I'm sorry. I know I screwed up. I was completely in love with you the whole time, even when I was breaking up with you. I mean, I loved you so much that it just made me angry, like that my feelings were out of my control, and I took that out on you."
Luce glanced up at him so quickly that he felt himself lanced by phosphorescent beams. Then her eyes lowered again. But to his surprise, she didn't pull away from his caress. If anything, she might have drawn slightly nearer to him.
You broke my heart.
Close as she was, Dorian had to strain to hear the words.
You said my problems weren't real, and then I found my old tribe massacred.
Again, there was that quick flash of her eyes.
What's not real about that?
Dorian sighed. He deserved this.
I was being an asshole because I was trying to make you mad enough to kill me. God, Luce, you've been leading a war. I'm not so dumb that I think that's not real.
He was caressing her cool, wet face with both hands now.
Look, I know I don't deserve for you to forgive me. I'm asking you to anyway.
Forgive you, Luce murmured. She sounded doubtful. The chill under Dorian's fingers was suddenly interrupted by a tiny splash of warmth, a tear against his thumb.
Please,
Dorian said. He heard his voice crack. She leaned her cheek against his palm and took a long, deep breath. What was she thinking?
Do you forgive me?
Luce asked at last. Dorian didn't know if he was more amazed by the question or by the fierce sweetness of the gaze that she suddenly fixed on him.
Even for helping to kill your family? Because I don't think you ever really did before, no matter what you said. And I understand if you can't. But if you can't, there's no point in...
She broke off with a moan.
That wasn't the only thing I couldn't forgive you for.
Somehow saying that sent a shock through him. Truth rose in his mind like bubbles and then popped horribly.
What do you mean?
Luce's voice was still very soft.
I couldn't forgive you for always getting to be the hero when I wasn't one.
They were looking at each other so intensely that the air seemed to ring.
So go work on being a hero, Luce said, if that's what you want.
I did. For the first time since he'd found her again, he felt himself grinning at her.
I mean, not like you, Luce, but I really tried my best. That's all I've been doing for weeks now, and I know everything we did at least helped.
The twice lost humans, you mean?
Dorian felt the thrill of seeing her responding smile. Possibly, just possibly, there was still hope for the two of them.
Yeah. I was so mad about that, you using our name.
I know, Dorian whispered, and before he was entirely conscious of what he was doing, he'd leaned forward and kissed her. The kiss was a bright banner unfurled and beating in the wind. It was an expanse of water suddenly waking with a surge of blinding ripples. It was his heart made manifest, and it felt like a triumph that comes unexpectedly when all hope has long been lost. He heard her gasp and pulled her closer still. Then Dorian kicked his legs out of the kayak and landed on his side in the shallow water, his arms binding her fervently. For a time they tangled sweetly, Luce's fins flicking and curling around his ankles. General or not, Dorian thought, Luce was still his. They still belonged together, and he told her that with a slow whirl of deepening kisses. Then she pulled away, not far enough to leave his embrace, but enough to break the kiss and rest her forehead on his chest. He gazed down at her, his hands still glossing gently around her faintly shining shoulders, her back, the nape of her neck.
Luce.
Everything's changed,
Luce murmured.
Everything is different now. Dorian, I can't even explain.
Dorian felt his heart plummeting. The world became nothing but ice, falling stones, blackness. She couldn't explain why she could never love him again? Was that what she meant?
What can't you explain?
His voice rasped out of him.
I mean, if everything is different now, why hasn't this changed too?
Luce looked up at him, her eyes shining and vulnerable, spangled with hints of desperation.
Why do I still love who I've always loved?
You mean me,
Dorian said proudly. He brushed his cheek against hers.
You and my dad. Dorian, do you know,
Have you heard anything about him since—"
"Oh."
He was ashamed now that he'd been so consumed by his own longing that he'd forgotten to tell her the news immediately.
"I saw your dad this morning. He had breakfast with me and Ben Ellison. Luce, he's way, way better. He still seemed kind of out of it, like spacey, but he's not all insane and catatonic anymore. You did an amazing job. Ben's so impressed that he can't really talk about anything else. I don't know why. I mean, I told him you could do that, but I guess he didn't believe—"
"What did my dad say?"
Dorian hesitated. He wanted to have this conversation with her, but later, once her responsibilities to the Twice Lost were completely out of the way. But Luce's look was so worried and tender that he couldn't hold anything back from her.
"We talked about you." He paused again. "About what you're going to do after the war is really over, like once there's a treaty and everything. Your dad's already thinking about, where he should live and what would be best for you."
Dorian was still hedging, but Luce was quick enough to guess what he was really getting at.
"You mean you talked about turning me human again?"
Now he was afraid of bringing up all the fights they'd had back in Alaska, fights about exactly this question.
"Well, maybe. It is an option now, if you want. But maybe you'd rather keep being a mermaid general than go to high school or whatever."
Luce leaned her forehead on his chest again. She held him tight, and in the way of mermaids, there was a long, long silence between each of her breaths. He could feel the intensity of her thought as if it were a physical thing turning against his skin.
"I can't be a general anymore,"
Luce whispered at last.
"As soon as there's a treaty, I'm going to let go of all that."
He didn't want her to see how happy that made him. It might seem like he was gloating.
"You can't be general? Luce, why?"
"I let my friends die, Dorian. I'm broken inside. The Twice Lost general should be somebody whole."
Why did those words send a spasm of cold panic through his heart?
"You mean when those mermaids got netted? Luce, you didn't have any choice."
Luce's gaze turned skeptical and even harsh.
"Of course I had a choice."
"You mean to try and save them by wiping out San Francisco?"
Dorian's laugh sounded rough, almost hysterical, even to him.
"That isn't much of a—"
"I didn't say I had a good choice, and I'd do the same thing again, but Dorian, you—"
That distant look was back in her eyes. He could almost see ghosts slipping through her irises like trails of mist.
"Whoever was in that helicopter wouldn't have let the mermaids go, Luce, no matter what you did. Right? They were obviously lying to you, so you shouldn't keep blaming yourself."
She was looking away, watching the streamers of light that raveled and split on the bay. Then she smiled. It would have been better, Dorian thought, if she hadn't smiled.
"And do you think that's what Katerina was telling herself while she was dying?"
There was nothing he could say to that, really. He was almost relieved when Yuan came toward them, splashing much more than she needed to tell Luce that they'd received a message. President Leopold would be arriving the next day. Dorian clambered back into the kayak he'd rented. Water streamed from his sopped clothes and puddled at his ankles. He tried not to show how upset he was that Luce was suddenly too distracted to even kiss him goodbye. She had work to do. Luce rushed off. She had one last job for Seb. She found him in his usual spot and talked with him for a few minutes before heading on to the bridge. She'd slept through 2 of her shifts since no one wanted to wake her, and even after her long sleep, she still felt peculiarly weary. The memory of Dorian's kisses and of everything he'd said to her lingered in her thoughts, softly smoldering. The Golden Gate Bridge swanned through the fading grandeur of a deeply golden afternoon. Below it, the water wall was noticeably lower than it had been before. Of course, now that the mermaids weren't afraid of being slaughtered anymore, they were singing more softly, and in some cases not bothering to show up for their shifts. The pervasive sense of peace had washed away the urgency of the war. It wasn't really time to lower the wave yet, not until they had a treaty signed, but Luce couldn't completely blame her followers for relaxing their guard. There was Yuan, leaning against the shore and talking to Gigi again. Luce was surprised and a bit embarrassed to notice that they were holding hands. Giddy mermaids pirouetted in the water, no longer shy at all in front of the human crowds. And there was the usual press of people with their signs, their blown-up photographs of lost daughters. Luce skimmed the images out of habit, not expecting to recognize anyone, and did a double-take at the image of a girl with wavy, ruby-dyed hair. Joanne Ariana Spieldock. Luce swam a little closer. She knew the pale, anxious face that glowed between those red curls. The woman holding the sign was chubby and worn-looking, wearing an eccentric, flowing, robe-like dress in an odd shade of murky purple and several huge necklaces that reminded Luce of the strands of clattering toys that Joe always wore. In fact, that woman's aged and worried face was a lot like Joe's, if all Joe's brilliant beauty and youth had been stripped from her. Beside Luce, a few mermaids had stopped to see what she was staring at. Luce glanced around and saw that one of them was Kala, now just as wide-eyed as Luce was herself.
Kala, do you know where Joe is?
She's on shift, Kala whispered. I guess she didn't notice. Or maybe she might not want to see that woman. Maybe she's trying to avoid her. Luce remembered Yuan's explanation of why Joe had been kicked out of her former tribe. Joe was caught trying to call her mom with a cell phone she found on the beach.
I think that's Joe's mom,
Luce said breathlessly. It occurred to her how poignant it would be for all the other humans on shore to see someone find a missing daughter when their own children were still lost, but she couldn't help that.
Please go tell her.
A few moments later, Luce heard Joe squealing and watched her streak like an arrow toward the shore. The police had stopped keeping people out of the water. The woman in the purple robes was squealing too as she stooped and tripped her way over the rocks.
Mom?
Joe was shouting.
Mom!
Luce couldn't help crying as she watched them clutch at each other. Joe didn't seem like a mermaid at all anymore, not with her mother's arms around her. She could hear them laughing and sobbing, and now and then she caught a broken fragment of conversation.
But I thought you'd be fine with Aunt Janet.
Mom, Aunt Janet is a total psycho. You wouldn't believe all the things she did. I thought you didn't love me anymore. I thought...
No, baby, no. Never. I was confused and I couldn't function very well for a long time. I had to stay in the hospital, but I always loved you. Losing you was the worst thing that ever...
Luce turned away and found herself face to face with Imani.
I should be happy for her,
Imani whispered, watching the reunion on shore.
I want to be happy for her, but I can't.
Maybe seeing Luce with her father had been just as painful for Imani. Luce flinched and looked down, obscurely ashamed. Assuming Dorian's information was correct, then very soon mermaids all over the world would start leaving the water. It was strange to think of the mermaids who'd sung beside her standing up on human legs again, tugging on borrowed clothes and walking off into unpredictable new lives, lives in which they'd grow old and maybe even have children of their own. Joe would go. Even Yuan had said she'd go. But there were others who would choose to remain in the sea forever. Luce didn't have to ask to know that Imani would stay a mermaid for as long as she lived. Imani smiled wistfully, but a hint of bitterness still showed in her eyes. She nodded toward Joe.
Have you made a decision yet, Luce?
Luce was startled. Imani seemed to have read her thoughts.
You mean... I mean about leaving the sea. If it's true that we can, you have a lot more waiting for you on land than some of us do. Your dad and your boyfriend. No one could blame you for choosing that.
Luce searched her heart for an answer to Imani's question. All she found was painful uncertainty, a bewilderment of fierce currents that pulled her this way and that.
I don't know.
For a long moment, Imani looked at her with an expression of soft disbelief.
I think I know what you'll decide, and I'll really miss you.
Luce opened her mouth to object, but something dark and knowing in Imani's gaze stopped her.
You don't have to worry about me, Luce,
Imani added in a half-whisper.
I've found my calling.
39. Negotiations. Luce waited by the shore, surrounded by a ring of all the twice-lost lieutenants. The parking lot had been entirely cleared except for several dozen men and a few women in stiff black suits, the president's security detail. Even the mermaids were wearing a kind of uniform, since one of their human friends who owned a clothing store had donated 25 identical burgundy velour tank tops for the occasion.
But you're sure they know to let Seb and Dr. Pearl through? Luce asked anxiously. Seb said she'd agreed to come.
Stop stressing, General Girl, Yuan said sardonically. Working out a treaty with the humans, that's so insane it ought to come naturally to you. They could see the advance of black lacquered cars on the road above.
We don't know enough to know what we're doing, though, Luce murmured. That's why we need Dr. Pearl. She seriously knows everything about the oceans, like about what will help.
Yuan was grinning rakishly. It's funny to hear you going so fangirl. Luce bristled a little.
Her book was amazing. Dorian got it from the library and I read it back in Alaska. She's been doing deep-sea exploration for years, like going way deeper than we can, and...
The limousines were turning into the parking lot, lining up one by one. Their windows sleeked across the pale day like wet black brushes. Luce half expected them to leave strokes of darkness on the air. She realized that she had no idea what the current U.S. president looked like. So many people were stepping formally from those cars, he could be almost anyone. No, she knew him by the way people stood around him, their posture slightly curved and deferential. She knew him by the assertive way he met her eyes, just visible above the line of rocks. For all his coiffed hair and severe tailoring, he still looked rough and craggy to her, his face composed of complicated peaks and deep folds under his salt and pepper hair. His expression took on an aggressive archness as he watched Luce. Even from a distance, she realized, she made him uncomfortable. Then, to Luce's astonishment, a chauffeur opened yet another gleaming door, and Seb of the Ghosts stepped out, looking extremely sheepish, but also remarkably well-dressed and groomed. He offered his arm to an older woman who was emerging after him. She had neat, fluffy gray hair to her shoulders and wore a trim gray pantsuit with a bright silk scarf, and her expression was so wise and gracious that Luce immediately wanted to be like her someday. She just had to be Audrey Pearl. Luce was watching her so intently that she didn't notice the president and his delegation approaching until they were 10 feet away.
General Lucette Gray-Korchak?
Luce looked up.
Yes, Mr. President?
Just President of the Humans. Isn't that what you call me? Even though you girls are living in U.S. territory, international waters don't kick in until you're a good few miles out that way.
He gestured toward the horizon. He sounded like he was kidding, or at least trying to make her think he was kidding. The snide, offended undercurrent in his voice was obvious enough. A Secret Service man rushed over with a chair. President Leopold waved it away and sat down on the rock, leaning toward Luce in a way she didn't entirely like. There was a slightly misted look to his eyes, as if they were windows hit by a hot breath of enchantment. Luce considered what he'd said anyway, tilting her head as she thought it over.
Did you even believe mermaids existed? Until a few months ago?
Of course not. I'm not about to believe in fairies or unicorns either.
Well, if you didn't believe we existed, then how could you represent us?
President Leopold nodded at that.
Touché, General. Touché. But if you all get your legs back and start trotting off to school, you'll be citizens again, won't you? With the same rights and, pay attention now, responsibilities as everybody else.
That made her start a little in spite of herself.
Is it true that we can change back now?
The Pentagon used to have a tank full of those baby mermaids you all call larvae, General. And now they're telling me we've got a bunch of babbling human infants to tend to instead. They still look a little greener and shinier than your average babies, so I hear, but apart from that, they're doing fine. So yes, indeed, you can. We'll send down some doctors to help you all out with that soon.
Luce wondered nauseously what the Pentagon had been doing with a collection of larval mermaids, but she couldn't wonder for long. Leopold was still speaking.
Now, I'm told you have a couple of, what should we call them, interspecies advisors who aren't exactly batting for their own kind today.
He gestured with his head towards Seb and Audrey Pearl, who were now standing much closer with two of the suited men flanking them.
They aren't batting for anyone, Luce said a little curtly, because this isn't a game, Mr. President. Anyway, if this is about peace, then nobody has to choose sides anymore.
From the way he stared at her, Luce knew she was halfway enchanting him without even wanting to. A different mermaid might have known how to use that to the twice-lost army's advantage, but his fascination just made her feel fidgety.
Well, you're just full of the zingers today, aren't you, General? He purred.
May I introduce you to them, Mr. President?
Luce said. Exaggerated politeness seemed like the best way to handle his disconcerting reaction to her. She waved Dr. Pearl and Seb over and couldn't repress a smile at Seb's bashful, half-stumbling advance.
President Leopold, this is the twice-lost ambassador, Seb Grassley. And you must be Audrey Pearl?
Luce was suddenly just as shy as Seb.
The great oceanographer?
That's a kind way to put it, Audrey Pearl said, smiling, and held out her hand to shake. President Leopold turned a slow, shifting look on Seb.
And how did you meet our lovely General, Ambassador Grassley? She saved me from drowning, Mr. President,
Seb muttered. He couldn't make himself look up.
I see.
Luckily for Luce, Audrey Pearl wasn't self-conscious at all. With a few deft words, she brought everyone's attention around to the question of the treaty, and soon negotiations were starting in earnest. As Luce had expected, the parts about how humans and mermaids would treat one another were easy. Non-aggression and full amnesty for the mermaids in exchange for an end to all the twice-lost army's blockades, and a promise, not only that the twice-lost wouldn't attack human ships, but also that they would send envoys to any mermaid tribes that still did hunt ships and persuade them to stop. Basically, it amounted to assurances that humans and mermaids would let one another live in peace. The parts about how humans would treat the oceans, though, were much harder to settle. That was why they needed Audrey Pearl. The mermaid lieutenants had trouble hiding their boredom as the discussions dragged on. Various human assistants sat nearby, busily drafting different versions of the treaty, while Audrey Pearl waved her hands with brusque animation, debating what percentage of U.S. waters should be designated protected zones, safe from fishing boats, and discussing carbon reduction timetables and energy policy, and on and on. Luce did her best to be attentive. This was what they'd fought for, after all. But there were times when she had to admit to herself that she had no idea what they were talking about. Now and then, President Leopold would snap at Audrey Pearl, saying, "Non-starter, try getting that through this Senate," or, "Our lovely general might have to take that particular matter up with Japan." It was some kind of victory for the twice-lost, Luce supposed, but it wasn't nearly as clear-cut and glorious as she'd imagined. And were they really going to have to go raise waves around Japan next? Pale dusk was just starting to silver the bay when Luce realized that the humans had finished. Someone was running a printer.
"This is a ridiculously informal way to be putting a peace treaty together," President Leopold observed waspishly. "But this is one of those times when the smart thing to do is to roll with what life deals you."
Luce's lieutenants were snapping out of various states of idleness and lethargy now that the treaty was finally in front of them. 3 sheets of white paper on a clipboard. The pages kicked in the breeze, dense with fine black print. President Leopold was already scratching his signature across the bottom. Luce looked up at Audrey Pearl.
"Do you think it's good?"
Even now that she'd led an army, her voice sometimes came out sounding uncomfortably fragile and childlike. Dr. Pearl's answering gaze was patient and sympathetic.
"Truthfully, General Luce, it's far from perfect, but it's also better than anything I'd hoped to see in my lifetime."
Luce wanted to end the war so desperately that she didn't trust herself. She might be giving in too soon. She might betray everything they'd struggled to achieve out of sheer emotional depletion.
"Do you really think I should sign it? I mean—"
Luce broke off, dismayed not so much by the thought of continuing the struggle herself as by the prospect of asking all the other mermaids to keep going too. Dr. Pearl watched her, the wisdom in her olive eyes like a steady glow.
"This treaty will make a tremendous impact for the better, General. So yes, I really do think you should sign."
The papers fluttered in front of Luce. She read them through, still feeling weary and doubtful. Her lieutenants began whispering. Of course, Luce thought, they were impatient to get this all over with. The black letters winked like fish in a moon-colored sea. There was President Leopold's jagged signature, and there was the line for hers. Seb smiled wryly, or was that a grimace, as he handed her a pen. She signed. Around Luce, mermaids started cheering and clapping. Even most of the Secret Service men applauded.
"Time to lower the wave, Luce?"
Yuan asked giddily.
"I've got it all figured out. I'll pull one singer out every few minutes so the water level has plenty of time to adjust without causing any problems. We'll do this nice and slow and safe. It will probably take all night, but then, damn, will it be time for a party. Sound good?"
Luce couldn't even answer. She just nodded. The cries of celebration were spreading from hill to hill. Mermaids spun high in the air, shrieking and laughing. People had started dancing on the bridge, and Luce saw a few mermaids who had swum to the top of the wave, trying to leap far enough into the air to exchange high fives with the humans leaning against the railings. Cars honked, and soon the uproar spread from the bridge and across the city until the entire bay seemed to reverberate like an immense liquid drum. Everyone was delirious with joy. Everyone except her. Luce made herself go through the motions, first shaking hands with dozens of excited humans and wishing them all a good evening, then trying to look happy when her friends launched themselves at her in wild hugs that sometimes turned into playful wrestling or sent her tumbling through lilac-gray water. The Twice Lost had won, more or less. They'd won against incredible odds, and for the first time in history, mermaids and humans were reconciled. They were right to be ecstatic. The problem for Luce was that she couldn't forget the price they'd paid for their victory. As soon as she thought no one was looking, she slipped away, skimming recklessly out toward the open sea. She hadn't swum out into the savage waters far beyond the shelter of the bay since the night when the submarines had attacked the Twice Lost, not since she'd seen Bex cut in half by a spurt of machine gun fire. Even now, Luce didn't really know how many mermaids had died that night. Dozens of girls were still missing, but there was no way to determine who was dead and who was simply hiding. At first, the song of the Twice Lost still purled around her. It curled and ebbed like a second ocean made of music, a timbre that infused the waves and answered their secret songs. Then she went on, and the music slowly faded out behind her. And as she swam, she kept noticing something that looked like a golden lantern trailing ribbons of light. It kept pace with her the way the moon does, only it followed her through deep sea rather than clear sky. It would vanish for long stretches as if disappearing behind rooftops or trees, then Luce would catch sight of it sailing along beneath her again. The 5th time she saw it, she understood what it was. The face of a sleeping girl, her long golden hair rippling in her wake like tentacles. The face wasn't attached to a body, but its expression offered a sense of enveloping peace. Anais, Luce realized. She didn't know if the fact that she was seeing Anais meant her mind was going, and it was astounding to see Anais looking so utterly serene, so sweetly transfigured. The face blinked away again. There was only a hint of golden rivulets, a subtle fluctuation, as if the darkness was straining to remember the glow it had held moments before. Maybe the face was behind something, a stingray or a tangle of kelp. Luce didn't know how far she'd gone beyond the bridge, but her body was rocked by deep swells again, disorienting after the calm, enclosed waters of the bay. The pressure thickened as she swam deeper, layers of sea heaping above her back. The golden girl reappeared, lambent and drowsy and still somehow precisely the same distance away from Luce, although she had to be much farther from the surface now. Anaïs's face guttered, its deep internal light disturbed by a play of darkness. For an instant, Luce thought that Anaïs's lips were moving, as if she was murmuring something in her sleep. Rationally, of course, Luce knew that Anais was dead. Her lifeless body was thousands of miles away from the surging Pacific. Even now, scientists might be stroking her flesh with shining blades, opening her cold chest to search for any sign that she'd been anything but human. Whatever she was seeing, Luce reminded herself it wasn't actually Anais. She could tell herself that, but she couldn't persuade her heart that it was true. She couldn't stifle her longing to know what Anais was saying and to talk with her one last time. Maybe, now that they'd both lost so much, they would finally make sense to each other. "Anais?" Luce called. Even the dusk light was gone now, crushed by the enormity of the water above. Night saturated the deepening brine, and an immense weight began to squeeze Luce's ribs from all sides at once. "Anais, can you wake up? There's something I need to tell you." But what, Luce thought? Anais had saved her own life, though only for a time, by betraying her fellow mermaids. She'd murdered larvae, she'd tried to kill Dorian, and she'd deliberately shattered Luce's father's mind. But somehow, unfathomably, Luce couldn't make herself feel any anger toward her old enemy. All she wanted was to heal the hatred between them, soothe the malice Anais had felt toward Luce ever since Luce had helped transform Anais into a mermaid. It had been the only way to stop Katerina from drowning her, but still. All at once Luce understood what was troubling her, what made her blood fight inside her as she stared at those always retreating, gold-lashed eyelids. Whatever Anais had done, Luce's own choice was at the root of it. "Is that why you hated me?" Luce asked softly. "Because I changed you, and maybe you would have rather died the way you were?" Anaïs's lids fluttered a bit as if she were gliding through the fringed edge of a dream. Her long hair waved as if it was trying to communicate with an unknown but graceful sign language. Luce had completely forgotten how far she was from the surface now, or at least she didn't care. Anais had something to say to her, something important, and this was their final chance to forgive each other. "Anais?" Luce called again. The sullen weight of the water gripped her body. It kneaded the air from her lungs and mashed her own scales against her flesh until they felt like biting coins. "If that's the reason, everything went so wrong, then I'm really sorry. I'm sorry for everything that happened to you because of me. Please." Anais blinked dark and gold. Her eyes finally opened, but they were the whitish blue of nimbus clouds and seemed perfectly blind. The last time Luce saw her, she was smiling like an evil dream. Luce's lungs were burning. "Well," she told herself, "you said you didn't care what happened to you, Lucette. Not as long as you could end the war." 40. the forever world.
So she went off to get some sleep, Kala, Yuan said a little brusquely. I don't know if you've noticed, but Luce has been seriously burned out ever since those mermaids got pulled out of the water. Whatever. I wish she'd stayed up to celebrate with us tonight too, but it's more important for her to rest.
Yuan and Kala were hovering 10 feet below the surface. Through the thick, rippling ceiling above them, the wave wall appeared like a long rag of glowing lace. It was already significantly lower. Yuan had been gradually removing singers from the line for hours, and Kala thought Yuan's nerves must be fraying from overwork and exhaustion. She isn't in her hammock, Kala said. I checked there first. Yuan, I know you're busy. I wouldn't bother you if this wasn't serious.
Then she's with Dorian. Good, I like him. I think he'll really help her recover from all this craziness.
Yuan's lips pinched as she surveyed the line of mermaids.
All right, that's been long enough since the last one. Hey, Eileen, lower your voice nice and slowly, okay? You're done here.
Eileen nodded, her strawberry blonde hair tossing with the movement. Filaments of light from the bridge curved around her face as her song began to drop through a long series of fading, silky tones. She isn't with Dorian either, Kala insisted gently. All at once she was afraid that Yuan wouldn't be able to cope once she understood that Luce was truly missing.
How do you know?
Yuan's snappishness only made Kala more concerned.
Of course they wouldn't be making out right where everyone could see them.
Because he's been looking for her too, paddling around in that kayak. We've both been searching every place we can think of, and she just isn't anywhere. Yuan, I don't want to freak you out, but we have to send out search parties or something. For the first time, Kala saw Yuan's eyes light with genuine concern. Eileen was just leaving the line, swishing below them.
Hey, Eileen,
Yuan called down.
Yeah?
Eileen reared back to look at them, her tail sweeping above her head in an immense sea. Everyone was just so tired, Kala thought. The exhilaration of victory seemed thin and wispy now, compared to the weariness of their long struggle.
You're not off duty after all. I've got a brand new assignment for you. General Luce is missing, and we need to get as many lieutenants as we can to organize search parties. Get a few of the girls who are just playing or whatever, and go. I'm giving you the coast around Sausalito.
Eileen groaned.
The war's done, Yuan. If Luce wants to disappear, she can go right ahead. I've got somebody else to look for.
Like who?
Kala snapped.
My sister, Kathleen Fane. She hasn't showed up here yet, but I know she's going to. Eileen looked so miserable that Kala melted. The only thing that would stop her would be if she's dead. Eileen swirled onward, and Yuan grimaced with exasperation.
I'd come help you search if I could, Kala, but I've got to keep on directing everyone lowering the wave until it's completely finished.
Yuan sighed and tipped in the water as if she wanted to lean her head on something, but there was nothing there except a twinkling constellation of tiny silver fish.
Luce, she wouldn't give up on herself now, would she? I mean, we won the war, and nobody really believed we'd be able to do that. Luce seriously better not have done anything stupid. I'll kick her ass if she—
That's exactly what I'm worried about, Kala admitted. Luce giving up. Like, she might think nobody needs her anymore, now that we've won.
Of course we need her.
Yuan's beautiful face was crumpling even as her voice rose furiously.
And what about her dad and Dorian?
Strong as Yuan was, Kala thought, the strain was obviously getting to be too much for her to handle. I'll organize the search parties. I just need to be able to tell everyone you agreed we should do that, okay? Yuan, you don't have to worry. We'll find her.
Report back here right away if you find anything. I swear, Luce is getting bitch-slapped if she even thinks about doing anything besides being totally happy from now on. You tell her that.
Kala wanted to say something playful and comforting in response, but she couldn't think of anything that would make Yuan feel better. I'll report back as soon as I can. There were mermaids chatting with the humans on shore, and Kala headed over there to look for volunteers. In some cases, mermaids were kissing new human boyfriends. Late as it was, Helene and Ray Vogel were reading aloud from a huge illustrated volume of fairy tales to a circle of the youngest mermaids. From the longing on their small faces, Kala knew that many of them had never had anyone read them stories before. "Hey," Kala called, too softly. No one turned around. "Hey, I need help. Luce is missing and she might be in trouble." That got their attention. 10 minutes later, Kala had managed to get 3 small groups together and sent them out to search in different directions, along the north and south sides of the bay, with the third group heading out into the open sea. Kala thought of how Luce had looked just after she'd signed the treaty, her blank, faded gaze, her forced smiles, her air of weary abstraction, and wondered if the search would prove futile.
"What a scrap she is,"
a gruff voice said nearby.
"A rag of skin and scales, easily destroyed, easily thrown away."
Even though someone was speaking, Luce supposed that she was still in the ocean. The medium that contained her was cold and terribly heavy. It ebbed and pitched, and yet somehow it felt not like the Pacific on a chill night in early September, but like everywhere and always. It felt like the place where days and years burst their membrane-fine skins and poured into a single fluid sphere. The forever world, Luce thought vaguely. She thought of continents and seas ripped into confetti and gusting out of the map. She could see nothing, not even darkness. "To what purpose?" This time the voice was a girl's. "What we have before us is the rag, but is that rag truly Queen Luce? Or is Queen Luce the changes now wrought on the world?" Luce felt an icy current wrapping her body. It was strong enough to bind her arms to her sides. Then, with a kind of contemptuous flick, it sent her rolling and seized her again.
"She should end here. Her every act has been defiance."
A pause.
"She has led all your kindred into defiance, and so I choose to lead her to these depths, here to abandon her. Her mermaid's form is forfeit, and she will die very soon once I take it from her."
"Children do defy their parents," a different girl observed cynically.
"They may, when those parents are human."
The low voice rumbled in annoyance. It sounded half-sea. "No, when the children grow up, when their ideas are no longer only the ideas their parents have offered them, when they think beyond what they've been taught." She paused. Luce had the sense that this unknown girl was about to give voice to something she found difficult, even frightening. "For these thousands of years, the mermaids have been your obedient children. Perhaps it was time for one of us to change that." Luce felt her muscles squeezed and buffeted. Whatever held her pressed in with bruising force. Her eyes merged with the endless nowhere.
"I saved her!"
The sea voice was now a roar.
"I saved her, and I offered her great gifts, and she repaid me with this rebellion, this contempt."
She repaid you by leading the mermaids into a future you never imagined for them,"
the first girl said coolly.
"Everything between mermaids and humans is different now. Queen Luce has repaid you with transformation. Surely that is your own coin."
The deep voice growled.
"You listen to Nausicaa too much."
Luce tried and failed to cry out at that. "Nausicaa, where are you?"
"I listen to what my own long experience tells me. So does my sister. Even the sea is too confining when your destiny is settled for you, and when that destiny describes so small a circuit."
The girl paused again.
"Queen Luce should be with us. She's earned that choice."
"She's earned nothing but death."
We claim her. Luce is ours. As we were first, so is she the first of the mermaids as they will now become, and we refuse to see her harmed."
The sea rumbled in Luce's head. Her whole skull roared like the inside of a seashell. There was a sound like vast currents quarreling. Sheets of water seemed to grind against one another until they squealed like iron. Luce's empty eyes suddenly poured down tracks of blue phosphorescent flame. Then, very quietly, she was no longer everywhere. Though it was impossible to guess precisely what had changed, Luce could sense that she was now somewhere quite specific. Her body was a point in space. It was enclosed in latitude and longitude, and the world was again banded by magnetic pull. The time was no longer always, but now. She was weak and nauseous, and, though she knew beyond all doubt that she'd been hopelessly far from the surface when her consciousness had merged with that strange forever, a cool breeze was brushing across her face. It took her a moment to understand that, and to remember to breathe. Everything was dark, but that was because her eyes were closed. The process of opening them seemed confusing at first, but with an effort she managed it. Dark sea, towering night, and in the distance a star of piercing radiance high on a cliff. Behind it, rolling tree-fringed hills. To the star's right, a long expanse of beach shone like a pale fissure in the darkness. "Is that light the cliff house?" Luce asked aloud. She felt a quick swish of displaced water as someone nearby spun around in surprise. 10 feet away from her, a dark head swung to see who'd spoken. Luce had never imagined that it would even be possible for Nausicaa to look so utterly discomposed, so flabbergasted. She grinned at her friend's dropped mouth and rounded eyes. Luce couldn't have explained why, but she wasn't surprised to see Nausicaa at all. She'd just emerged from the Always, after all, and Nausicaa was Luce's private Always, the ocean continually cresting in her heart. "But, Luce?" Nausicaa stammered at last. Luce laughed and swam over to her, then realized again how weak she was. "Let's swim to the beach. I think I might faint soon." She leaned her head on Nausicaa's shoulder. "Luce?" Nausicaa hugged her tight and looked around. "But where are we?" "That looks like the cliff house. I thought I went farther south than that, but—"
"Near San Francisco, then?"
Nausicaa was regaining a hint of her usual poise, though she still seemed uncharacteristically shaky.
"I guess so. Where do you think we are?"
Nausicaa gave a crazed laugh.
"When last I knew where I was watching from a distance as the lights came on for the evening across the vast city of Alexandria, in Egypt, Luce. It might be 10,000 miles away from this place. I had just left the twice-lost mermaids there."
She shook her head, her dark curls ruffling.
"I thought that was only moments ago, but perhaps—"
Now it was Luce's turn to be unsettled.
"Egypt?"
She thought for a moment.
"Then, did you go through a place that didn't seem like it was anywhere exactly?"
Nausicaa bit her lip.
"I heard myself speaking. How did I hear that, Luce, unless it was a dream? I heard myself in conversation with the first mermaids, the unnamed twins. But I often dream of them, of course. They were my dear friends when I was newly in the sea."
Nausicaa stared, searching through billows of memory.
"But now I think this was no dream. There was a discussion about you, and I believe that they extended an invitation, Luce, to the two of us."
That made sense, Luce thought. She nodded, and then her head seemed to keep nodding by itself. Her eyelids swagged, and her face felt warm and watery.
"I really need to sleep. I can't talk now."
Nausicaa gazed at her in sudden concern and began towing her toward the shore. Luce saw the light of the cliff house prancing and swinging through the dark. It was lucky that Nausicaa was holding her, Luce realized hazily, because she couldn't possibly hang on to consciousness any longer. When Kala's search party found them, it was well after dawn. They couldn't wake Luce, and so they carried her home, Kala and Elva in the lead, with Luce's tail slung across their arms, Nausicaa swimming behind and supporting her friend's head at the surface. Nausicaa studied Luce's jagged dark hair and long crescent eyelids, wondering at how transfigured she was. Her features were the same as ever, but even in her sleep, Luce now had the aspect of a mermaid who'd been in the sea for centuries. They passed beneath the Golden Gate Bridge. The huge standing wave was completely gone now. The bay gleamed mirror smooth, without even a line of foam to show where the blockade had been. Luce didn't wake up to see it, but on the shore, not far to their right, mixed with the usual crowd, there were doctors in white coats, gurneys, and ambulances. The mermaids had started turning back. A girl in a borrowed bathrobe tried to stand on legs as wobbly as a newborn calf's, then toppled slowly sideways. Her skin had a faint greenish shine.
"Hey!"
A slightly tattered man with cropped hair and cinnamon eyes shouted across the water. He waved his arms high overhead, looking straight at the group carrying Luce.
"Hey! You've got my girl! Is she okay?"
"That's the General's dad," Kala sighed. "How are we supposed to explain what happened?" Then she raised her voice.
"She'll be fine, Mr. Korchak. We promise. She'll come see you later."
Nausicaa gazed at him with interest. For the first time, she wondered if she might have to let Luce go forever. She pictured Luce stumbling toward her father on human legs and looked away. 41. Promises. "Hey, General Girl," Yuan said, as Luce at last opened bleary eyes. She barely knew where she was, but Yuan's determined face was clear enough.
"Damn, it's about time you woke up. I'm here to say goodbye."
"Goodbye?" Luce asked in confusion.
"Yuan, where?"
"To Boston, with Gigi. She's got to get back to college." Yuan made a face. "And I'm going to go finish high school, of all insane things. There are these human groups organizing to, rehabilitate ex-mermaids, so it looks like I'll have some help." It took Luce several more moments to understand what Yuan was talking about. Then she groaned and sat up abruptly. One reaching hand found Yuan's shoulder and squeezed it.
"Yuan, are you serious?"
All at once, Luce felt like crying.
"You're really leaving the water?"
Suddenly grave, Yuan said, "Yeah, I am. Because you were right, Luce."
"How do you mean?"
"When you told me that Gigi was actually my best friend, that I saved her because she's the person I love most in the world. I didn't know that when I was pulling her to safety, but I know it now." Yuan waited a few moments for that to sink in. "But we're really hoping you'll come and visit us, Luce. You and your dad." She paused for a moment. "Or you and Dorian. We'll have a blast together, and you and Dorian could maybe look at colleges in Boston too, right? Twice Lost General is one hell of an extracurricular, so I bet you can go anywhere you want." Luce shook her head. She still felt obscurely sick, and she was bewildered to realize that Yuan took it for granted that she'd be turning human again. Imani had made the same assumption. Why did her path seem so obvious to them? "I can't think about college. I don't know what I'm going to do." "Sure you do." Yuan was sincerely shocked. "I mean, what about your dad?" "If he needs me to take care of him..." Luce swayed a little as she considered the question. "If he's not all the way cured, then I guess that would be the right thing to do." "Of course it is. Family has to come first, Luce." Yuan saw Luce's stunned look and grimaced. "Okay, I know that probably sounds hypocritical coming from me, but your dad is a good guy and mine was a monster. You do appreciate the distinction, right?" Luce didn't answer that. Instead, she dropped from the hammock and hugged Yuan hard. "You gonna come see me off, General Girl?" Yuan was straining to keep her tone light. "Of course I'm coming, but I'm not actually anybody's general," Luce murmured. "Not anymore." "Yeah? Who is?" Yuan didn't wait for an answer before diving abruptly. She whipped away at top speed and then vaulted over a sea lion with her pink gold fins gleaming in midair. It's for the last time, Luce thought. Yuan's never going to leap that way again. A long procession of mermaids followed her. Some of them had larvae cradled in their arms. Yuan held her arm out for the injection. Then a group of human volunteers carried her inside a small white room made of folding screens, while Gigi looked on with worried eyes. Luce caught a final glimpse of Yuan's fins twitching as the air hit them. She'd hoped, even assumed, that the drugs would make the transition painless, but that clearly wasn't the case. Soon they all heard Yuan's thin, keening screams. Luce had to throttle her own impulse to scream in sympathy, to send a wave that would lift Yuan and pull her back to them. Luce clenched her teeth instead, her heart charging and her nails digging into her palms until they were flecked with blood. This was Yuan's choice to make, and no one had a right to interfere. By the time Yuan came stumbling out in a borrowed lilac sundress and bedroom slippers, Luce's face was slick with tears.
"I'm cool,"
Yuan slurred.
"Seriously, it's not that bad."
Then she fainted into Gigi's arms. She's alive, Luce told herself. She'll be fine. That's all that matters. Silently, some of the mermaids around her started handing larvae to the doctors. It was terrible to think of the infantile little mermaids suffering that way, but everyone knew it was better than the fate that waited for them in the ocean. As human children, they could be adopted. They would grow up and possibly even find happiness. In the sea, they'd be unlikely to survive for long. The afternoon took on the feeling of an endless ceremony. Now and then a mermaid's face would start to waver, crossed by alternating doubt and longing, and then she would nod to herself and call the doctors over, looking back at her friends who were still in the water with puzzled sorrow. It was hard to watch, but Luce knew that it would feel worse to swim away. It was at least an hour before Luce realized that her father was there, well back in the crowd. She couldn't tell if he'd just arrived or if he'd been standing there quietly all along. He looked older and sadder than he should, but he definitely didn't seem crazy anymore. He was watching Luce somberly, so lost in thought that he didn't react when she smiled at him.
"Oh my God!"
Elva screamed next to her.
"Luce, look!"
Luce turned away from her father just for a moment. She couldn't tell why Elva was splashing so excitedly and waving at a handsome human couple who were picking their way gingerly through the crowd. Her father was gone when she looked for him again. Where was he? Elva grabbed Luce's arm and shook it ferociously.
"Luce, don't you see?"
Luce's head swung in bewilderment. Elva was still pointing to the human couple, a tall, slim man with a narrow, light-brown, sharp-boned face. A remarkably beautiful redhead was leaning heavily on his arm. She was long-legged, wearing teal cowboy boots and skinny black jeans with a fuzzy sea-green sweater. And when she met Luce's eyes, her foot halted in midair. If her boyfriend hadn't held her by her narrow waist, she might have fallen. Luce heard herself gasp. That lovely girl looked horribly similar to Katerina. She even looked at her with Katerina's gray, wounded eyes.
"Katerina!"
Suddenly, Elva wasn't the only mermaid screaming. Voices were shouting on all sides, "Katerina! Cat! Cat! Cat!" It was becoming a chant now, but Luce still couldn't quite believe it. Her insides were watery, roiling. Her heart seemed to be caught in a whirlpool. The redhead slowly approached as if she couldn't hear the clamoring voices, and her eyes never left Luce's for a moment. Her steps were unsteady, and Luce briefly wondered if she'd hurt her legs somehow.
"Cat?"
Luce couldn't believe she'd said that name. The redhead didn't smile, but now that she was closer, there did seem to be a subtle green-golden cast to her skin. She was at the line of rocks separating the parking lot from the bay when she staggered and dropped to her knees. Luce didn't know she was reaching wildly forward until her hand found the redhead's hand in midair and squeezed it.
"Oh, God! Cat!"
"I'm sorry, Luce. I know the things I said to you were unfair and unkind. I hope we can be reconciled."
Katerina delivered the words as if she'd rehearsed them, her voice clipped and formal. Beside her, the dark young man knelt too, gazing at Katerina with ardent tenderness. Luce started sobbing. She didn't care that humans and mermaids were staring at her or that she might seem weak. Sobs wrenched from her so fiercely that she thought they might tear out her heart. She clutched Katerina's hand above the row of stones and wept from gratitude. Katerina laughed, not harshly, but with relieved delight.
"I didn't know if I should dare to come here. I was afraid you would be disgusted at the sight of me, my Lucette. Rafe told me that wasn't true. He said you would be overjoyed to know I lived. He said it was important that we meet again, you and I. I had to wait until your treaty was signed to gain my freedom, but then I was terrified to show my face here. For hours, Rafe persuaded me."
Luce looked at Rafe through her tears and reached out her free hand to him.
"Thank you,"
was all she could say. Rafe grinned.
"You're very welcome, General. It wasn't hard at all for me to believe you still loved Katerina."
He went for a walk while Luce and Katerina talked and sometimes cried, their words coming fast and overlapping, oblivious to the world around them. It didn't take Luce long to notice how often Katerina said Rafe's name and how her eyes seemed to deepen whenever she mentioned him. It was strange after all of Katerina's vehement hatred for humans, but this was unmistakable.
"Are you in love with him, Kat?"
Luce asked.
"I never knew there were such people. I did not imagine a man like Rafe could be possible, Lucette. If you knew the humans I grew up with, if you had met my parents or those men who bought me, you would understand why I believed all humans were bestial, vile. To learn so late."
Katerina shook her head and let out a plaintive laugh.
"But Rafe says that all of us base our conclusions on our experience, and that I could not be expected to do otherwise. Still, when I think I would have gladly drowned him, removed such a great heart from the world without a thought, I feel, as I suppose you sometimes felt, Lucette. I can only focus on the future so that shame won't consume me."
"What are you going to do?"
"Attend university. First, I must complete intensive studies, though. I can only read the Cyrillic alphabet that is used for Russian, for one thing. I never learned yours."
Katerina's gaze was momentarily far away.
"When I finish my education, I want to work on behalf of girls like me."
For a fraction of a second, Luce thought she meant ex-mermaids. Then she realized it wasn't that at all. Katerina completed the thought.
"I mean, girls who were sold."
Luce nodded.
"That sounds like a completely amazing thing to do, Kat."
Dusk was falling. Katerina was starting to glance around, and Luce knew her former queen was waiting for the man she loved to reappear. It was both heartbreaking and wonderful to realize how soon Katerina would stand up and walk away with him. And Luce knew there was something she had to ask first.
Kat, do you miss being in the ocean?"
Luce hesitated, afraid that she might make Katerina angry.
"I mean, are you sorry you changed back?"
Katerina glanced at her sharply, as if she guessed why Luce was asking this particular question.
"Miss the ocean? Of course I do, Luce. I didn't choose to be made human again. Humanity was forced on me. And yet I choose it now,
now that I know what it can mean."
She smiled ruefully.
"All I'm sorry for is that I have to use a name that comes from my father."
Suddenly, Rafe was there, listening and smiling to himself. Luce hadn't noticed him approaching, but now he reached to lift Katerina to her feet.
"In a few years,"
Rafe said softly,
"we might change that."
Katerina paused to say hello to a few of the other mermaids, Rafe close behind her. Then she looked around. Mermaids and humans were talking and laughing together under the hazy, rust-colored glow of scattered street lamps. Yuan slept in a lawn chair, with her head on Gigi's shoulder, her slippered feet sticking out from under a blanket, while well-wishers stopped by with gifts of clothes and books to help Yuan make the transition to her new life. Katerina glanced back at Luce.
"It's all your song, Luce. It's your song come to life."
"How do you mean?" Luce asked. Katerina looked magnificent and brave standing there, and also somehow much more grown up than she'd ever seemed before. Her hair no longer shone with its own internal luminance, but it still flowed like fire in the lamplight.
"Your song always promised forgiveness, Luce, don't you remember? It promised forgiveness and reconciliation so sweet that people would joyfully die for it."
Katerina smiled wryly at her.
"Who would have thought that any mermaid's promise would be so truly fulfilled?"
The scene at the shore had turned into a party. Mermaids were singing to the water, not to raise a blockade, but to create spiraling fountains, wobbling parapets, and floating liquid stars, while the humans on shore laughed and applauded. The mermaids had turned into such show-offs, Luce thought, but the idea made her smile. She hadn't seen Nausicaa or Dorian all day. It wouldn't be surprising if Nausicaa had simply gone exploring, but, especially now that she'd seen Katerina so deeply in love, Dorian's absence triggered a low, painful vibration in her chest. Maybe he'd realized he didn't want her back after all. Luce skimmed out into the bay, floating on her back and watching the full yellow moon. Voices bubbled over the water. She swept slowly around the curve of the coast, under the bridge's red, complex spine, and then rolled over and over, stretching and feeling water curling like plumes around her scales. It still felt strange to see the surface here so flat and placid now that the water wall was gone. Only a handful of people were perching on the bunkers. It still wasn't exactly private, but Luce's head felt clearer.
"I'm so worried about her,"
a voice said quietly, and Luce's heart stilled.
"You know how Luce can sing to heal people? I feel like we need to find someone who can do that for her now. She seems pretty messed up." "Luce is sorely hurt," Nausicaa agreed. "But perhaps these are not the kinds of wounds that should be healed, Dorian. Perhaps what wounds her now is wisdom."
Much as Luce loved them both, she wished they wouldn't talk about her. She wished everyone would just stop talking about her once and for all. From the corner of her eye, she spotted them now, huddled close together. Dorian was perched on a boulder, the soles of his high tops just grazing the bay, while Nausicaa's feral black hair gusted across his knee.
"I don't think that's wisdom. I think it's like post-traumatic shit from the war. She's going to need serious therapy or something. I mean, it's going to be hard enough for her to deal with going back to school, especially since everybody's going to recognize her."
Dorian's voice was sharp and plangent. It was strange to discover that he'd given so much thought to what her human life would be like. Luce hadn't considered how she'd feel in a human school at all.
"She's always going to be kind of greenish, right? Even once she's human. And there's that triangle torn out of her ear. I guess she could grow out her hair and hide it that way, but—"
There was an awkward pause.
"Truthfully, I hope that Luce will make a different choice than this you envision, Dorian. She doesn't belong to the land now."
Yes, she does. She can't just stay in the sea forever. That's not like a real life at all.
The currents furled and licked at Luce's fins, and the moonlight sank into her eyes. What's not real about this again?
I promise you that I will not try to influence Luce to remain in the sea with me, however. And I hope that you will show the same forbearance, Dorian. Luce must decide for herself. I'm not showing any forbearance. Me and her dad both need her. She'll be way happier with us, and she'll be safer, and there has to be some way to get her help. Somebody will help her dad pay for a great therapist. Luce has all these fans now. Some of them must be rich.
Luce had heard enough. It was probably too late to find her father tonight, and somehow he was the only one whose opinion Luce cared about. She swam back to the mermaids near the shore. There were Kala, Opal, Graciella, all engaged in a kind of mad ballet where they leaped in synchrony with jets of rising water. It was a shame to interrupt them, Luce thought, but it was the last time she would.
Hey, can I ask you guys a favor? A favor? You mean it's not an order?
Opal laughed. Her ivory hair fanned like an explosion as she deliberately crashed down right in front of Luce, dousing her with an immense pale cascade. It's not an order, Luce said seriously as water sheeted off her cheeks. That's all finished. But I do want to get everyone together for one last meeting back at the camp. She hesitated. I'm going to be leaving soon.
You mean you're going human?
Opal demanded, wide-eyed. She looked dismayed, but she didn't wait for an answer.
Okay, we'll go find everybody.
Luce tried to smile reassuringly. Can you please make sure Imani's there? I haven't seen her in a while.
That's because she's busy practicing singing to heal people the way you can. She's like completely obsessed, and she's already working with some of the really crazy mermaids. I know where to find her, though.
Opal paused.
Just because the war's over doesn't mean we don't still need a general, Luce. What if something goes wrong? Or you could just be queen instead. You don't have to leave us.
Luce found that she was too choked to answer. After a moment, Opal nodded and swam away. Half an hour later, Luce made her way past the creek and under the huge, glowering factory. The planks at its base were tar-slick and dripping. It was dirty and decrepit, and Luce's heart wrenched at the thought of leaving it behind. The dimness among the pilings was packed with mermaids, more than she'd ever seen there. Faces like veiled moons bobbed in the water. The hammock sagged under the weight of coiled tails, all flicking their soft colors through the dark. The chatter fell silent when Luce appeared.
Opal says you're leaving, someone called. Just like Joe and Yuan.
I am leaving, Luce confirmed. Now that she wasn't general anymore, her shyness came rushing back, and she struggled to suppress it. So many faces were turned toward her. I can't be a general anymore, and I'll miss you all so much. You've been amazing, you've all been so brave, and that's why we won. But the main thing is that you need a new general now. That's what I wanted to say. Luce glanced around to make sure. There was the new twice-lost general, gazing down at the water. But what if she refused to take on the role? She was always so gentle, but Luce had caught glimpses of passion and ambition in her as well. Who? Eileen asked a bit curtly. How are we supposed to decide that? We're mermaids, Luce pointed out. Suddenly she found herself smiling. That means we'll know the one who's meant to be general by her song. And anyone who's been listening to her knows who that has to be. Please give your allegiance to her now. There was a wild murmuring. The twice-lost general looked up, somehow fervent and embarrassed at the same time, and, Luce suddenly saw, afraid that the name spoken next wouldn't be hers. The blue gleam of her heart-shaped face was like neon reflecting on a rainy street. Luce took a deep breath. She felt proud and sad and exhilarated and wonderfully free. General Imani, you'll lead the twice-lost? Imani was smiling so vibrantly that Luce ached to see it. Oh, You just know I will, Luce. Luce couldn't sleep. Instead, she rocked in Katerina's old hammock, watching the far dark hills. The space under the factory was low enough that she couldn't see much of the bay, only a stripe of moon-banded water crossed occasionally by the container ships that were once again making their way out to sea. But she could feel the water stretching all the way to the horizon. Her thoughts pulsed with the breakers far beyond the bridge, crested with slow-rising whales. And if she concentrated, she could feel something of the land as well. The college girls in spangled dresses tilting on their platform shoes as they emerged drunk from nightclubs, the candy wrappers gusting through the streets, Dorian asleep in a hotel bed. The night was just as beautiful on land as it was on the sea. A few nights from now, she could be curled with Dorian on a sofa, watching a movie and talking about their plans for the future. She thought of his warm smell, his warmer hands stroking her cheeks. Nausicaa hadn't come home, and Luce wasn't surprised. Her friend was staying away on purpose, giving Luce room to decide on her own, but also unwilling to face the pain of losing her to the human world. As dawn sent a spire of smoky amethyst light across the bay, Luce felt something else. The certainty that her father was wide awake too, that he was sitting under those bunkers with a cup of take-out coffee in his hand, waiting patiently for her to appear. Luce slipped silently from her hammock and gazed at the sleeping mermaids around her, wishing them goodbye with her eyes. 15 minutes later, she found him just where she'd known he would be. It was the same spot where Ben Ellison had brought him when he was mad and vacant. He smiled calmly as he saw her head break through the surface.
Hi there, baby doll. Don't know why, but I figured you'd be showing up soon.
Apart from the two of them, the shore was deserted. Without the continual allurement of mermaid song thrumming from under the bridge, the crowds had finally gone home to sleep. "It's a good time," Luce whispered. "It's finally quiet. How are you feeling now?" She could see for herself that he was more or less fine, though. He brushed the question away.
"We've got to talk."
His cinnamon eyes had a troubled look. "I know," Luce said. "I saw you yesterday, and I know you saw me, but I guess—"
"I wasn't ready to talk to you yet. I had to think it over. About this business of you girls turning human again. You know Dorian's got it all figured out, right? He's already calling people he knows from the Twice Lost Humans, trying to get me a job in Chicago. He's a couple days late getting back to school, and he's planning on you enrolling with him. I've been telling him to slow down."
Luce felt a cold fluttering as she pulled in a long breath. "I'm ready to do it. He can go ahead and plan. I mean, as long as you don't mind moving to Chicago."
"Why?"
His eyes were hard. It wasn't like him, Luce thought. He almost seemed angry.
"Why are you choosing this?"
Luce couldn't lie to him. "I think you might need me to take care of you. That's a big enough reason." He stood up abruptly, his hands squeezing into fists, and twisted a little while he stared off at the hills. He was definitely angry, but Luce wasn't sure why. The dawn had brightened now, and thousands of gleaming copper shards jangled on the water. Then he gave a drawn-out sigh and bent over the rocks to ruffle her hair.
"That's just what I was afraid you were thinking, baby doll. Sweet of you and everything. But I don't accept."
"But—"
"I am the parent here, Lucette. It's one thing if you want to be human again because you're in love with Dorian. He's a good kid, smart enough for you, loves you like crazy. Okay, I'd be down with that. And it's fine if you need me to take care of you. That's what I've been hoping for, that I could finally do right by you and help you grow up. Then I started realizing, maybe you've already done that. I've been out of the picture too long, and you've gone and grown up without me."
"You couldn't help being out of the picture. Dad, so much happened." Luce had never been able to stand hearing her father blame himself for anything. She still couldn't. Got nothing to do with it, if I could help it or not. Lou said, I might not have been much of a dad, but I'm enough of one to want you to go beyond me. Go further in yourself than I ever could. You know there are people saying it's got to be a lie about you being my daughter, because there's no way the great mermaid hero could have come from a schmuck like me. How do you think that makes me feel? The idea of anyone saying that enraged her. Horrible. No. His hand was still tangled in her short hair, but his gaze was confrontational and fierce. It makes me feel so proud I want to scream. Luce felt as if her eyes were melting. Tears flooded her vision, crystalline and wild. Maybe I could still make you proud, if I was human. I don't doubt you would, doll. His voice was softening, and he brushed the tears from her lashes with his thumbs. Don't do it for me, is all I'm saying. If you give up what you really want because of me, it'll hurt me worse than I can stand. But if you don't know what you want, then, there's no reason why you have to decide yet. From here, Luce could see the open ocean. Not too far in the distance, there was a small patch where the light vaporized, blending into eternity, where the waves pitched to a rhythm that was somehow beyond the here and now. He followed her gaze. That's kind of what I thought. He paused. So Dorian's too late? I still love him, Luce said. I love him a lot. She was searching her own heart, trying to understand what she was feeling. But it's like he thinks turning me human again would fix me. She was surprised to hear the tone of complaint in her voice. Now she was the one who sounded angry. I can see that, Andrew Korchak agreed. He grinned. He does kind of talk that way. And why fix it when it ain't broken?
Maybe I am broken, but it's not because I'm a mermaid. It's because of things I've done, and I can't take them back by just having a different body.
You've done a lot more good than harm, Lucette. He was still stroking her hair. But I guess I can understand you feeling that way. I mean, God knows I've been there. He nodded toward the deepening ocean. You feel like this is where you belong now, don't you? It's not that I belong in the sea. I am the sea. My voice is the sea.
What about Seb? Luce asked. Seb Grassley, our ambassador.
Ben Ellison's starting up a program for ex-mermaids. You know I got poor old Ben fired from the FBI, mouthing off the way I did. Anyhow, Ben said he was giving Seb a job. Offered me one too, but somehow, I don't think that's what I'm going to be doing next. Don't you worry, though. We'll be okay. He paused. I left Dorian a note to get down here as soon as he wakes up. I figured one way or the other you'd have something to say to him.
I do.
Luce sang to her father for the last time, smoothing the remaining traces of damage from his mind. As it turned out, they didn't have to wait too long. The sun was just gleaming above the distant hills when they heard the rhythm of running steps, and Dorian came darting through the bunker at her father's back. Luce fell silent and stared at him, suddenly pierced by doubt. His bronze blonde hair flurried in the breeze, and his ochre eyes showed such passionate intelligence that Luce's heart skipped to see it. She still adored him, in fact, more than she'd realized. Andrew Korchak got up and climbed a nearby staircase, giving them some privacy. He stood half-concealed by the roof's edge, facing the sea. He seemed to be watching the same patch of light Luce had noticed earlier, a place where the waves seemed to beat beyond the confines of time, where the light glimmered all the way to always, the forever world. Luce! No matter how confidently Dorian had been explaining his plans to her father, Luce could see that he was actually worried. He knew the conversation might not go his way. Hi, Dorian. She caught his hand as he scrambled onto the rock above her. She didn't know if she could say it. She didn't even know if she would say it.
I wanted to say goodbye. Don't, Luce. Don't say that.
Dorian paused.
You know how much I love you now, right? I've done everything I can think of to get you to forgive me. I really...
That's not why. I forgive you, and I love you more now than I ever have. I wish everything was different. But you need a human girlfriend.
You can be now. Luce, we can be together forever. We should.
He was crying, and Luce knew that she would give anything to comfort him. Anything except for who she truly was.
Dorian, it doesn't matter if I could be human again. I'm not. I mean, that's not who I really am.
She glanced over her shoulder again. A figure emerged from that wavering blot of light. Luce knew it was Nausicaa. She turned to wave at someone Luce couldn't see, and then dived.
What am I supposed to do, Luce?
Kiss me, then get up and walk away.
She smiled at him through the tears that blurred her vision.
And tell Zoe I said hi.
Dorian was in the water with her now. Tears merged where their cheeks touched, and Luce kissed his face and mouth again and again. How soft his lips were, how sweet each light touch of his hands. Then she pulled away. She had to, now, before her heart shattered completely.
Go on, Dorian,
Luce whispered.
Go be a hero. I'll remember.
The gold of his eyes was so charged with grief and longing and exultation that it looked almost inhuman as he gazed at her for the last time. Then, like the hero Luce knew he was, he accepted it. He climbed over the rocks and half smiled at her before he straightened himself, and turned away. From the darkness of the bunker, Luce heard his voice breaking out in a drawn-out, wordless cry. It faded gradually until it sounded like the last faint shimmer of a song. Luce was staring again at that velvety patch of glow. Everywhere and always, a million bits of winking focus blurring through one another. Now there were two figures silhouetted in front of it. Girls, visible from the shoulders up. They were waiting. Her father saw them too, from his vantage up on the roof. Luce remembered again exactly why she loved her father so deeply when she caught sight of his expression. She could tell he understood, and he was smiling down at her with such pride that her tears quickened all over again. Nausicaa broke through the surface just beside her.
Luce, I told you before, we have an invitation, and if you wish...
She saw the answer in Luce's eyes and fell silent. As Nausicaa held out her hand, the only sound was the rushing waves. The song of the waves rolled all the way to forever, and Luce pressed Nausicaa's fingers in her own. They didn't have far to go. This concludes the reading of The Twice Lost by Sarah Porter. Copyright 2013 by Sarah Porter. This book was read by Julia Whalen. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with Global Literary Management and was produced in 2013 by Blackstone Audio, Inc., which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Audio, Inc. If you would like to obtain a monthly update telling you about new releases, call 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. For a complete listing of our titles, visit our website at www.downpour.com. Thank you.